Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to be tardy to the party, but I was setting some stuff up. We are going to have a few issues today, just giving you a heads up as you come in. The camera might not be as sturdy as it needs to be. I need to set up some stuff in reference to it. Also today, as far as the docket goes, I didn't really see a lot of drama going on over the weekend. I didn't see a lot of, like, debates. A lot of debates or drama. So I didn't really see very much. So if you guys have suggestions about, more spicy stuff, then we can absolutely do it. Justin Garcia says, good morning, Connor. Good morning. Never Trump guy? Yeah, give me a second. Give me a second, Jen Winkler. You know where we're going. You know where we're going. Never Trump guy song TikTok. JD Vance. So let's go ahead. Jen Winkler's right. We need to start out with the national anthem. Let's go.
So this is really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him.
Well, hold on. All right. Top chat better than, or live chat better than top chat. That's true. Let me flip that over. Thank you for reminding me. Probably need to announce in Discord, but let me pull up my Discord, see if Fellrunner already beat me. I'm a never Trump guy. So hold on. Mind maps, maybe, bruh. Come on, everybody, slow down. We're just getting warmed up. All right, we're just figuring it out. We're just figuring it out. All right, it's Monday. I spent the entire weekend deep cleaning. We got Ryan Mulally at 1. Need to remind myself of that. I already know that I'm late. I already know that my announcements live on Valor Media Network, and then we just have Geopolitical stuff. So hold on. Jen, before you go anywhere, you said this twice. Get onto TikTok while my hair is like this and do some TikToks. Are you just saying that I have the aesthetic of a TikTok unk? Is that what you're saying? Because I have no problem. I'm going to try to be getting haircuts more frequently, just because I had a friend who basically said, like, hey, you need to, I think the content is fine, but I think you need to think about the aesthetics that you're putting out into the world, because effectively you can't, everyone you're competing with effectively is, thoughtful about their aesthetics, whereas it just sounds like you're a bro just doing your thing. And I mean, being a bro doing my thing is definitely a part of the aesthetics, but that doesn't mean that I can't get a nice haircut. That doesn't mean that I can't use gel. That doesn't mean that I can't use conditioner or develop a skin routine. So I guess my question to you is, why, be specific, should I go onto TikTok? Is this an aesthetic? Is this a vibe? Am I serving? All right. Jeb Kush says, good morning, everyone. I lost 3.5 pounds last week and my legs are still sore from leg day. Based. I think Jeb Kush is going out for a commission and he's in his mid to late 20s. So, balls on him. He's going to be getting more sore than a 19-year-old. Christian Blair says, given I was wrong about Trump putting boots on the ground eating crow, do y'all think Cuba is next? It's early days. It's early days, Christian Blairs. I don't think we're invading mainland Iran. But the reason why, part of the reason why I wanted to do Geopolitical today is because of Kharg Island. Because apparently, Iran, in a fit of geopolitical vulnerability that might be geostrategically necessary, but still incredibly vulnerable, apparently they process like 95% of their petroleum in an offshore island in the Arabian Gulf. Like, that is bananas. If we took that and said, hey, let all the ships through, or else, you know, we're not going to let you produce your own supply, and every time you come you come over here to try to hit us, we're going to hit you back twice as hard. That's kind of bananas. Excuse me. Jenny Winkler says, Connor, let me tell you again to make some short videos and TikTok clips while your hair is like this for real. I'm just going to keep getting haircuts. That way I'm always this handsome. Randy Chang says, is it weird that the shape of Kharg Island kind of reminds me of Minnesota? Absolutely not. I think that's normal. Fashion 40 says, Connor, you should look into the coordination of all the snarkers, these coherent messages on how they're infiltrated all of YY/Twitch and drama YouTuber communities. Maybe. That, you know, one of the drama things that did happen that was mildly interesting that I thought that I could do political analysis off of is the Wick did a call-in show where he had all the people who hated Wick and hated Destiny simultaneously call in and talk to him. And there was like, look what I found, gang. I found a PV, while I was cleaning everything up, I found a PV thing. And I think there's me, there's Josiah, there's IRI, there's Vosh, there's Pixie, there's Kyla, there's Wicked Supreme, there's Sam Drismala, Wick TV, Brianna Wu, Sherry, Destiny, Vaush, Straighteraid. I don't know if Lauren De Laguna is here, but Dylan Burns. There's a whole bunch of people on here, and I don't know why y'all couldn't just be friends. Like, look how happy all the chibi, big-headed Asian versions of us that are all appropriately dressed. This is not particularly sexualized, but look how nice everybody looks. You know, why couldn't we just get together and work towards Democrats beating MAGA, so we didn't have to worry about all the Trump crap that's going on? I don't know what the drama's all about. I think it's all ego. It's very silly. Anyways. But yeah, the God, what was I thinking? The Wick TV taking all comers content. Well, it was okay. It was okay. I could go off on some rants on it. Christian Lara says, supposedly Cuba's leadership and Trump admin have been in talks. Their military is shit and they lost 30% of their oil given Venezuela. Yeah, not just that, but then some rebels burned down the communist headquarters in some rural town. Based. TikTok viewer base is huge. Is massive. You know what else is massive? Oh my God. Jen Winkler says you have the viral aesthetic right now. Yes. Oh, okay. All right, cool. Bizarro says, I've watched Valhalla VFTV for 2 years now as a liberal, getting ready for the military. He's moved left super fast, but he's still kind of anti-Semitic, lol. Those things are not mutually exclusive. The Iranian Navy already is mining the Strait. Mining current tense or mining past tense? Because if they're mining current tense, I have to imagine the United States Navy is going to have something to say about that. Groovy Harp says, I think having too much information on the Iran war is coloring my doomer view of it. I think of my grandparents who followed wars 1 week at a time from their town's local newspaper. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. Relax. Everything's going to be fine. Why does Trump keep asking for help with the Strait? Doesn't he have all the cards? Not necessarily. Like, if he moves the U.S. Navy into the Strait and then they start taking extreme fire and he actually suffers real casualties, that could be a horrible, horrible aesthetics. Yeah. Christian Lair says, Wick TV convo was the most schizoid snarkers, and of course Doobie showed up. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that. That was fun. Christian, let's basically using center-left talking points on ice. He doesn't let any pro-Trump stuff on the right wing show he does. He's a slightly worse crystal ball now. That's funny. I was shocked that he's changed so much because I just started watching him to help me train for the army. He was super far right, still a little a year and a half ago. Yeah, that's just horseshoe theory, bro. That's all that is. Christian Blair says one snarker was A-logging Nathan, and they essentially justify it because Destiny has doxed people with kids, which makes them equivalent. Yeah, I thought that was pretty messed up. That guy, whatever that guy's name, I think he was like a reply guy to me a couple of times. Excuse me, and I think I just blocked him. Apparently, Wick just like let him be his reply guy for a while. Which I think is silly. If somebody's like asking you like straight schizoid questions all the time, you could just block them and pretend they don't exist. It's entirely possible. They're not, if they can't play with their food, they don't want to eat it. So basically, like, just let them scream into the void. It's not your fucking problem. Vazraka gifted a Valor Media Network membership. Thank you for kicking us off today, Vazraka. And thank you for being my favorite lurker. AK Batusai says, what's up, my peeps? What's up to you? Trump needs help with the Strait because he's gay. Oh, my God. Also, I don't know who Destiny has docs that has kids. Yeah, he was thinking about it. It was pretty much Esports Batman might have kids, but we don't even know if they have kids. And then I think the only person that could have, past tense, been considered a kid that Destiny docs was the Rose gal. But Rose has since become an adult, has since been deposed, has since been involved in the trial, and has since said that she never even spoke to Destiny. It was her United Kingdom boyfriend who was basically pimping out her sexts, S-E-X-T-S, for profit. So, yeah. Boston Bam says, morning all, catching what I missed in 2 times speed. We haven't even done anything yet, King. We haven't even done anything yet, King. We haven't even started. But. Yeah, DDoS Kid. But, dude, DDoS Kid is literally... Do you want to know how long ago that is? That is 15 years ago. Okay? I just met my wife 15 years ago when Destiny was doxing a child. And that child was, what, 14, 15? And shutting down his capacity to make revenue. And Destiny was, what is he? He's like 37 now. So he was like 22. You know, that was a different lifetime ago. Like, I understand Destiny's still an edgy boy and an asshole, but, you know, still, 15 years is a long fucking time. Christian Blair says, so you think Valhalla is the way into the vet bro online space? Any info on collabs with Valor folks? I don't know, man. I don't know. The vet bro community, you understand, like, I'm trying to bring y'all along for the ride as well, right? So geopolitics, I want to do geopolitics because it's fun, but also we obviously have some serious shit going on in the world. And then what would be the other thing that I would say? I think the conservatarian vet bro thing is probably like a pretty natural niche for me, but it's going to involve a change in content because I don't think the conservatarian vet bros want to watch like liberals and leftists fight about the correct politics to have to win general elections. I don't think that's really their vibe, you know? I think they want to listen to doom music, lift weights, shoot guns, and then call people gay. like look at this content, man. What is it? Massive false flag signaled coming to Los Angeles. I just wanted to watch that because it was cringe. American Psycho Lindsey Graham commits treason again. Lindsey Grinder Graham, you know, betrays America. I think this is so funny. Seeing like a vet bro with like, I drink Black Rifle Coffee Club and Lindsey Graham is gay. Like, that's a funny aesthetic. That's a funny aesthetic. Grassroots for the 20. Thank you, King. I'm late and gay and R-slurred because I was talking to Shapingro about programming. Hey, good problems, good problems. Yeah. DDoS Kid is in his 30s now? Probably, man. That's how time works. That's how time works. DDoS Kid was the worst by far, in my opinion. Not the doxing, but the potential to engage in attempted murder and conspiracy. Yeah. Production note, you might want to consider flipping the camera. If it bugs me, it probably bugs other people too. It used to be the only indication was the backwards play button, lol. Well, tough shit. Like, tough shit. Deal with it. The camera is gonna be fucked up. The camera's gonna be fucked up today, and the reason why is, so I had this whole thing. Let me show you this. I have so much shit to do, it's crazy. But we've been spring cleaning like a motherfucker. All right, so this is a teleprompter, and the reason why I want it is because I was using it before I got this new camera mount, but I need to hook it up because it was working before, but for some reason I couldn't get the power cords to work with the current camera. So I need to get it hooked up to the mount. I need to get the camera hooked up to this. Then I need to get the power cords in the teleprompter, and I need to get the power cords into the camera, and then I need to get it all working together and facing me at an angle that's appropriate, because I'm gonna start Rhino soon. So I can't promise that I'll have a channel and episodes within the next 24 to 48 hours, but that's going to be the goal for sure, is going to be setting up the tech. So the tech is just going to be fucked up because I tried setting it up earlier, didn't work, and I didn't have time, and I need to start the show, so whatever. But, excuse me. But the point is that, yeah, it's just going to be fucked up for the next 48 to 72 hours, and you're just going to have to deal with it because we're fixing production issues. That way we can make better content. So, tough titties. No coverage of Galloway yet. Time will come. What, of Scott Galloway? What about Scott Galloway? And isn't he effectively like metric repellent? I mean, today I'm already taking a risk just doing Geopol and VFT, Valhalla TV shit. I don't think we're going to have particularly high metrics today. Yeah, Grinder Graham is wild, I know. If Trump kicks the bucket, do you think JD will continue hiding the Epstein docs? Yeah, probably. He's probably in too deep. He's probably part of it now. Groovy Harp says, is it just me, or is the camera slowly zooming in every stream? I remember when I could see the armpits. Bruh, deal with it. I hate Lindsey Graham mostly because of the way he used to cling to John McCain for relevance. He actually said that, by the way. And then he's just shifted over to Trump. He ain't loyal. True. A Destiny and Connor podcast had some potential. It still does, lol. He's the perfect lib for that. Dude used to be far right. Yeah. We could. He's just been busy with his Unfuck America tour. So, I mean, I got no problems jumping onto a train and going down to Miami and hanging out for a day and shooting guns and blowing shit up. I mean, we do that about once a quarter anyways. Last time we hung out was probably around Christmas time, or I was supposed to go down around Christmas time or January, but I was busy with family shit, so unfortunate. Release the sex stuff, though. Sure. You can easily flip it post-production for VODs anyhow. You can flip these nuts, all right? Stop worrying about it. Close your eyes. Connor, you're using OBS. Select the camera sound on the left screen. Drag the side until the camera spare flips. It's fixed after that. No. Nope. I refuse. If anything, I'm going to make it worse. Like, on purpose. So, don't worry about it. Lindsey Graham is a powerful energy vampire. Listen, that's true. But number two, if you're not with me during my boomer, you can't be with me during my zoomer. Okay? You cannot be, if you're not with me when my camera's fucked up and my lighting sucks and my audio's weird, and I'm in a 4:3 aspect ratio, and I'm reacting too hard to segments, and I'm getting one guide by random leftists in my chat. If you're not there for me when I'm a boomer, then you can't be there for me when I have my haircut, and I dab, and I'm chopped in unk, but I own it, and I use the Zoomer lingo to get viral TikToks. You know, you can't do it. You know. If you're not down with me for during my boomer, then you don't get my zoomer. Desi was a super fan of his, apparently. Of who? Of John McCain? Oh, Rush Limbaugh. Okay. Conserve says, bro, I'm not complaining. I just want you to get more bang for your buck when you make content. I'm here. No. Suffer with me. You will suffer with me. I don't think being far right is defined by being racist. That can be part of it, sure. If you can't love my scuff streams, you don't deserve my 8K virality. Exactly. The only thing you can be is Unk. True. Connor will do anything but be a millennial. No, I think I'm owning the millennial thing. I don't think I'm getting away from the millennial accusations, okay? I think those ones are gonna haunt me. So hold on a second. Let me grab my shoulder stuff. Let me do some, although I did get you guys some weapons, right? I got some feedback notes from a guy who was like a producer for that financial show, Financial Audit. And so he was like, hey man, if you're really going for the conservatarian thing, you need to start phasing out your books and you need to start putting out weapons. So I got my pistol crossbow here. I know this looks like nothing, but this is actually the internal components of a flamethrower. And then over here, I got a Warhammer and a sword. And then I know you can't see it, but down here, I have a Red Ryder BB gun and my grandfather's like ceremonial World War II sword that he bought from some like 19th century war veteran before he deployed. So, yeah. Wait, is Connor younger or older than Destiny? I think I'm older than him by like a year or two. Also, grouping the 40k army up top looks great. Don't ditch all the books. A mix can work well, especially since you aren't R-slurred. I guess. All right. Anyways, let's do some content. Why not? Why not? So, I can't promise that this is going to be a segment, but at least we're going to have something to do for the next couple of hours. So, let me react, full camera. Let me do a little bit of an intro. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I got a special treat for you today. We're going to be taking a look about some geopolitics. We got Ukraine breaking through Russian lines and apparently retaking the Dnipro Oblast. We got the United States Navy sinking the vast majority of the Iranian Navy. We got the Iranian conflict where Kharg Island, apparently, I didn't know this. I'm not going to pretend to have known this. But apparently there's some island in the Arabian Gulf that synthesizes 95% of Iran's oil. And so since Iran is currently threatening the world by saying, hey, if you screw with us, we're going to screw with all of your oil supplies that pass through the Arabian Gulf. Basically, we said, okay, screw on us. We're going to screw on you. So I actually think that's pretty interesting. So we got Chris Cappy. He's got some analysis for us, some analysis. So we're going to let him analyze. Let's go.
This is Iran's Kharg Island, where 95% of the country's entire oil exports are loaded before heading to the global market. The tiny 21 square kilometer island holds massive outsized strategic importance, and because of this, Axios, Bloomberg, and other outlets are now reporting that their sources inside the White House are saying that they're seriously discussing and considering a special forces military operation to capture Iran's Kharg Island.
We seem to be on a path toward deploying American troops on the ground in Iran to accomplish any of the potential objectives here.
Kharg Island is one of the least known but most strategically important pieces of territory in the entire Middle East. The entire Islamic Republic of Iran's economy, the IRGC military spending, the nuclear and missile programs, and the government salaries are all funded by this single piece of infrastructure. Talk about a strategic vulnerability. To put this location into perspective, the island is only about half the size of Disney World in Florida. It's the strategic linchpin that controls the whole country's economy. It's so strategically important that it was in the 1989 Sega Genesis game F-15 Strike Eagle 2, and its map is in Battlefield 3.
I thought that was so wild because I've played Battlefield 3. And so as a result, I was kind of like passively aware of like Kharg Island. Like if you said, oh yeah, Kharg Island was my favorite map in Battlefield 3, I probably would have been like, oh, is that the one where there's like a naval aircraft carrier, or you could launch from the other side depending on what team you are and you're fighting over an oil refinery? I could have like passively remembered this, but it actually would have been It's actually so obscure that I don't want to pretend that I knew of its geopolitical strategic importance until this past week. You know, this is news to me. It's cool news. It's weird news. It's a deep cut reference, but it's pretty cool actually. Wait, Kharg Island is going to have Marines who trained on it in Battlefield 3? Maybe. Now the truth is, if we do anything, we're probably doing Special Forces, but, you know, who's to say that MARSOC couldn't be a part of it? And who's to say that the SF dudes and the Delta guys, because Battlefield 3 is an old game, who's to say that they didn't play it first before they actually go do the real thing? It's kind of crazy.
Gamers have been fantasizing about attacking Kharg Island for literally 37 years now. But they claim this technically wouldn't be boots on the ground, it would be a loophole, it would be more like elite ninja slippers or something. So today we're going to examine why Iran's Kharg Island matters so much, how heavily it's defended, and what a special forces mission inside of Iran would look like. All the animation work in today's episode is sponsored by Mando for when you have weapons grade sweat. My favorite thing about them is that it doesn't just matter.
Okay. Go buy deodorant and clothing and whatever company brand called Mando and use Cappy Army for a discount.
Bases in Kuwait, Ali Salim, to Kharg Island is only about 130 miles away. That's well within Black Hawk helicopter range. Kuwait is a launching pad for this helicopter assault mission. Apache helicopters with 30mm cannons, Black Hawks, and Chinooks carrying commandos embark from here, and it takes them just under an hour to reach Kharg Island. Planners favor this low-altitude helicopter assault with support from U.S. Ranger Infantry Regiment. This allows soldiers to land precisely near key objectives. Special Forces conduct high-altitude, low-opening halo jumps from 30,000 feet in the sky in order.
And by the way, this is a hypothetical description of an operation, not the actual operation itself. To my knowledge, this hasn't happened yet.
To have standoff from the short-range air defense systems. They land near the island and sabotage air defense on the ground to pave the way. The Delta Force squadron responsible for capturing Maduro was reportedly moved into nearby Kuwait in February 2026. Their first priority in securing and seizing the island is securing the oil terminal to prevent its destruction. Each step of that plan is a possible point of failure and challenge if something were to go wrong. Mohammed Soliman, a senior fellow at the Middle East Institute, said this about Kharg Island, quote, "Take it out, and this means cutting off the military budget in addition to pulling the plug on the basic services that keep Iranian society functioning," end quote. Kharg Island's security is reportedly handled by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, so defeating any kind of American air assault mission here would be their responsibility. Access is extremely restricted here, and satellite imagery suggests the site is heavily fortified. Reports indicate that old assessments claim about 250 IRGC soldiers are here, plus another 250 air defense personnel stationed, and up to another 500 additional military personnel stationed behind steel perimeter fences and guard towers. There's only a population of about.
Listen, man, I'm really not trying to be overconfident about this, but if I was the Iranian regime and I knew that like 1,000 dudes stood between me and the U.S. military and total economic devastation, I would be anxious. Is the least extreme statement that I could make. Grassroots says, I'm being full body hugged by Hobbs and hoping my plague isn't intraspecies communicable. I doubt it is. Grassroots, and I'm happy to hear Hobbs is doing good enough to give you a giant hug.
8,000 people that live on the island, most of them work there, according to this 2016 Iranian census report that I dug up. So the Financial Times analysis outlines the stakes clearly, I think. They say military action to destroy or take control of the island's infrastructure would be hugely damaging to Iran, but risks deepening the war, triggering a further shock to energy markets, and weakening any future Iranian government.
I would literally just use it as a bargaining chip. I don't know if I would actually do it unless the Iranians forced you to do it. But I would just say, oh, you want to put mines in the Strait of Hormuz? Keep fucking around and I'm taking Kharg Island. You're going to randomly missile and drone strike oil tankers in the Arabian Gulf? I'm going to fucking take Kharg Island. Right? And I think that's the threat that needs to be done to the Iranian regime while they're still paranoid that they're going to get taken out randomly It's like, keep talking shit. Keep talking shit. I will eliminate 95% of your capacity to export petroleum, which your economy is based around. Right? Now, it could fuck up the international markets. Absolutely. It could not only do like the invasion of Kharg Island and or the destruction of Kharg Island could 100% like send the global economy into a tailspin. But we'll all do it together.
End quote. It's like my old platoon leader used to always say, no risks and don't take any risks. Take a look at this CIA declassified assessment of Kharg Island's defense from the 1980s. It reveals a lot. Case officers stated surveillance spotted 6 Hawk anti-air batteries on the island, 8 twin 35mm cannons, and another 8 light aircraft positions. Who knows what they have there today, but Jane's reported Iran has deployed their top air defense here. Separated from reinforcements, the island is difficult to defend and it's already isolated. Precision strikes would be needed to take out any of those air defense systems so as not to blow up the entire island. With Iran's air defense degraded, its navy largely destroyed, and its air force knocked out and its ballistic missile launchers pummeled, American war planners believe that they have an opening at this point. This open source intelligence assessment believes Iran has prepared for this by reducing the amount of oil stockpiled there. They moved those ships for safekeeping. Iran stated they were confident that they could counter any US ground invasion. For context, Kharg Island sits in the Persian Gulf about 16 miles off of Iran's coast, which makes it close enough for long-range artillery or rocket fire from the mainland that could reach it. In the weeks leading up to the war, Iran actually ramped up oil production at Kharg by a ton, making preparations for being attacked. The facility's output was more than double to 4 million barrels per day to get as much out before the war started. So far, the US Defense Secretary Hegseth has not ruled out using ground forces in the war. Meanwhile, several deployments suggest that the Pentagon is quickly preparing for contingency plans. The American 82nd Airborne Division just canceled a major training exercise. This is the unit that would be able to drop 5,000 soldiers anywhere in the world within 18 hours. The unit.
That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. 1,000 dudes. 1,000 dudes. I think American conventional infantry can probably take on and destroy any element its size in combat. And then I'm pretty sure that, like, if you add an air support, then the American military can effectively take on any infantry unit, any near-peer infantry unit on the planet, probably by a factor of like 5 to 1, 10 to 1, just because air superiority is so insanely transformative in a combat scenario. So being able to put 5,000 troops airdropped, let's say that this is the way that I would run it, right? Apparently F-35s are still invisible. They're still invisible to Chinese and Soviet air defenses. I shouldn't say Soviet, Russian air defenses. And so just have the F-35s go, you know, number one, hit it with some recon, right? Have some SR-71s or some U-2s or some satellite imagery, probably satellite imagery at this point, right? Just have satellite imagery scout all the prepared defensive positions and anti-air batteries that you think exist. Have F-35s go through, blast all the anti-air. Near simultaneous, like within like a 2 to 5 minute window, you got special forces like haloing or hey-hoing on site. Simultaneous, you have like a helicopter insert on a different portion of the island. So you have special forces dropping amongst you with their preset objectives. You have a helicopter insert of like 500 dudes. They have preset objectives. You already have all the anti-air destroyed. And then at that point, you probably have close air support from helicopters, and then maybe have some like A-10 Warthogs or some F-16s or F-15s on standby, and then just snap the island from 1,000 Iranian defensive troops. That it would, I don't want to say easy. There would be casualties, but it would be easy enough. And effectively add in this capacity of being able to paratroop 5,000 light infantry onto the island within a matter of minutes, and you effectively know that it's pretty much a done deal, right? I think the main problem is once you take it, once you break it, you buy it. So if we took it and it, like the international oil markets were reliant on oil continuing to be fueled there, then we would have to go from killing Iranians to helping Iranians load oil onto ships immediately afterwards. So it'd kind of be hardcore. But I need to use the restroom real quick. So I'm going to get some more black tea, but be serenaded. Be serenaded by the sweet voice of Chris Cappy as I get more tea and use the restroom.
Trained to capture island airfields and seize critical infrastructure like this. The Kharg Island airstrip sits in the northeast of the island, and if it were captured, it could bring in air defense and American reinforcements quickly. Most of the IRGC defenses are located in the south, with a residential area in both the north and south of the island. But what I want to know is, if most of Iran's oil fields are on land and offshore, why is all of the oil funneled here to this one vulnerable choke point, this one bottleneck? That seems like a strategic error. But the reason is shockingly simple. Most of Iran's coastline is too shallow for modern supertankers, but the waters around Kharg are one of the only locations deep enough for the massive crude oil carriers that move oil around the world, especially the tankers headed to China, which buys the vast majority of Iran's exports, something like 90%. Ironically, or coincidentally, I forget which one it is, America should be intimately familiar with how the facilities work on this island, because in 1960s it was originally built by an American company, the US oil company Amco, as the country's main crude oil export terminal. For this reason, Kharg Island has long been asking for freedom. The entire island is built around one central tank farm, as you can see here. It's surrounded by ports, loading jetties, and a pipeline that is connected to 3 main oil fields. 10 total tanker berths sit on the east and the west, and they handle basically all the country's exports. The oil is transported through a network of underwater pipelines to the island, where it's stored and then shipped to global markets. Most of Iran's biggest oil fields that sit in provinces near the Iraqi border, these pipelines carry that crude south to the coast, and Kharg Island became this central hub where those pipelines terminate. Instead of building dozens of smaller ports, Iran chose to concentrate export infrastructure in one place. The island can store about 28 million barrels of crude as a reserve. Right now, about 1.8 million barrels per day leave this island, even with the Strait of Hormuz closed to regular traffic. Currently, Iranian tankers bound for China still leave. Well, that doesn't sound fair. The problem is Kharg Island is incredibly exposed. It's within range of short-range missiles and drones from across the shore. You just saw on March 11th, 3 ships were hit by the Iranian IRGC forces while they were trying to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, showing Iran's ability to continue with accurate attacks and targeting within this short range. Currently, Iran is exporting more oil than ever before, even before the war, because they are only letting their own ships through. The mission to strangle the Islamic Republic's oil at Kharg Island is also politically risky, because American support for even this current level of escalation in the war is low, sitting at around 40% according to multiple polls, which are imperfect, but they give us a snapshot of an idea. Even though it's around 84% of Trump's base that is in favor of the war, overall most Americans are not supportive, especially of any kind of prolonged war or any kind of soldiers seen operating on the ground in Iran. The White House appears to be looking for a repeat of the Venezuela raid. The conditions here, though, are far different and don't have the element of surprise. One of the reasons I think this is a likely future target for the US and why they will possibly attempt to capture it is because controlling it is a similar tactic to blockading Venezuela's oil in order to essentially control whatever regime in Venezuela is in power ended up doing. Despite the
Now, if they're incredibly hostile to us, though, and we're unable to kill Khamenei's son, and he remains hostile, which I think somebody said that there's a high chance that Khamenei's son would remain hostile because apparently his wife and one of his kids was killed in an airstrike. So if we just leave him in power, that could be like a huge problem. Huge problem. But then the question is like, you know, that he's a problem if you walk away, right? If you walk away, he's going to run back up and stab you in the back. So does the Trump administration have the cojones and intelligence to finish the job in such a way that it doesn't make it worse? Or do they take a symbolic victory and walk away? And I would actually lean towards the possibility that Donald Trump kicks the hornet's nest, claims a symbolic victory, and walks away. Yeah. So, Christian Lara says, which has the standard for large HVT operations throughout the GWAT? It's the reason the 75th Ranger is the most versatile combat unit to come out of the GWAT. I mean, yeah, we got a lot of really hardcore dudes. And that was the other thing about Valhalla TV the other day. Valhalla TV was like, everyone I know in the Special Forces veteran community is opposed to the war in Iran. No more wars for Israel. And it's like, dude, I know enough grunts. There are substantial amounts of grunts who don't want to fight geopolitical conflicts in the Middle East and North Africa because they don't understand how it serves the American national interest. Those guys exist, for sure. They might even be a plurality. They might be 40% of the people in Special Forces. But then I would say that there's another 30 to 40% of American Special Forces who are just sociopaths who just want to kick ass and take names. They just want a pretext to use the skills that they developed in training for the United States, and they don't care where the mission is. It could be in Central and South America, you know, training and operating alongside South American Special Forces for narcotics activities. It could be in the Philippines, going after jihadist militias in like the Filipino archipelago. It could be in, you know, Ukraine, training Ukrainians to fight a conventional war against Russia. It could be in Iran, you know, attempting to depose or do special military operations against Iranian infrastructure in order to make them bend the knee. And they would be just as happy in any of the scenarios I highlighted, because they would just be happy to have received amazing training and then be capable of using said training in a true conflict zone. So, yeah, like the War on Terror generation in many ways is more scarred and traumatized than a lot of active duty members nowadays. In a lot of ways, they're kind of more privileged because they got to train and they got to use their training. Whereas, like, the next generation, a lot of them got trained and they never got an opportunity to use their training because they came in on the tail end of the global war on terror. So, yeah. John Democracy says, some country in Asia just declared the trade deal they got from Trump null because of the Supreme Court ruling on tariffs. There you go. Bro is maidenless. Yes. Yeah. All right, Grassroots for 10 says, have the ships even tried doing a kickflip over the Strait of Hormuz? I did see a picture of that, and it did look like it was going to work. Thank you for the chip, by the way, King. Appreciate you. Let's go. Well, hold on. Robert Ward says, we haven't fought an honorable war since 1945. Has it ever dawned on anyone who the bad guys really are? Oh, my God. Oh, my God, Robert. Oh my God. This is you. Hold on. Just wait a second. Don't worry. I'll cut out the dead air in post. Space King, maybe we're the bad guys. Oh my God. This is you, okay?
Guys, what if we're the bad guy? Good. Very good.
Bruh. Like, sorry. Give us talk to me about media literacy. Tell me about how Paul Verhoeven was trying to make the Starship Troopers look bad. Talk to me about how the central messaging of Saving Private Ryan and All Quiet on the Western Front and Red Badge of Courage. Talk to me about how I don't get it, because I think war is still cool, despite the anti-war messaging in many depictions of war. Okay. God. All right. Anyways, I need to shut up and press play before I fed post.
defenses on the island, U.S. planners believe an opportunity exists because Iranian air defense across the south of the country has already been heavily degraded. Its navy has taken significant losses, with an estimated 42 ships sunk or destroyed. Large parts of the Iranian Air Force have been knocked out. Over 300 ballistic missile launchers have reportedly been destroyed, and over 1,000 troops killed. In other words, the window for a raid might exist only after Iranian defenses have been sufficiently weakened. And with the Kurdish forces on Iran's western border reportedly now unable or unwilling to join the fight on the ground, the pressure to send in ground troops to achieve some of America's objectives is growing. But Iran has already surprised US war planners once before by knocking out at least one American THAAD radar, which is worth $300 million at least, with preliminary reports stating that 3 other of these radar systems may have been destroyed, along with Patriot radars as well. There's only 13 of these radar systems that have ever been produced, so it would be the first time that a radar like this was destroyed, and it would represent a major blow. It's a strategic level theater asset that takes 3 to 8 years to replace. Despite this loss though, air defense interception rates remain above 90% against Iran's ballistic missiles. Right now as we speak, we're seeing pieces of the fresh THAAD interceptors being moved from South Korea and redeployed to the Middle East to cover down on these losses. There are concerns out there that this limits the Americans' ability to deter war in the Pacific against China, but I think we've learned from evidence of Iran's much more limited and less capable ballistic missile attacks that any kind of large-scale Chinese ballistic missile attack in that region would quickly destroy some of these systems, and deterrence will more likely depend on...
Look at that picture, man. Look at that. If you have the opportunity and you're on mobile, or if you're on a desktop, just look at this F-18, excuse me. This is why I wanted to be an F-18 pilot, despite hating roller coasters. Look at the aesthetics of this, man. You got the 3-barreled nose cannon. You got a cone jammed in the middle of 2 powerful engines. You got twin vertical fins. You got twin horizontal fins. You got a fixed, slightly rearward swept wings, I guess. But the wings are more designed, more than aerodynamics. They're designed for payload. So I think these are oil tanks. So you have 2 massive oil tanks. You have what look like, I don't know if these are cruise missiles or guided bombs. I have no idea what these are. You have Sidewinders, which are heat-seeking missiles. And then you have MRAMs, which are radar-seeking missiles. This is like, the aesthetic of this is definitely like 1980s, 1990s Cold War. But the aesthetics are so peak that even like 3 decades later, it still absolutely rocks. Holy fazzoli, I love the F-18.
Offensive capabilities than defensive. The US was caught off guard by the Iranian Shahed drone abilities to evade their air defense. 7 Americans have been killed in action and 150 wounded, with 8 severely wounded so far. The biggest proponent of seizing Kharg Island appears to be Michael Rubin, a former senior Pentagon advisor who has briefed the...
Sampson says we're on stolen land, Connor. Indeed, indeed.
White House directly about the island, saying, quote, "If Iran can't sell their own oil, they can't make payroll. No matter how much we bomb, there is not going to be regime change until we fracture the Revolutionary Guard. And if this can be a fairly non-violent way of doing it, all the better." Rubin holds enough political clout in the administration that he says his recommendations have been circulated within the National Security Council. Why release this information of these potential war plans? Why publicly talk about this like this? Because
Hood Monkey says, this is why Top Gun 2, despite being a shitty Star Wars rehash of the Death Star run, was awesome. I love that take. Dude, I love that take. So what's funny about Top Gun 2, okay? They had some pretext. You know how in the beginning of there was some Spider-Man movie where Spider-Man was like, why can't we call Thor? Why can't we call the Avengers? Why can't we call Captain America? And so Nick Fury had like an excuse for why like 2 or 3 of them weren't available. And then they had some reason, I forget what it was, but basically like he had to handle it on his own, right? And they did the same thing in Top Gun 2 in the opening, because the truth is they could have used a B-21 Raider, they could have used a B-2 bomber, they could have used an F-35, they could have used an F-22, and they could have just thrown bunker busters on it, flown high altitude, and used GPS in order to target the site and then like smash it from, 20,000 or 30,000 feet. But in order to like set up the movie for a Death Star run, apparently they just have some like GPS. There's something going on with the GPS. We can't do GPS guided bombs. And so because they couldn't do GPS guided bombs, they had to do 1980s fighter craft with with precision drop guided bombs on a Death Star run. Ah, God, that's so peak though. That's so peak.
At this point, the element of surprise is long gone already. That ship sailed after all the Tomahawk cruise missiles were fired.
Bad analysis is, Connor, you get a blockbuster 40K movie, but female space marines must come to the tabletop. Would you take it? Nope. Nope, I wouldn't. I'd rather it stay like an obscure hobby. I would literally rather it stay an obscure hobby and not have female Astartes than have a blockbuster movie and have female Astartes. Because I think it would just be an indication of like future cringe. Grassroots with the 10 says, take note, no one gives a hoot where Hawkeye was, lol. True. Yeah, where's the mortal human without superpowers that can shoot bows and arrows that are sometimes explosive? And by the way, I do like Hawkeye. I do think Hawkeye is like cool to a degree, but I also think it is really silly. It's like obviously very silly. Obviously very silly. It's the same thing with sorry, you guys got me on a media rant. It's the same thing with Black Widow going into battle in New York, and she's got two like micro pistols, right? She's got two like baby Glocks. Now, the reason why she has two baby Glocks is because they're trying to communicate, hey, she's a spy, so she's going to carry small weapons that a spy would use. And I'm okay with that. But from like a logical perspective, she knows she's going into battle against an alien army. She should obviously have like a primary battle rifle or assault rifle, and she should have two full-sized pistols. But, I'm not, who's the guy who wrote that? Not wrote that, but directed it. I do like him, Joss Whedon. But Joss Whedon didn't call me before making the Avengers movie. Unfortunate to be honest.
The first day. This is how politicians float ideas to the public to see what your reaction will be. They gauge polls and they determine if it's a popular idea or not. Spoiler alert, it's not a popular idea. Leaking these plans are also how psyops are conducted, where they will let their enemies think that they're planning something like this to stress Iran's defenses, whether they are or aren't. But not everyone believes it would be a swift victory by capturing or seizing or otherwise destroying Kharg Island. JP Morgan said, quote, a direct strike would immediately halt the bulk of Iran's crude exports, likely triggering severe retaliation in the Strait of Hormuz or against regional energy infrastructure. Experts believe bombing or capturing Kharg Island would cause a sustained increase in oil prices. Neil Qualliam from the Chatham House think tank said, quote, we may see $120 a barrel price that we saw on Monday heading to $150 if Kharg Island were attacked. Gas by me has already gone up about 80 cents here in New Jersey, and I'm seeing people outside trying to stock up on fuel. The IRGC in Iran, for their part, have shown no sign of stopping attacks on nearby oil infrastructure, most recently hitting Oman's facilities as seen here, although Iran denied responsibility for the attack initially. Understand though, the strategic importance of Kharg Island has had a long history of being targeted before. It was once going to be bombed by President Carter in the 1970s to pressure Iran into releasing the American hostages. The idea is that would force Tehran to negotiate, but the plan was never executed because it was deemed too risky. Kharg Island was then bombed by Saddam Iraqi Air Force in the 1980s, and
what a dick.
The Kharg Island facilities were put out of commission in the autumn of 1986, so this wouldn't even be the first time it's happened. Heavy bombing of Kharg Island destroyed most of the terminal facilities. Kharg Island has in fact been a prime location for exporting goods and minerals since the mid-18th century. Many empires have used it for one purpose or another, from the Portuguese to the British to the Dutch. There are several strategic infrastructure targets like this around the world. China's Three Gorge Dam, America's Hoover Dam, Saudi Arabia's oil processing plant. These are all pieces of infrastructure that, if they were militarily targeted, would cause catastrophic disasters and would only be hit in the event of some kind of total war scenario, a balls to the wall, full escalation scenario. If we see this happen, this is an indication of total escalation. It's in the past always been seen as a mutually assured destruction scenario, and that's why so far every administration from Carter to Reagan to Bush has balked at attacking it. But the reported special ops ground raids don't stop at Kharg Island. What the US and Israel have been discussing behind the scenes, according to Axios, is the possibility of sending special operators onto Iranian soil deep into their country to secure the Islamic Republic's stockpile of highly enriched uranium. Iran claims to have 450 kilograms, about 60% enriched, just a short technical step away from weapons grade. Maybe these were the WMDs of friends that we made the whole time along the way. When asked how that material will be destroyed, Secretary of State and Acting National Security Advisor Marco Rubio said at a congressional briefing, quote, "People are going to have to go in and get it," end quote. So who are those people? That's the US Army Special Missions Unit from Delta Force, the counter WMD mission.
I love that. So I think the chances of this happening, because the risks are so high, like the chances of this going sideways are extremely high, in my opinion. Like if we actually sent American special forces into some like underground cave system, tunnel, whatever crap, in order to capture how do you even move that much uranium? Like, you would basically need to not only own the facility, you would need to own the facility for days so you could steal the uranium. So that's like a bananas mission, because not only would you be talking about sending in these Delta guys who are counter WMD, but you would basically need like 75th Ranger Regiment, everything that we said about Kharg Island, with like establishing air supremacy, air superiority, getting the 75th and conventional paramilitary. Yeah, very carefully. Yeah, that's an understatement. So yeah, like basically everything we said about the Kharg Island mission, it gets even worse with trying to kidnap their petroleum, or not petroleum, excuse me, their uranium. Because then you have to move it out very carefully, and you effectively have to hope that while you're airlifting uranium out of Iran, the Iranians don't go, fuck it, and then just like shoot one of your birds with like an anti-air missile and then explode radiological material across Iran. That would be bananas. Yeah. It is very spicy loot. Yes, indeed. For a looter shooter, this is something that's a little bit tough to move.
Team. They've trained on destroying nuclear material in underground bunkers for years now.
Oh, maybe they would blow it in place? That would be interesting. Sorry, he said they've trained on destroying nuclear material in bunkers for years now. It's kind of my understanding that if you actually like blow up uranium, even if you don't set off a nuclear reaction in blowing it up, you effectively irradiate the entire region. So maybe instead of doing that, you would kind of like dig into the tunnel system and then collapse it all over the radiological material. That way it's very difficult to get access to. I'm gonna let him cook for a second, chat. Grassroots, thank you for oiling today, King. I appreciate you. $20. I'll move the uranium. If cancer were going to kill me, I would have done it by now, and I don't wear PPE. That could easily send me into a spiral, but I'll try to keep it brief for you. If you guys haven't seen Chernobyl, I've only been watching Chernobyl through clips, but that's obviously, it's a TV show based on the what would you call it? The nuclear incident in Chernobyl, Ukraine, that totally fucked up vast swaths of Ukraine. And in the movie, they have to go get miners to dig underneath the nuclear facility because water has been collected at the bottom of the nuclear facility, and if the radiological material hits the water, it's going to cause like a nuclear explosion. So what they do is they have miners digging underneath the facility so they can drain the water before the radiological material makes contact with the water and blows up in a chain nuclear reaction. And so the miners are working or whatever, but they can't have fans. And the reason why they're prohibited from having fans is because they're mining up dirt, which obviously has dust in it, but because it's irradiated, if they have the fans blow, they're already like breathing radioactive dirt that's going to give them cancer. They're going to get super cancer if they're blowing the dust into their lungs actively more than they are. And so the miners get pissed off and they start mining the stuff naked. They're like, it's 100 degrees down there because it was like 50 degrees Celsius or whatever. So I have to assume that's like 120 or something. It's some crazy temperature. And so since they're mining, they just go naked. They're just like, fuck it, we can't have fans. Just pretty ballsy.
Spending $14 million at least on creating their own underground facility to prepare for this. At least that's what they were asking for. This mission has never been done before, and normally it's to prevent a loose nuke situation from happening in the event of a government collapsing that has nukes. So where would this mission take place? Reports are that the majority of this nuclear material would be at the Isfahan site. Seen here, Iran used heavy equipment to cover the tunnel entrances here in preparation of a ground assault. 4 sources inside the White House with knowledge of the mission that spoke to Axios said the administration is discussing 2 options. One would be to remove the nuclear material from Iran, but it weighs like 1,000 pounds, so that seems difficult. The other option is bringing a brave nuclear scientist on the mission to dilute the nuclear material on site without contaminating everybody and blowing up the world. Be like some kind of Mission Impossible mission. But there is a major problem here. Strikes last June buried the Iranian uranium stockpiles under concrete and rubble and debris. Reportedly, Iran can't even reach it since then. To make the mission even more complicated, U.S. intelligence believes Iran might have moved some of the remaining enriched uranium to another site at Pickaxe Mountain. This is not out of the realm of possibility, though. This kind of mission has happened. Israeli special forces conducted a similar mission flying deep behind enemy lines into Syria in a helicopter air assault, blowing open the doors of the missile base and blowing the base apart before sending down airstrikes to cut off any of the routes that were leading to the base so reinforcements couldn't arrive. And then they got back in the helicopters and got back home.
See, that's based. I like that. That's pretty sick.
Likelihood of regime change is going down by the day, though, it seems. Chris Murphy, a senator from Connecticut, gave an unclassified version of a rundown that he got.
Suits for 20. Thank you for the Hoyle again, King. All of my OSHA write-ups just say, I don't know, he's built different. You know what? That's like a high aspiration. That's a high aspiration for, like, you know, your bosses are ready to nut you up because you clearly violated law, but they're just like, eh. Oh my God. Robert says, I respect your opinion on Korea and Kuwait. Kuwait had people proven to have lied to Congress. Korea was Truman era Red Scare mentality that triggered it. In neither case, the U.S. went alone. Okay. Yeah. Robert. Sorry, bro. I'm a Neocon Warhawk. You know, you're welcome to stay in the chat, but I'm probably gonna pick on you every time you go, hey guys, have you ever considered that we're the bad guys? I'm just gonna play that clip for you from Space King. So good luck. Good luck. Have fun. Don't die.
A briefing from the White House about the war that suggests that they're no longer believe that regime change is even possible. My face when I realized we've replaced Ayatollah Khamenei with Ayatollah Khamenei, at least for the time being. The other possible use of special forces in a ground invasion would be to secure the Strait of Hormuz, which is quickly becoming the centerpiece of this war and one of the biggest headaches to America. At least 18 different vessels have been targeted by Iranian strikes, which has shut down traffic here. Analysts believe sending some kind of ground force on the Iranian side of the Strait of Hormuz would be required to open it back up, because the US Navy is getting daily requests from tankers in this region asking for help being escorted through here, but so far the Navy has assessed that it's still too dangerous to do so. The insider, the US official that spoke to Axios, claimed that it wouldn't be a Fallujah scenario with thousands of conventional troops occupying Iranian cities, but those sound like famous last words to me. Skepticism aside, it's unclear now whether US operational goals of regime change and total destruction of Iran's nuclear program are achievable or not. US officials believe that capturing it would cause a collapse in the Iranian currency, it would weaken the IRGC, it would worsen inflation spikes, and it would be severe pressure on the regime. That's why war planners see Kharg Island as one of the single most powerful pressure points in the Iranian economy. Check out this video here or the playlist here if you want to learn more about.
Love me some Cappy, dude. I know. So Cappy is a interesting egg because I think he himself admits that he's not the most intelligent guy on the planet, but he has the tism. Whatever the insane curiosity is that forces you to research things aggressively until you understand them from like a maximalist perspective, he just has it. So he's got that dog in him. So I like it. Now, I easily could move on to the Ukrainian segment for the sake of flow, but I am genuinely curious. What time is it right now? It's 11. We still got some time. So I want to take a look at how the US Navy and how the US destroyed the Iranian Navy, because apparently, even if it's not mentioned in this video, there are some truly insane things that have happened in the past couple of weeks. Okay? So, number one, apparently there was like an Iranian destroyer that was in India or something for like training exercises, and we had a nuclear sub wait until they left the training exercise and then sunk the ship. Bananas. Like that's like one of the first nuclear like attacks, nuclear submarine attacks ever. Because what happened in World War II, we used submarines, and obviously the German U-boat program was huge. But then we developed the technology, but we never really got a chance to use it during the Cold War. And so we have nuclear fission-powered submarines that can run near silent, almost indefinitely, like literally 6 months to a year at a time, with torpedoes and ballistic missiles that are capable of annihilating our enemies. Nuclear submarine technology is truly insane. It's actually bananas. And so apparently a nuke sub got its first kill. There was another nuke sub. Well, actually, I don't know if there's another nuke sub. I thought there was another nuke sub that got a kill in the in a Iranian naval base. Like they snuck into an Iranian naval base and then blew it up with torpedoes. I can't remember if I'm making that up or not. And then number 3, we used HIMARS. You know the artillery missile system that was like popularized in Ukraine? That was used to sink an Iranian submarine. So there was some Iranian submarine either docked or an Iranian submarine that was running, and the US Navy spotted it, and they effectively called in a missile strike from a land-based artillery platform to sink the Iranian submarine. Bananas. So, with all that said, let's see what Chris Cappy has to say about it.
The United States just launched a massive wave of strikes against Iran's naval forces, reportedly destroying all 11 of their warships and multiple enemy attack submarines. Aw shit, here we go again. But how did they do it? What new actions is the United States taking to affect regime change in Iran? What's the increasing evidence that a ground operation is right on the horizon? And how is Iran retaliating as the war escalates? I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy. Let's find out. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, told reporters at the Pentagon that the first U.S. shooters at sea were Tomahawks unleashed by the United States Navy, which closed in on Iranian naval forces and began to conduct strikes across the southern flank in Iran. A quick note, this footage that you're looking at right here, right now, isn't
Dude, HMS. So, sorry. Targan says first submarine sunk by land artillery. And then Thomas Dudley says, Connor, dude, the HMS Conqueror S-48 sunk the Belgrano. Tell me the HMS. That's Her Majesty's ship, right? So that means that even the United Kingdom, as cucked as they are, they got a naval kill. That's bananas. Do you know how long these dudes have been training for, like, armed naval conflict? And this is the first time that they're really able to use those skills?
Random training footage. This is the US government released combat footage from the strikes on the Iranian Navy, and you can tell it's real because they're firing them off in quick succession, and boom, millions of...
Well, QC John says, have we done the Valhalla segment yet? No, not yet, King. Not yet. By the way, I don't think we said the prayer, so let's say the prayer real quick. May your grill stay hot, may your beer stay cold, may you keep all your fingers while blowing things up, amen. And Daddy, give me the strength to goon, the patience to edge, and the wisdom to know the difference. Amen.
Dollars, boom, millions of dollars, and they don't do that in training. So this is unlike anything we've seen before. So that's really interesting because the choice of weapon there tells us something. The last time the US fought Iran's navy and destroyed half their navy in a day in 1988 during Operation Praying Mantis, they actually used anti-ship missiles. Instead, today, they're using Tomahawk cruise missiles because they have a much longer standoff range. So they never are even within range of most types of enemy fire. This negated the tactics that the IRGC in Iran had prepared for years. US Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from seas hundreds of miles away slammed into Iran's INS Makran. I'm sorry, I've never seen this many Tomahawk cruise missiles fired in quick succession before. I think I might be having a stroke. The Iranian...
I was thinking it was a thing of beauty. I kind of want to rewind back to where they started shooting. Dude, look at this. Like, once again, dude, everybody talks so much smack about the American military industrial complex, and I get it. It's billions upon billions upon billions upon billions of dollars that we could be spending on healthcare. But also, if you don't need healthcare, look how cool this is.
That the IRGC in Iran had prepared for years. US Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from seas hundreds of miles away slammed into Iran's INS Makran. I'm sorry, I've never seen this many Tomahawk cruise missiles fired in quick succession before. I think I might be having a stroke. The Iranian Navy's INS Makran was basically a giant former oil tanker that they did a pimp my ride conversion to, and they turned it into an expeditionary mobile base, like a homemade aircraft carrier, but for drones. It was just officially put into Iran service only 5 years ago in 2021. Her goal in the fight was to send special forces and launch speedboats to lay sea mines. The ship planned to launch helicopters and attack drones against the United States Navy. This ship is massive. To put it into context, it's 100,000 deadweight tonnage, making it one of the largest naval vessels on Earth.
This kind of makes me sad, only because I'm imagining if I was born in an Iranian dude, and like the Iranian regime was like, hey man, we got this oil tanker, and we're going to convert it into a special forces helicopter speedboat launching machine. Would you like to be a part of like the welding crew? And then you could crew the ship afterwards. I can see a 19-year-old Iranian Connor being like, fuck yeah. Let's weld the shit out of this oil tanker. Let's turn this into like a makeshift special forces, thing. Like we don't have American money, we don't have American budget, we don't have this, we don't have that. But yeah, let's do this. This could be sick. And then like, you're just like kind of chilling on the ship that you worked your ass off. You've been serving in the Navy for 5 years. You worked your ass off in order to build this ship. And then you just kind of like watch as like a dozen American Tomahawks come in order to destroy all your handiwork. And you're just like, fuck. Like, I do feel bad. I feel bad. I'm not that grumpy today. I do feel bad for the 19-year-old Iranian naval crewmen who were being patriots, who knew that they were probably screwed in a geopolitical sense, but wanted to do their duty anyways. And then they were serving on this sick-ass, like, oil cargo ship that's been converted to a mobile fortress. And then the United States just deletes it in a matter of hours. It's kind of tragic.
It's about the same size as America's aircraft carriers. Now it's just a burning, smoldering wreck. A
That's
moment of
sad.
silence, please, for all of the Iranian Navy ships that were destroyed in 2026.
I actually do feel bad. Like, he might be being sarcastic. I'm not being sarcastic. I feel bad.
This was only the beginning of the destruction of Iran's navy, though. CENTCOM's official account posted a video saying, quote, 2 days ago, the Iranian regime had 11 ships in the Gulf of Oman. Today, they have 0. The Iranian regime has harassed and attacked international shipping in the Gulf of Oman for decades. Those days are over. Freedom of maritime navigation has underpinned American and global economic prosperity for more than 80 years. U.S. forces will continue to defend it. But I want to be real with you guys here just for a second, if I can. As you're hearing about all of these American military victories and how the U.S. military is precise with their bombs and they're very destructive, at the same time, we need to keep
Patriarch, we need a new heat map. There's all of the COG with their like shrunken heat map where they only care about members of the COG, and then there's Connor who cares about the Iranian welders and sailors watching their work get destroyed. You guys are jerks.
Keep in mind that a lot of times the real challenge is often what comes after that. Normally, it would take us weeks to find out the details, but publicly available satellite tasking instantly reveals the results of the fight. Most notable, I think, is the destruction of Iran's Shahid Bagheri, which is their version of an aircraft carrier. It's basically their mothership drone carrier. So I guess you could say it's the first aircraft carrier to be sunk since World War II. This is not how many analysts thought this fight would go. All of these frigates with long-range anti-ship missiles that were supposed to hit American carriers were just totally freaking blown up out of nowhere. Iran's naval bases in Kanarak and Bandar Abbas are in flames. Why are American forces focusing fire on Iran's navy? To dive deeper into that, we'll use this episode's sponsor, Ground News, to analyze.
I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. I need to run into the other room in order to grab a pair of scissors. But I do find this wildly interesting. I don't know how chat feels about this, but you guys always ask for Geopol, so here we got some Geopol militaria analysis. But I'll go ahead and say why I think we're doing it. I think we're doing it because if you remove all the conventional capacities of your enemy, okay? They don't have the ability to lay sea mines. They don't have the ability to launch drones. They don't have the ability to launch anti-ship missiles. They don't have the ability to project power into, is it the Strait of Hormuz, the Arabian Gulf, the Gulf of Oman. If they don't have the ability to project power, then all they have is asymmetric warfare. And so with asymmetric warfare, they're going to have to use Shaheds, and they're going to have to use ballistic missiles in order to harass their opponents. But the truth is that since we have interceptors, and since every time they roll out like a ballistic missile launcher or a Shahed factory, whenever we spot a Shahed factory, we're blowing it up. We're diminishing that capacity as well, and we're eroding that capacity. So, and then also with those capacities, they're going to lose the ability to target accurately. And so it's kind of like when you're like knocking someone out and they're kind of throwing defensive punches, but their defensive punches get weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. That's what we're doing from a metaphorical standpoint to their military capacity. So don't cut your own nads off with scissors. I know you're upset about the Iranian Navy, but you don't need to be that upset. Dude, no. The Starforged.com, Starforged, they're a Chinese manufacturer, but they make sanctioned Games Workshop stuff, and they sent me like a tote bag or something. I forget what they sent me, but they sent me something, and then they also sent me purity seals. So these are like magnetic metal purity seals. And they have the banner, and you basically like pin the scroll into the back of it. So I was just like super gluing these, but I have a little bit of extra material for the text part of it that I want to cut off because I want it to look good. So, yeah. Connor can never criticize Hassan for leaving again. Why? Why? I interact. I react to my stuff transformatively. So, I thought we tariffed those. We probably did. I probably did. All right. All right. Be right back. Is the scroll made of some nice quality material? No. It's just leather. It's just the leather strip, a weathered leather strip. It's not bad though.
IRGC in Iran released a statement just yesterday saying they were blockading and cutting off access to the Strait of Hormuz. The stock markets predictably took a huge nosedive on this information because 30% of seaborne oil travels through there. The Islamic Republic said that they would fire on any ship trying to pass through the critical economic choke point. I spoke to Sal from What's Going On with Shipping, an expert in this, and he told me that some ships are still trying to go through, running dark on their transponders, but that total transits are down by 80%. Because we know that over the past few decades, the IRGC has built a huge backlog of lethal sea mines and naval capabilities that are specifically designed to block the flow of oil from the Gulf states to the market. This has always been their greatest leverage, geopolitically speaking, to inflict maximum pain on global markets. See how the live maritime tracking behind me shows that ship movement has moved to a crawl, although ships with transponders off may be trying to run the gauntlet still. So due to this choke points vulnerability, US forces began to systematically destroy Iran's navy. And this is a shocking development, because after Operation Praying Mantis in 1988, Iran has specifically trained and equipped to prevent exactly this kind of scenario from happening again. And yet, it happened again. Iran's entire Navy doctrine was changed over the years based on that catastrophe. They came up with a plan to overwhelm American ships with swarms of fast attack boats. They planned to fire land-based anti-ship missiles at US forces. They had a whole strategy of using their submarine to ambush US vessels. The fast attack boat strategy failed though, because it was designed for the 1990s scenario. That's no longer relevant today. The IRGC was supposed to get up close with a salvo of rockets and missiles, which a saturation attack in confined waters. But by 2026, that strategy was dead in the water. Persistent drone coverage and surveillance assets by America of modern day technology prevented the IRGC and their fast attack boats from ever launching or getting close. And that would be a for certain one-way trip to meet the Ayatollah. So it's kind of difficult to get a bunch of people to rally them together and say, hey, let's go charge that American warship. The reason this strategy failed in this war so far was articulated well by Aaron Matthew Lariosa of the Naval Expert, writing for USNI, saying, quote, American naval forces in the region have been geared against these swarm threats, including Hellfire-armed Seahawk helicopters aboard the Abraham Lincoln carrier.
Dude, sorry. Do you guys remember this too? Because Obama... U.S. naval sailors surrender to Iran. Okay. So this incident was something that Obama was pretty heavily criticized for, but I think everybody kind of understood why we did it. So the U.S. Navy had a boat with like engine failure. It was one of our PT boats that was in there, and it started drifting into Iranian waters. And so they were held hostage for a few weeks. There was video and pictures of them surrendering. And there was this entire thing like this where they were like paraded out, and the Iranian regime was like, ha, 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 ha. You know, we kidnapped your sailors. We're so powerful, this, that, the other. We have our PT boats. The American military power couldn't stand up to us. And I think the whole reason why Obama kind of like capitulated to it, even though he didn't need to, was because he knew that like we could have just sent helicopters and all that kind of stuff and like smoked the Iranian PT boats. but it would have risked a broader conflict and loss of life. So we just let them hold on to our sailors for a few weeks, maybe a month. I don't remember how long they were in captivity, but we just let them hold on to our sailors for a few weeks or a few months. That way we could avoid like a massive conflict. So, but that being said, we've always had the technological capacity to annihilate Iranian naval forces. We just chose not to. So, whoops.
Combat ships forward deployed to the U.S. Fifth Fleet also had the potential to equip a surface warfare mission package designed to defeat small boats and drone attacks. So it turns out those littoral combat ships are not littorally useless after all. CENTCOM reported they targeted Iran's submarine fleet as well. They knocked out a number of their midget submarines. Don't worry, I can use that word, I'm 5'9". Iran's surface fleet was worth an estimated $6 billion, and its underwater submarines around $3 billion, for a total of nearly $10 billion worth of naval equipment destroyed. However, it doesn't mean Iran hasn't been able to make the waters lethal. Reportedly, the first unmanned one-way attack drone hit several defenseless commercial ships, killing at least one person from Iran's attacks. And then something crazy happened. During the battle, the IRGC in Iran claimed they had, quote, struck the USS aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln with 4 ballistic missiles. They warned local state media, saying, the land and sea will increasingly become the graveyard of terrorist aggressors, referring to America. But is that true, or is it misinformation? This is the video slop that IRGC channels started posting all over X, saying that they had struck an American carrier. US refuted that their aircraft carrier was hit by posting video evidence that the carrier was still operational and launching aircraft, and they said that no missiles got close to it. But why would the Islamic Republic of Iran lie to you and me? How could they do us like that? Because it's not meant for you and me. Since access to the outside world and information inside the country is tightly prevented and controlled, the statement is to the population to fool them. It's an attempt by the regime to keep stability, because even if 10% of people believe that message, it'll help them stay in power. However, the statement from the US implies that Iran did try to hit the carriers with missiles, which means that the threat is still there and that this could potentially happen. It's a big concern. And we don't know how close those missiles got to the aircraft carrier. So far, the worst piece of US military equipment destroyed by Iranian ballistic missiles is 2 THAAD radar sites inside the UAE. Each one of them, I heard, are worth between $500 million to $1 billion. The US only has 8 THAAD batteries, so we're talking about almost like priceless piece of equipment here. We do suspect and have reason to believe that an Iranian ballistic missile did successfully strike a defenseless commercial vessel that was contracted by the US Navy as an oil tanker in Bahrain. The attack killed 1 Asian maritime worker at the port. Iran's ballistic missile attacks and drones have continued to hit sea and airports throughout the region, and they're starting to attack oil infrastructure in Saudi Arabia. Satellite images show extensive destruction at the Saudi Arabian largest oil field. Iran launched a combined over 400 ballistic missiles over the past 4 days at all states in the region so far. But that volume of fire, notably, is actually far slower than the 12-day war between the US, Israel, and Iran in 2025. Tehran is not sending as large of salvos of missiles like they did back in 2025, which tells me something interesting. Well, it's a little bit unclear if that's a tactical choice by them to save stockpiles, or if it's because a lot of their launchers and missiles were destroyed over the past 2 years and last few days. The Islamic Republic of Iran's goal here, though, I believe, is to put as much economic pressure and as much cost as possible onto the United States and its allies to get them to capitulate and ask the US, the allies would ask the US to call off the attack at that point and to pressure the US to get a ceasefire before any regime change is inflicted. That's what Iran's goal is. So the continued missile...
I think that's accurate. I think the goal is just to survive at this point. It's not about preserving the military. Maybe it's about preserving the oil capacity. Maybe it's about that. But I think it's just trying to do enough regional damage that the United States backs off. That way we're not sending in the CIA with the Special Activities Division, with the Special Forces units in order to train local Iranian militias in order to overthrow the government. I think they're just trying to survive as a regime. Now, I think that the Ayatollah's son, I think that his propaganda is contrary to us being willing to tolerate said regime. But I do think that the goal is just like survival. Yeah, mission survive. Unironically, I think that's it. They are at the end of the video game Halo Reach, except for there is a chance that they could survive, and their job is to fight 500 elites in this metaphor. But the elites are not aliens with energy shielding and plasma weapons. They are F-35 and B-2 and B-21 stealth fighters and bombers. John Democracy says, so flail around and hope it works? Yeah. I mean, that's really what's going on. I mean, they attacked like 17 countries. They attacked Azerbaijan. You know? They attacked Azerbaijan. They attacked Turkmenistan. You know? Like, this is 50 Cent, what he say fuck me for? This is hold up.
Floyd said, fuck T.I., fuck Nelly, fuck 50. I'm like, what do you say fuck me for? Nelly fucked your first baby mama, Melissa, then took your fucking fiance. Say fuck that
nigga. That's Azerbaijan. When Iranian ballistic missiles came into Azerbaijan, that was the energy.
Attacks are an indication that the individual IRGC commanders still remain loyal to their mission, and they're fighting as hard as they can against the United States and Israel. It is a battle of the wills. The naval battle has so far not gone well for Iran, but it was not for lack of trying. Just look at how over the past few weeks leading up to the war, Iran trained with Chinese and Russian ships, drilling to avoid this exact scenario. Just think of how this changes the balance
AC
of
guys
power
here. I gotta.
Now that Iran's navy has been entirely sunk, their ability to threaten to close the Strait of Hormuz has been greatly diminished, if not removed off the playing field entirely. While the ongoing conflict is happening, the Strait of Hormuz is going to be shut down either way, though. With the naval pieces of the puzzle underway, take a look at where bombing runs have targeted on land. The live conflict map shows targets all along the border being hit. The authorities, their security centers are being bombed on the western border of Iran. And why is that? They don't pose that much of a strategic threat, so why is the United States aiming at them? They're focusing fire on the western border in part because it's part of their plan in hope to pave the way for Kurdish militia groups to be able to move over land. These Kurdish militias already have thousands of combat-proven soldiers along the Iran-Iraq border. There are now reports that since last year, the CIA and Mossad have been smuggling weapons into western Iran to give to Kurdish fighters in order for them to launch a ground campaign in the next few days if American air power is able to clear the way. It's the only reason why you would see these random police stations in western Iran getting hit by million-dollar bombs. They control strategic areas as it is. If Iran's forces were degraded enough, it could be a significant sector to watch as the war develops. Because Trump spoke with the Kurds over the phone on Sunday, according to the Wall Street Journal. He's negotiating a way for the Kurds to try to fill the power vacuum in Iran that American and Israeli forces are creating. This would mean inserting U.S. special forces into the Kurdish groups in Iraq to arm them and assist their assault into Iran, similar to what their mission was at the beginning of the war in Afghanistan. With all these munitions flying around in chaos, a major accident happened. 3 U.S. F-15 fighter jets were shot down by Kuwaiti air defense systems. All of the pilots reportedly managed to eject safely and survived. There were strange encounters filmed between them and confused Kuwaiti people on the ground who at first thought that they were engaging with Iranian pilots and they threatened to attack them. But then they cleared everything up. One man was very appreciative to this pilot.
Everything good? No problem. Thank you for helping us. Everything perfect?
And shout out to this pilot's baller mustache. Now, it could be lies and these aircraft were shot down by enemy fire, but that would mean you'd have to accept that all of the pilots lie about it and that none of these pilots are given the medals that they would get for having been downed by enemy fire, which would be unlikely. The footage has been geolocated to over Kuwait as well, which means it's less likely to be enemy fire because Iran doesn't have air defense missile systems stationed close enough to Kuwaiti airspace that they could shoot them down over that area. It's not impossible, but these factors make it unlikely. Kuwait acknowledged the mistake because deconflicting airspace with enemy drones coming at you and you have seconds to either shoot them down or not. And if you're wrong, it could mean you're dead. It's a lot of pressure. And add on to that everyone is speaking different languages, and this is an embarrassing mistake that happens. The battle moves from the sea to over land, where there are 3 objectives. 1, degrade Iran's nuclear capabilities. 2, degrade their ability to govern. And 3, destroy all ballistic missile launchers. To that point, take a look at this footage just released by the US military of new B-1 bomber runs and B-2 Spirit stealth bombers that ran bombing missions last night over Iran and were escorted by F-35 fighters that dropped thousands of pounds of bombs on Iran's nuclear facilities, and specifically the missile facilities, because they're attempting to knock out the mobile launchers and the underground missile bases. The B-2 stealth bomber sorties are designed to attack hardened ballistic missile facilities, though, with 2,000-pound bombs. You can see Natanz is on fire, the nuclear facility. Satellite images show that 2 entrances used by personnel at the Natanz nuclear facility enrichment complex and the entrance for vehicles were severely damaged. We just got confirmation that the old B-52 bomber is now being used in the skies over Iran on bombing runs. These are only used once an opening has been paved and there's no threat to them. A-10 Warthog attack jets have also been dragged out of what was near retirement, according to reports, and they've been deployed in the war as well. These assets have flattened Iran's air bases. Massive explosions rocked nuclear facilities in Isfahan. Then there's a concerted effort to hit the Islamic Republic's ability.
My bad, guys. I've been having this issue. I probably told y'all. I've been having this issue with the AC drain line for a couple of weeks. I disassembled the PVC. I hit it with a shop vacuum. I poured like bleach and white vinegar and probably made some nerve gas in my air conditioning drain line, but it's still backing up and doing the auto plunger shutoff thing. So we have an AC tech here. So my bad for pulling a Hassan Piker, but I got to do what I got to do.
To govern, because Israeli airstrikes hit the building in Qom, used by the Assembly of Experts, which is a council of senior clerics, about 90 members of them, who are responsible for electing Iran's next supreme leader, which makes it more difficult now for them to replace the supreme leader quickly because it was blown up. The more time in between leaders, the more chaos. According to initial reports, the Israeli Air Force hit the building while the council was in the middle of meeting on who to elect. According to an Israeli official, they struck while they were in the middle of counting the votes to appoint the next supreme leader. More than 40 of Iran's most senior leaders have already been killed so far, including the former Ayatollah. This has had the effect of fracturing the regime's command structure. It's basically regime change because much of the regime is dead now. Analysts are estimating over 1,000 Iranian troops have been killed inside of the country so far. And so far, 6 US soldiers were KIA in a single attack on a Kuwaiti airbase and 5 injured. Just swinging over now on the live conflict map to the capital of Tehran, and oh my god, it's covered. Israeli and US fighter aircraft and drones are now operating with total immunity. You see them just casually flying around in the sky, not even that high up during broad daylight, firing hellfires.
I think he meant impunity, but immunity, weirdly enough, also works.
Iran's air defense systems have been totally destroyed. Well, not totally destroyed, because this video that was just released shows an Israeli fighter pilot just narrowly avoiding a missile that was fired at it over Tehran. By seeing the targets chosen, we get a better idea of what they're trying to accomplish. This hit targeted the Vardavard Logistics and Support Center, whose role was to store, maintain, and coordinate Iran's military equipment, supplies, and their support elements. So these airstrikes targeted the Mahrabad airport, and the IDF targeted the Thrala headquarters that was used by the regime to suppress protesters. All of these targets suggest to me that they're trying to cripple Iran's ability to stay in control here. A building belonging to the Law Enforcement Command was destroyed. You see, the Quds Force Command Center in Lebanon was targeted. This helicopter factory was destroyed. US and Israeli fighters targeted additional ballistic missile launchers. Here's more footage that was dropped by America's CENTCOM of even more launchers being taken out, trying to narrow those down from the reported 100 they have left to 0. I'm recording this later in the day.
By the way, like what a terrifying job if you are a part of the Iranian military establishment and you know that you must violently resist the American regime. And so you have to roll out your rocket launchers, your missile launcher systems in order to fire back. But you know the second that you do, American air power is probably going to spot you and destroy the launcher. And the secondary explosion, let's say you were even in a part of like a command unit next to the ballistic launcher, they're going to take that out too. So it's effectively like Iranian military forces and Iranian government forces, until American military forces decide to kind of like let up a little bit, it's a suicide mission. Now, it's a suicide mission that the Iranians might have the willpower to carry out repeatedly in order to resist American intervention. But at the same time, it is effectively a suicide mission.
And I have since learned that Iran was actually able to produce more of these ballistic missile launchers in the interim since they were last destroyed. So the estimates were that Iran had 400 of these ballistic launchers, and that since then, about 300 have been destroyed. But even if they'd knocked those out, the underground facilities would still remain, which is why it's such a challenge. From the video evidence I've seen released so far, it appears to be approaching 30 ballistic launchers destroyed. The US government has changed how they've spoken about the conflict. Currently, it appears like they don't know if the air power alone can inflict regime change. They're instead saying the main goal is to destroy Iran's military capabilities. Air power has historically had its limits. It's unclear if new technologies will be able to overcome all that. The scope of the attack is enormous. Its sites on the border with Pakistan and Afghanistan were hit hundreds of miles apart. They knocked out the Iranian regime's leadership compound, which is the central headquarters. The command headquarters was one of the most heavily secured assets in Iran. The compound that housed the regime's most senior forum killed all of the people there overnight with a precise strike. Something bizarre that's happening during this is we're finding out the level to which soldiers or government officials are profiting by using access to classified intelligence. So someone made over $500,000 on a suspicious bet that was placed right before Khamenei's death, hours before it happened.
Listen, that's morbid. All right, that is morbid. But at the same time, I can't help but appreciate the irony of the uptick in betting, in digital gambling, because that is like mad funny. Like you're a senior Pakistani you're a senior Pakistani intelligence operative. You get told by your CIA liaison, like, hey, in the next day or two, we're taking out the Ayatollah. And then you're like, sick, bet. And like your first step isn't to leak it to jihadist militants. It's not to call your Iranian counterparties in order to see if they can save the Ayatollah. You're like, I'm going to go on a Polymarket and I'm going to make a bet that the Ayatollah is going to die in the next 96 hours. And then I'm going to win $500,000 on all the idiots betting against me because they don't know I have inside information. Oh my God. Yeah, Sigma. That is Sigma is hell. Absolutely.
Long been reports of Al-Qaeda making money in the stock market off advanced knowledge before 9/11. So this isn't exactly anything new, but it's a new form of it. If you're a fighter pilot or any soldier who knew...
It's only bad because it's insider trading. Oh my God. All right, we're all going to hell. And apparently you're dragging me with you.
the war with Iran was about to happen a day in advance, could easily make thousands of dollars off of it. It's causing a big problem. The other big problem is many people are concerned about how this might deplete stockpiles of air defense assets. This is a genuine concern because every Patriot fired in the Middle East is one less that could be fired in the Pacific, and they do take a long time to produce. However, production has ramped up by a lot since the war in Ukraine started. Current numbers are about 125 of the most advanced SM-6, 620 of the Patriot missiles, 96 of the THAAD, all in just a year, which means the inventory isn't totally depleted yet. Although Lockheed Martin and Raytheon would love for us to double that production again. Right now, it's impossible to tell who's winning because just because you destroy...
All right, I got one more Cappy verse segment. I want to watch the Ukrainian conflict. But, guys, you understand, this might not be happening right. Well, actually, I think there's probably a high probability. I can't say for sure that it's happening. For sure. However, DEW, directed energy weapons, have been tested with, and microwave weapons have been tested. So let's go to YouTube real quick and let me show you a laser used against a drone. So, laser... Ooh, what? What is this? Return to Armageddon Warhammer 40,000 animation. Let's go. Don't worry, we'll clip this out. I just need to see if I can react to it this week for Warhammer content. Sometimes the Warhammer animations are like boring as hell and it's all exposition and they just zoom in on a beautiful scene. And sometimes it's like action scenes with amazing violence that absolutely needs love. So let's take a look. 3 minutes of your life. It's not going to hurt you.
Are we ready?
We're ready.
People of Armageddon.
Soldiers of the Imperial Guard. For decades, we have defended this world. Some of you were born here and know only war. Some of you have grown old upon these battlefields. Some of you were brought from off-world, shipped here to die.
I thank every one of you. But look at what's become of our world.
Graveyards that reach from horizon to horizon. Cities cloaked in ash and dust. All
industry in ruin. The next wave of greenskins will soon reach our world.
They come in numbers the likes of which we've never seen. We're expected to die in duty, to hold the line.
We cannot.
There is no victory to be had here. I cannot ask you to die
in the mud of a world that was lost long ago. Flee, all of you.
Flee. Make for the evacuation transports.
Get off world if you are able. Run for your life.
I was gonna say that's not very Imperial. the Imperials. He just got executed. For those of you who are not watching your screens, low frame points. My bad. Don't worry, I'll watch it on a different browser when I react. But there's definitely enough action in here for me to break it down. But for those of you who are unfamiliar with 40K, yeah, telling your guardsmen to flee. Number one, the guardsmen are so aggressively trained, especially the Death Corps. Especially the Death Corps of Krieg. They're not abandoning their post. Yeah, what the fuck is flee? Indeed. Indeed. The Death Corps of Krieg would not obey that order at all. And then the Cadians likely would not obey that order either. The Cadians and the Death Corps are renowned for basically like horrible last stands against insurmountable odds, they will lose the planet before they surrender or retreat. So that governor trying to quote unquote save lives, what an idiot. Is it Yarrick?
There will be no evacuation.
There will be no cowardice. There will be no defeat. This is our city. This is our world. Soldiers of Armageddon,
Make ready.
Oh my God. For those of you who don't know, Sebastian Yarrick is like one of the greatest heroes of the Imperium. Okay, back to Ukraine. All right, anyways, quick chill. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. We got 33 minutes left on a goal. We did have some people who were very kind, mostly grassroots hegemon, let's be real. Grassroots, and Vazraka. So Vazraka with the gifted, grassroots with the 20, grassroots with the 10, grassroots with the 10, grassroots with the 20, grassroots with the 20. Grassroots, thank you for being the hero today. Obviously tomorrow on Tuesdays I do make a better cut, but I obviously want to continue on with the content here as well. So please be sure, if your name is not Grassroots Hegemon and you do have money burning a hole in your pocket, like the stream, that is free. Share it with your friends, that is also free. Engage with chat. There's lots of cool, interesting 3000 IQ Giga Chats and Giga Stacies in my chat. Super chats if you got them. You know, $2, $5, $10. Everything counts. Everything helps, especially with the tax man coming around. So $2, $5, $10, whatever you got, appreciated. And then memberships. If you gift a membership, effectively what that does is not only does it donate to the stream, but it also asks the people who receive the memberships, hey, you know, you watch a lot of Counterpoints and you received a membership. Do you want to be charged on a monthly basis $2, $5, $10 in order to support the channel? And if they're bored and they want to support the channel, then they might let it ride, at which point we get a little bit of revenue from them. So think about it. Much appreciated. Thank you for watching. I hope all my Geopolitical people, Patriarch and Christian Valaris, and the people who want us to cover serious topics, I hope you're enjoying the Cappy content, because honestly, like, I understand that, once again, not everybody, they might not think that Chris Cappy is like the most like geopolitically brilliant analyst to ever be on YouTube, but he does a good job. I think he's done a great job. So I hope you agree as well. So anyways, quick chill, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Let's keep going. Apparently Ukraine did a counteroffensive, and I do want to watch this because I think it's interesting. Ukraine did do a counteroffensive, and they took back the Dnipro Oblast. And apparently a part of it was that the Russian Starlink connection went down. For those of you who don't know, Elon Musk has internet service through satellites that is available globally. And so the Russian, at least according to some Russian sources, the Russian half of Starlink shut down for a few hours, while simultaneously Ukraine did a massive offensive to take the Dnipro Oblast. And so they were able to slash through Russian forces due to communications problems. So, yeah, let's take a look. Yep. Why isn't it working?
In early February, something shocking happened. Russian military communications suddenly went dark. Russian soldiers lost access to their most critical capabilities, including coordinating artillery and drone fire. Can you hear me now, Hua? The American company SpaceX had just kneecapped them by turning off Russian access to the communications network. But how did this happen? Was it the company's CEO Elon Musk who made the decision, or is it really the US government and the Pentagon making the ultimate call? Will Moscow be able to find a replacement solution quickly? I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy. Let's find out. For Russian units at the line of contact on the zero line in Ukraine, the blackout had near instantaneous disastrous effects. Russian commanders were unable to issue orders from the top down, and then their units started firing on each other due to lack of knowing where friendlies were located. To make matters even worse for them, their backup systems were being jammed by their own electronic warfare due to having no coordination. One intercepted radio communication from a Russian soldier said, quote, "All we've got left now are radios, cables, and pigeons." During the comms blackout, they reclaimed over 400 kilometers within just the first 5 days. Ukrainian troops were able to advance that far. And to put that into context, that's about 10% of what Russia gained in all of 2025. These are marginal gains, and Russia's still advancing and has the clear advantage on the battlefield. But this is a shocking development that raises a ton of important questions. One Ukrainian aerial reconnaissance operator, call sign Mustang, said, quote, "On the Russian side, we observed on the very first day Starlink was shut down that artillery and mortar fire dropped drastically. Drone drops and FPV attacks also suddenly decreased. I'd be pretty useless without a connection too." All of this is
Somebody says, well, Wicked Radiation says Tesla came up with it first. What does that have to do with anything? Starlink is a parallel company to Tesla. It's both owned by Elon Musk. So what's the issue? And then somebody was saying, like, Russia, our great enemy, is reliant on American internet infrastructure in order to conduct military operations. How the mighty have fallen. And I agree, man. Like, that is bananas. If you're actually, like, outsourcing major communications and internet capacities in an ongoing hot conflict, and your comm system, your internet system, is based on an enemy or a rival that is all actively supporting the other side, that's fucking bananas. That's banana pants. That's like us trying to, by proxy, support the Taiwanese, but the internet services that we give them are based in China. That, oof, man, the Russians have really been phoning it in over the past couple of decades. They really have not been taking this whole geopolitical strategy rivalry with the United States. They have not been taking it seriously.
Because of this tiny device here, the Starlink terminal made by SpaceX. It gives soldiers the ability to operate their greatest weapons, drones, artillery coordination, comms, all done in remote battlefield locations that often have little to no infrastructure surviving. It connects to a constellation of low Earth orbit satellites overhead. So the way it works is it relays encrypted data between the terminal and ground stations that are tied into this global internet, creating a fast, portable, broad link almost anywhere on Earth. Basically, it's very hard to kill people without it. As soon as the outage hit forward deployed Russian units, they started trying to get Ukrainian soldiers to sell their access codes to their Starlink terminals. It's like those scammers that call you 10 times a day. Ukrainian forces.
That is wild. That is wild. Dude, imagine being in armed conflict with somebody and you get a phone call from them saying, like, "Hey bro, we'll pay you a few $1,000 if you give us your internet access," and you're at war with them.
Were already positioned in advance to take advantage of the Russian chaos, though. They had anticipated this was coming and had in fact coordinated it. But how did Ukraine use this to trick Russian soldiers, and who really ordered the closure of Starlink? All the animation work in this video is sponsored by drone clone experts. A lot of guys that I know who play airsoft or who regularly do police and military training are incorporating this type of drone into their routine now and tactics for aerial surveillance. When I'm
Sorry, it's a commercial, but I'm actually really interested in this.
Doing long range shooting, I like to use their Limitless 5 drone because it lets me spot where my shots hit. As you may know, the US banned new DJI drones from the Chinese Communist Party, so that's part of the reason why I started using Drone Clone Expert's Limitless 5, because they're the safest and most reliable alternative from a company that I trust. And you don't have to worry about crashing it because it has obstacle avoidance and GPS auto return to home, which is my favorite feature.
You can just tap a button and it comes right back home to you.
You get a 4K Ultra HD camera with a 3-axis stabilized gimbal. It's got long battery life, 3-mile range, and there's a night mode on it that brightens the sensor. Drone Clone Experts is an American-owned and American-operated company based right here in the United States. If you want pro-level quality for just a fraction of the price, get 20% off at checkout by just entering the code CAPPY.
I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty sick. Anyways.
Service in order to trick Russian soldiers into giving up their sensitive data, basically getting them to dox themselves and give up their locations on the battlefield. In the Russians' desperation to reconnect to access to the network, they were fooled into giving thousands of dollars to the Ukrainian armed forces, which they thought was a service fee to get reconnected. And they sent over packets of information that in that data, it revealed their geolocation coordinates. So Russian soldiers were trying to beg, borrow, and steal and bribe their way back into the network because Ukrainian agents were pretending to help them reconnect to Starlink devices. They then began firing on the positions of the now defunct Russian Starlink terminals. These issues were compounded by the fact that the Russian way of war operates really on this top-down method, so supplies don't.
Dude, imagine calling IT, and IT is an Indian scammer who takes your information and then uses your information to rain artillery down on your position. Oh my god, I would be furious.
Reach units can't conduct offensive actions without those daily orders from the top. This top-down system, don't get me wrong, it has its benefits in many cases, but it can be more ineffective when the communications are lost. Russia has managed to skirt US sanctions by shipping Starlink terminals into their country through third parties in other nations like Kazakhstan. Then they distribute them to the front line. So Russian soldiers found these terminals to work better than a lot of their homegrown comms equipment. Since 2024, the Russian military has started to incorporate satellite internet into their force structure with the Starlink system. The only problem for them was that these Starlink terminals weren't supposed to be in Russia to begin with. So the strategic benefit for the US to allow this to happen, though, was that it made Russia dependent on tech that they held the keys to. The Russian military began to rely on these unauthorized Starlink terminals more and more, basically becoming addicted to the tech. But this proved to be a blunder. Relying on a civilian communication service from a foreign nation for critical military operations at all levels is a vulnerability that it doesn't take a friggin' 4-star general to figure out. An average.
I'm sorry, dude. This is like... Are Russians not embarrassed? Are Russians not embarrassed? Like, you were our peer. We used to have fantasies about you invading our country and taking over because you had one of the world's largest militaries, one of the world's largest nuclear stockpiles, arguably still has. After the fall of the Soviet Union, they have so many weapons stockpiles that it is unsurprising. Because like part of the inefficiency of a command economy is you can order as much production as you want for anything, even if there isn't a market demand for it. And the Russians over-invested in defense tech in the Cold War that they ended up didn't use at all. And so what ended up happening was when the Soviet Union collapsed, all of that became like the armory of the third world. Russians were borrowing and stealing and selling their inventory to the third world in order to make a buck. And so now it's like flooded the world with weapons, ammo, all that crap, to the point that even decades later, it's still massively available. And then not just that, but they were using like World War I tactics. Okay? For World War I tactics. So the way that maneuver warfare, I've explained this before. Let me just pull up and see if there's just like a quick animation of it. You're good? Let me see if my Ma's available real quick, and then worst case scenario. But anyway, so the point is, like, maneuver warfare is you hit the enemy where they're weakest as quickly as possible. You bypass their hard points, and then you basically maneuver around the hard points so the hard points collapse. And the Russians are insistent on doing, like, line warfare with artillery support and drone support. And it's a very silly way to conduct war from an American perspective, but it's also given Ukraine the breathing room that it needs in order to survive. So it's kind of hard to, like, argue for Russians to be more modern and more effective when realistically it's, their lack of tactics and strategy is what's keeping Ukraine in the game. But I need to go talk to the AC Tech.
Countrymen could see that. So what is the official story for how the decision was made to cut the service access? According to one account of events, Ukrainian authorities investigated a deadly attack on a passenger train in Kharkiv on January 27th, and they discovered that one of these black market Starlink terminals was in the drone wreckage. Then there was an attempted assassination drone strike against Ukrainian President Zelensky. And as the official story goes, that was the final straw, and Ukraine's defense minister Fedorov then presented Elon Musk with this documented evidence of Russian forces using Starlink to operate these long-range drones. And then Elon Musk then ordered SpaceX to shut down any unauthorized Starlink terminals that wasn't properly registered on what's called a whitelist. So only Ukraine could access these terminals now, and ones that were in Russian hands without access codes were blacklisted and basically bricked. They were as good as frickin' paperweights. So within a matter of a couple of hours, Russian battlefield communications collapsed, and since they had no backup plan, no plan B, the results were catastrophic. At least that's what the official story says, but that doesn't make complete sense to me. Why would Elon Musk, the owner of Starlink, suddenly turn around and decide on his own after 2 years out of nowhere to shut the service down, after first allowing the entire Russian army to become dependent on the service? Why would he then suddenly turn around? Was it because they had tried to kill just one too many people? For 2 whole years, similar attacks had been made by Russia with no changes. But who ultimately controls access to this very vital system for both armies? Is it one man or is it a government? It's easy to forget that just a year ago in 2025, there were reports that the US government was threatening to turn off Starlink for Ukrainian armed forces if they didn't sign a minerals deal. The point of this is that when the US government was in these behind doors negotiations, they threatened to cut off access to the Ukrainian armed forces. And it happened while I was reporting from the front lines in Ukraine. So I asked soldiers there at the front what they thought of the Starlink device. Every single unit I spoke to said they relied on it heavily on these terminals that were outside every single one of their safe houses. They depended on them to keep drone feeds live and to get target coordinates. I saw them using it every day. So soldiers I spoke to said they would be absolutely without it. I asked, well, couldn't you just get another workaround? And they said another solution would suck and would basically take forever to set up. And this isn't the first time that the US government has used Starlink to tip the scales in the war by any means. In 2022, just a few days after Russia invaded the country, the Starlink service went live in Ukraine for free for the whole nation. It was actually used to connect the Ukrainian military to the US Joint Special Operations Command, who helped them with targeting Russian positions early in the war. It was used to see live video feeds to adjust artillery fire coordinates, and without it, the country may have fallen very quickly to Moscow. However, here's where it gets kind of strange, I think. During the first Ukrainian counteroffensive in September 2022, as Ukraine soldiers took back and recovered large sections of territory, the Russian army was in full retreat. They left behind hundreds of vehicles. If you remember, thousands were killed. It was starting to look like the front line may collapse and might turn into a strategic defeat for Russia for a moment. Suddenly, when Ukraine was pushing forward the hardest, somehow Starlink stopped working. It was a catastrophic loss of communications for them. But it only stopped working when soldiers got close to or beyond the Russian front line, almost like they were being contained in their advance. Coincidentally, the Starlink access was turned off literally the day after Russia signaled to America that they were going to use a nuclear weapon. We later found out US intelligence had learned Russia was seriously considering using a nuke. So Starlink was coincidentally shut off right as the Ukrainian army was advancing too far, too fast, right as the US government was concerned about nuclear retaliation. This was at the time categorized as Elon Musk tipping the scales of the war. The media ran headlines that a billionaire was deciding the outcome of a major conflict. But is it Elon Musk's decision, or is it the US government pulling the strings behind the scenes? The terminals used by any military are actually a separate service called Starshield. And according to Elon Musk himself, quote, Starlink needs to be a civilian network, not to participate in combat. Starshield will be owned by the US government and controlled by the US Space Force. This is the right order of things, end quote, from Elon Musk. So the US government also is responsible for paying for much of Starlink's Ukraine operations since early 2022. The Department of Defense and US tax dollars covers the cost of running the service in Ukraine. According to public records, Starlink is subject to national security reviews by the US government authorities. And on top of that, US export law and sanctions constrain the service. So what we've seen is that every single time when the service is shut off for Ukraine or for Russia, it has always lined up with the US government's strategic interests. If it were the US government that was behind all of this, why wouldn't they take overt credit? Because there is a value to having a layer of plausible deniability between these actions. The US government doesn't take the heat for the decisions which could impact foreign relations or negotiations. This is evidence it's not.
All right, sorry guys, just air conditioning in Florida is important. So, yeah, isn't it kind of wild that the Russians made such a tactical and strategic blunder? Once again, I'm just going to reiterate real quick. I would be embarrassed to be the Russians. They have cool technology. Like, I'll show you. They have the T-14 Armata tank. This thing was supposed to be pretty badass. It was supposed to be like the next generation of main battle tank. I think we've only seen half a dozen of them on the battlefield, and even the ones that were out there got knocked out. I think that the M1 Abrams and the Leopards that the Germans have provided, while they haven't been like a total game changer, they have offered the Ukrainians an increased amount of survivability. We've seen T-72 tanks on the battlefield, which are effectively Cold War era tanks, and they have this like horrible design flaw where it's a self-loader, which is considered like a modern design to have a self-loading main battle tank. And when you're going up against like conventional infantry, there's no problem with that. But the problem is the gunner sits on top of an ammo reserve. And so a FPV drone with the right explosive can fly in immediately behind the tank and detonate, and it'll blow up the entire tank because it'll set off the ammunition reserve. Same thing if the tank crews are hot, and so they're kind of like chilling inside the tank with the doors open and the crew compartments open, then we've seen Ukrainian drones drop grenades through the hatches and then set off the ammo reserve inside the tank, blowing up the entire tank. So we were supposed to see that. We were supposed to see like T4. We were supposed to see updated 72s. We were supposed to see updated T-14s. Haven't seen any of that stuff. And then we were also supposed to see Russian stealth fighter. We were supposed to see Russian stealth planes. Like we were supposed to see Russian stealth planes in theater dominating Ukrainian Air Force and Ukrainian missile batteries, and we just haven't seen them. The fact that the Russians, like 3 years into the conflict, still haven't established air supremacy is insane. You understand, for the United States, like, if we could not establish air superiority or air supremacy, we might not even launch a mission because it would be too dangerous to ground forces. Whereas the Russians are, what, 3 years into the conflict, 4 years into the conflict? They haven't even tried to establish air superiority. They just like bum rush. They like Leroy Jenkins'd Russia, Ukraine, helicopter, insert, airfield. They just bum rushed Ukraine with paratroopers, and they got shot down. And then the paratroopers were so far ahead of their support that they got split up. They got murdered. Russian paratroopers. Imagine, so the way that we view the 75th Ranger Regiment and the way that we view the 82nd Airborne, and we were watching those previous videos where we were saying, like, we could take Kharg Island. We could take Kharg Island, and then we would expect to logistically and air support those troops into holding the territory. And even if we suffered like a few hundred or a few thousand casualties, that would be a big deal for the United States. Whereas the Russians just threw a few thousand paratroopers into Ukrainian territory and then let them get chewed up and killed. And that was part of their tactic. It's actually legitimately bananas. Like, being a disposable Russian paratrooper or helicopter insert. Like, dude, I'm happy you guys have like manly propaganda videos, but you actually did get fucked. You got fucked bad. So, I'm trying to think of what else. So there was a helicopter insert, the stealth planes, the tanks. I mean, I think that's about it. I think we're all kind of shocked at how incompetent the Russian invasion of Ukraine has been. It's actually terrible.
Making these decisions about Starlink's access. It's the US government telling him what moves to make. And it's their strategic decision to get Russia hooked on the tech and then to turn it off. If we zoom out for a second, I think the answer becomes more obvious. The ongoing negotiations between the US and Russian governments to end the war has not been going well. Increasingly, the US has slowly applied increasing pressure on Moscow in an attempt to get them to consider a peace deal to end the war, sanctioning more oil, sending Ukraine targeting data to destroy Russia's oil infrastructure, and targeting data on Russia's shadow fleet. US troops have been capturing Russia's shadow fleet oil tankers. All of these moves are connected. I believe the decision to cut off Russia's access to Starlink right at this moment right now is not coincidence, and it was likely not made by Elon Musk. It was made by the US government as part of a broader strategy to pressure Russia into ending the war. This battlefield tech is another piece of leverage that's being used, and now that the Ukrainian forces have been losing territory in the past 2 years, this gives Putin little reason to end the war without added pressure. And the question is, will
Airborne Kite with the $2. Thank you, King. Much appreciated.
Will it work or will it backfire? Because now in early March, Russia has recorded their slowest territorial gains in nearly 2 years. They're racing to find a replacement solution, though. The Kremlin has turned to a balloon-based 5G network as a kind of interim fix. These balloon platforms carry signals into the stratosphere. Beyond that, Russia's looking to launch their first batch of low-orbit broadband internet satellites under a project that's meant to rival SpaceX Starlink. It's going to be 16 satellites. Originally, it was supposed to go up in 2025, but now it's been pushed back into 2026.
All right, real quick, let me shill, just because I haven't chilled very much today. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Grassroots, thank you for being the hero today. So, Vazraka, grassroots. Airborne Kite, grassroots. So Airborne Kite with a 2 said happy Monday. Grassroots with the 5 says, I don't know the answer to this, but at what point do the Russians just stop being considered a peer power? I think they could be considered like, how do I phrase this? When I hear near peer, I think that the logistics capacity of an adversary, they can field equipment similar to our own. So we have the M16 or the M4 series or the M27 series or the new M7. The Russians have the AK series, and the AK is a perfectly fine assault rifle. In reference to the M1 Abrams, the Russians have the T-14 Armada, but they haven't been able to roll it out. We have our stealth jets. Apparently, their stealth jets suck. But they have the capacity to make complex technology, and then they have the capacity to field set technology and logistically, support it. So I think we're laughing at it from rarefied atmosphere, because if you remember, there's always that thing that like lefties post on the internet that basically says that America spends on an annual basis the next like 6 or 10 powers on the planet, we spend the same amount of money as the next 6 combined, and like 3 or 4 of them are allies. I think that's the famous quote. So Russia probably could absolutely annihilate asymmetric forces like insurgents. They do an okay job killing Ukrainians, and they do an okay job killing Chechens. But yeah, like, near peer might be like a misnomer. So hold on, let's take a look at it. United States spends more money on defense than the next 6 countries combined. I hope that pops up. The United States consistently outspends the next several highest spending nations combined on defense. As of 2024-25, U.S. military expenditure reached nearly $1 trillion, according for roughly 40% of global military spending, and exceeding the combined budget of the next 9 largest spending countries, including China, Russia, and India. So it's not 10, it's not 6, it's 9. Okay? 9 countries combined does not exceed the United States, and 2 of them are enemies or rivals, and then the other ones are allies or neutral. Holy bejesus. Yeah. Percentage of GDP. Despite the high volume, the U.S. is not the highest in spending in percentage of GDP. Countries like Russia, Saudi Arabia, and Israel often spend a higher percentage of their economy on defense. That's another irony of the situation, is that, like, we don't drop crazy cash compared to the size of our economy compared to some other countries. So...
case may be, once those satellites are up, it appears they will have an alternative. The sudden change,
but we could also knock out those satellites if we wanted to,
on the battlefield goes beyond connectivity, though, because American fighter pilots are now fighting in Ukraine, and they sprinted across the flight line, they jumped into the cockpit of an F-16, and they locked in. Their flight briefing explained their mission is to intercept 425 incoming Russian attack drones and missiles that are aimed at Ukraine's power grid. Their squadron was located in a remote makeshift airfield in western Ukraine. The US pilots' airfields here are untraditional compared to what they're used to, always located on the side of highways and in unassuming farmland. It was how they survived being hunted by Russian surveillance and missile attacks. New reports from Intelligence Online, and then rerun in many other sources, is that there's a new squadron made up of a mix of American and Dutch pilots who are now flying combat missions in Ukraine. And this...
holy shit, we have new flying tigers. Do you understand how cool it is? I do not have the sense of adventure that these guys do, but holy fazoli, is this cool. So for those of you who don't know, this was like part of my lore growing up. This is part of like stuff that my grandpa told me. So back before the United States entered World War II, there was a volunteer flight group in China. The United States gave the Chinese government a bunch of P-40 Warhawk planes. They painted on the shark mouth, although I guess it's a tiger mouth, and they were called the Flying Tigers, and it was an all-volunteer branch. They were considered civilians, at least from like their host nation, but then they volunteered as fighter bomber pilots in World War II, flying on behalf of the Chinese Air Force. And effectively what Chris Cappy told you, which should blow your mind, by the way, is that Dutch and American fighter jet veterans have volunteered to fly in the Ukrainian Air Force, piloting F-16s, doing combat missions in Ukraine. Bruh. That is bananas. Let's take a look at that real quick. American volunteers flying F-16s in Ukraine. So hold on. Yeah, Dutch and American F-16 veterans may be flying in Ukraine. Unverified reports from early 2026 suggest a mixed squadron of Ukrainian, American, and Dutch pilots, including retired veterans working as contractors, are flying F-16 combat missions to defend Kyiv. While some reports claim these volunteers are active, the Ukrainian Air Force has denied the existence of this unit, calling the stories misleading. Okay, so it could be that they're just training Ukrainian pilots, but oh my God, if we have a new Flying Tigers unit, that's somebody's got to make a movie. Somebody talk to the producers of Top Gun. Somebody get Tom Cruise on the phone.
This is one of the reasons why Ukraine is suddenly advancing now, because one of the former US military pilots is a veteran of combat missions in Afghanistan, and another was reportedly blowing shit up all over the Middle East. They are serving in Ukraine's defense on a temporary contract, and this is not as unusual as it sounds, because during the Vietnam and Korean War, the Soviets sent hundreds of instructors and pilots to secretly assist against the American Air Force. Soviet pilots were posted to various Middle Eastern nations to covertly assist in combat against Israeli pilots, and American pilots were sent to China during World War II.
Bruh, he stole it from my brain. Let's go.
Famously in the Flying Tigers to help against Japan. In this case, however, these are former pilots who are allegedly no longer officially part of the US military, and they are dedicated to flying air defense missions, which is similar to the type of assignments Soviet pilots were given in Vietnam against the Americans. So according to reports, these US and Dutch pilots are daily intercepting the massive Russian night attacks. They're shooting down KH-101 missiles and attack drones. Footage was just released showing the first time one of the F-16s used a low-cost guided rocket to intercept a Russian munition. It shouldn't come as a...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm crying. I'm crying at how cool this is. Do you understand? There was some knucklehead in our chat earlier who was like, maybe we're the bad guys. I'm sorry. Do the bad guys volunteer, provide technology to a country that's being invaded, and then provide low-cost guided rockets in order to shoot down drones that are targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure? Like, I get it. We're the bad guys in a lot of ways. We do a lot of crazy stuff. I'm not saying we're good. Like, obviously, like the CIA, John Kirikow, or whatever that guy's name is. John Kirikow was probably, like, you know, overseeing people getting their toenails pulled out with a pair of pliers while getting, while getting information from random knuckleheads. But you understand, like, how cool it is to have a modern Flying Tiger squadron flying missions over Ukraine in order to fire guided rockets at drones the size of a small Volkswagen Beetle that are currently terrorizing the Ukrainian population. That's amazing. That's like the coolest thing I've ever heard. Are you kidding me? Oh my God. I wish. Not, I thought I was born at the perfect time. I thought being born in the late 80s, being at the end of the Cold War, coming up during the War on Terror, all that kind of stuff, I thought that was the coolest thing on the planet. But I think that being my age, but then being like a 20-year F-16 pilot veteran, divorced multiple times, obviously, but then you go over to Ukraine in order to be a volunteer fighter pilot for their Air Force. Oh my God. That is fucking bananas. So, Jen Winkler says, oh shit, Trump just posted Susie Wiles has cancer and is stepping down. Is that bad? It seems bad. Wasn't she keeping things stable? Who cares? Who cares? I hope they get AIDS. Anyways.
Shock to us, but for some reason the use of pilots seems like an escalation. We know that American and European veterans already serve as volunteers in Ukraine's ground forces for years. In fact, US Senator Lindsey Graham once suggested that Ukraine hire former US fighter pilots to fly their newly delivered F-16s.
God, that's based. God, that's so based. Grassroots, you are carrying the financial burden today, but I appreciate you. Grassroots with the 5 says, as a proud American, that dude probably privately owns 3 of those F-16s and wanted to use missiles to get them out of his garage before they go bad. There is an interesting unit out of Las Vegas that's a private contracting firm that provides the aggressors. Private contracting firm that does aggressors for Top Gun. So, private contracting firms known as Red Air provide simulated enemy threats for U.S. military training, including Top Gun and Air Force exercises. Major firms include Top Aces, only private F-16 user, Draken International, and ATAC, Airborne Tactical Advantage Company. Yeah, dude. So, there are private firms, Red Air aggressors. There are firms in the United States that are private companies that own and maintain old American fighter jets so they can be the bad guys during American training exercises. God, that's so cool. Sorry, I'm just like, I'm overwhelmed with rule of cool right now.
But since they are such a highly trained and sensitive asset, and since their services as pilots are often under strict export arms controls, it comes as a shock to us when U.S. former fighter pilots.
I'm sure the Department of State and I'm sure the Department of War have blessed this.
Let's train Chinese pilots, for instance, they get arrested. That's how sensitive this information is. I haven't seen former special forces guys who train Chinese soldiers ever get arrested for it. The former NATO pilots are hired on 6-month contracts, which is more than just a coincidence. When Ukrainian pilots that have transitioned over to the F-16 from former Soviet jets have done an incredible job at adapting to the new aircraft, it's also true that the training pipeline for basic familiarity for the F-16 platform takes around 6 months. And even then, many of the F-16's more sophisticated systems, like its sniper targeting pod, take more experience to master and reach their full potential. So retired US and Dutch pilots have that experience. They know the F-16's flight systems and the operational components of how to make a formation of F-16s excel in any air defense mission. So putting older but seasoned NATO pilots in the air reduces the pressure on Ukraine to take their own veterans off their Soviet platforms that they're already.
Dude, you gotta watch. You gotta watch, okay? If you have the capacity right now, if you're on mobile, if you're on your desktop, give me the next 20 seconds of your life. It's an F-16 shooting down a drone.
Pilots have that experience. They know the F-16's flight systems and the operational components of how to make a formation of F-16s excel in any air defense mission. So putting older but seasoned NATO pilots in the air reduces the pressure on Ukraine.
Oh my God, that's so cool. A German Garand guided rocket. The Rushtar X4 was a pioneering German wire-guided air-to-air missile. I don't think that's it. Maybe it's not German. Let's take a look. Ukraine guided rocket, air-to-air guided rocket. Let's take a look. What is this? Okay. The ramjet-powered missile would allow... No, that's future stuff. I don't know what he's talking about, but these things are so cool.
To take their own veterans off their Soviet platforms that they're already familiar with, giving new Air Force recruits the chance to train on Western systems from the start. It's a smart idea that keeps more pilots in the air flying jets they already know, while the next generation of Ukrainian pilots get the training that they need. It may have been one of these NATO veterans flying the F-16 that scored that incredible close-range kill against a Russian drone just a few weeks ago. To date, 3 Ukrainian F-16 pilots have been killed in action since jets first started flying in the Ukrainian Air Force back in August of 2024. The loss of a former US fighter pilot could trigger an even more severe diplomatic confrontation, and that's why so far Ukraine and the West have opted to keep the pilot volunteer program secret, if it even exists at all. For the first 2 years of the war, the US restricted Ukraine from using any American-made weapons to hit targets in Russia, which was a compromise that US politicians made to avoid escalation with Russia, but was a constant headache for Ukraine commanders who couldn't strike inside Russian troop formations until after they'd already crossed the border and started to attack. So Germany still refuses to send Ukraine their missiles that could hit inside Russia for that same reason, even this late into the war. And to address that vulnerability, Ukraine has been investing into its own domestic defense industry as much as they can, and it's another reason why Ukraine is suddenly advancing on the battlefield now. Because in early February, Ukrainian defense firm Firepoint unveiled their FP-7 and FP-9 ballistic missiles. These are inspired by the American ATACMS, and Firepoint is designed FP series of missiles to do the same type of long-range strike missions, but at lower cost and without foreign targeting restrictions. This video from February 20th shows one of these Flamingo missiles hitting a Russian missile plant in Vakinsk that's more than 800 kilometers beyond the border. On the other side, Russia has had their war economy in overdrive for years already. Most of the country's factories, industrial output, and fiscal policy is focused solely on the war effort now. Just under 40% of Russia's entire federal budget goes directly to military and state security services. So on top of that, 9% of the remaining budget goes to interest payments for government loans that finance the war. That's roughly half the entire government financial resources tied in the war. That immense amount of government spending on the military has grown the defense industry and kept Russia's relentless offensive pace, but at the cost of non-defense related business and economic growth. Economists are now warning that the sugar rush of defense spending could have the opposite effect on Russia's post-war economy. Instead of boosting the wider economy through foreign sales, Russia has overinvested in the defense sector so much that the instant the war ends, it could trigger a recession as the demand for weapons shrinks. All of that is, of course, unless Russia wins the war, which is one of the reasons why Putin is pushing so hard to annex all of Ukraine and not.
Sorry, guys, I'm still trying to work on the AC thing when I'm stepping away. But that is intensely interesting. That and I want to share this because I think this is important in reference to our Nick Fuentes dissident right-wing conversation and also like our authoritarian liberal stuff. You understand, and this is part of the reason why I am a conservatarian, by the way. You can always justify government expense on something. Okay, you can always say, oh, it's for the greater good. We're investing in education. We're investing in healthcare. We're investing in defense. We're investing in this, investing in that. But you have to pay attention to the people who individually benefit from the cronyism and tax dollars being siphoned into different industries, because there are going to be winners and there are going to be losers. And if you just defer endless power to the central government, then what's going to happen is that government is going to think that it's responsible for everything. And as a result of thinking it's responsible for everything, they're going to overcommit in weird areas that don't make sense. So, as an example, Russia overspending in the defense sector and then potentially facing an economic collapse once they either win or lose the Ukrainian war. That's a real concern, but that might not be the concern of Moscow, because they're not going to be the people. Like, the people in Moscow are probably the people who are profiting from the war. Those are going to be the people who are most well entrenched with the central government. And then the people who are going to suffer are the proletarian masses who are either engaged in the war or who are going to suffer in the recession afterwards. Part of the reason why I like American libertarian or conservatarian instincts of inherent distrust for the government and attempt to rein back in the power of central government is because they know that like centralized power in and of itself is oftentimes prone to overcommitment, overspending, central planning, cronyism, and nepotism. And that's a fundamentally correct way to perceive power. Now, I'm different, right? Like, I can be trusted with, like, power. I can be trusted with, like, unilateral, centralized power, but I'm just built different. Okay? So, you know, don't worry about me.
Not just the territory already controlled by the Russian
Right
military. It's a gamble that his nation can outlast Western tolerance for the war, and that the spoils of Ukraine will offset the economic slump that follows the war when it finally ends. And that makes it even harder to judge who's winning the war at this point. While Ukraine loses territory, it forces Russia to dig itself in deeper into an economic hole that could take years to recover from. And even as Russia suffers tremendous casualties, it continues to rack up strategic victories and project strength, both at home and to the rest of the world. But these are some of the reasons why Ukraine is advancing on the battlefield after losing territory for the past 2 years. Let me know what you guys think in the comments section down below. If you like this video, check out this playlist on all of our Ukrainian coverage, or this video here. I'm your average infantryman, Chris Cappy, ending transmission.
In chat, my apologies for being gone, but we're still handling business. Okay, thank you. You too. So, in summary, I love Chris Cappy. I think he's a good dude. Like I said, I don't think he's like the most like brilliant analyst on the planet, but he has the tism, and so he has the ability to research military topics ad nauseum. And I think he does a good job of the way that I research Warhammer, where effectively, hey, don't dead air me. I'm talking right now. But anyways, the way that I have the tism in reference to science fiction is the way that Chris Cappy has the tism in reference to militaria. I can't really stare at military stuff for too long. I think the reason being is actually just because of my cumulative experiences in law enforcement and the military. It makes it so when the rule of cool, like seeing the new version of the flying tigers in Ukraine is so cool that it gives me the rule of cool. But then I get reminded of the fact that the only reason why the new version of the flying tigers exist is because Ukraine is, in my opinion, an immoral war where Russia has just invaded them because they're dicks, and as a result, the Ukrainian people are getting screwed over, and then I get sad. Because I've met a lot of Ukrainians. I've met at least a half dozen Ukrainians through like online shenanigans, but the 2 or 3 people that I've gone out of my way to get to know have been amazing people. You know, they're cool, interesting, smart people who have gone out of their way to learn English, who have gone out of their way to understand the Western world, who have gone out of their way to communicate their plight with the Western world, and they're amazing. And so, like, I get sad after all the cool stuff of seeing amazing military technology being used to defend Ukraine from the Russians. I get sad about the necessity of that even being a thing. And then I also get a little sad for the Russians too. You know, somebody was saying we need to do an emotional heat map. I get sad for the Russians too, because they're wasting an entire generation in a military meat grinder that doesn't seem to be benefiting a lot of people. Like it seems to be screwing over Russia. It seems to be screwing over Ukraine. It seems to be screwing over the global economy. There's not a lot of benefits to this. You know, I really feel like they could have negotiated maintaining their naval base at Sevastopol and some kind of influence in Crimea and Donetsk and Luhansk, and we could have called it a day, but they didn't want to negotiate. They wanted to take it. So anyways, let me go ahead and we got another 2 donations. Thank you kindly, Kings and Queens. I do appreciate you. I also appreciate that it's not grassroots. I do love grassroots, and I do appreciate grassroots financial support, but I do want to make sure that we're mixing it up a little bit. So, in reference to our reliance on our Oilers and Chippers. It's Jasavi for $2. Thank you. Geopolitics coverage for the win. Thank you, It's Jasavi. You got to support the content that you like. I understand Geopol isn't the sexiest metrics, But, you know, it's fun. It's fun to mix it up and not always be on a drama. You know, who did Destiny make angry today? We'll find out tomorrow. Every now and then I want to check in with the real world and kind of see what's going on. Horse God for 5 says Trump just brought in nuclear physicist Dr. Christmas Jones to head up the Iranian capture operations. Operation Epic Goon. Thanks for today's content. Oh, God, I hope that's a joke. Who's Dr. Christmas Jones? Is that the bad guy from Paw Patrol? Oh, I'm worried. Where is this going? Oh, Christmas Jones from James Bond. Wow. That's a deep cut. All right. Denise Richards is pretty peak, man. Denise Richards is pretty peak. Apparently a total airhead, but also pretty peak. Dead air. Lol. How about them Lakers? True. Why are so many people always doing work in your home? Because it requires a lot of work to maintain a home. Wow, if only we had a president that promised to stop the war in Ukraine. I know. It's just Avi for another 10. Thank you. I saw Cappy's live stream recently. Got asked, what would it take to get you back at the army? And his research guy said, make me an officer and I might consider it. Based. Thank you for the 10, King. Wicked Radiation says, don't say sad. You're just being empathetic. I'm a little sad. Grashits with the 5. Have you considered talking to Ukrainian Anna again? I loved your first conversation. I worry for her and cause. Yeah, of course. I would happily talk to Ukrainian Anna. It's just that I think the problem with her is she's like, you know, she knows that she needs to sell the Ukrainian war in support for Ukrainian warriors. And so she needs to like sell that. So she basically her whole shtick is Ukraine. And unfortunately, there's not a lot of good news in that area. And then since I'm a supporter of Ukraine, there's not much contention, right? So she's like, hey, here's this nuance about tactical and geopolitical stuff. And I'm like, cool, here's the nuance from a lay perspective. Is that correct? And then she's like, based off of my experience, I think that is correct. And it's like, I'm still happy to talk to her, whatever. She's a great gal, obviously. Fast and Bulbous says, can someone do the Kirk meme with the Ayatollah sitting and saying counting or not counting Kharg Island? God, that would be great. I wish I was like an AI artist. I wish I understood AI. I would throw it all together. Fashion 40 with the 2 says daily chip for Geopol content. Thank you, King. Appreciate you. Appreciate y'all supporting the content. The answer is still Taylor Lorenz, by the way. Her and Destiny have been arguing on Twitter for a week. Ugh. That wasn't even that good of drama. Like, it was good when it was happening because it was happening and everybody was so heated about it. But realistically, it's leftist sympathetic journalist who writes for major publications despite being an obvious biased D-bag hates that liberals are getting funded in order to do pro-liberal propaganda. Okay? And problem, tell her to shut up and get on the team. Like that's, I mean, that would be my move. So, kind of annoying. Connor gets the house for cheap and then finds out why it was cheap. I mean, pretty much. This house was built in 1958. What you need to do is run a 4-inch PVC line for that AC condensation. No way that sucker would plug. True. I need to go from like the 1-inch or... Yeah, I need to go from the 1-inch drain pipe to a 4-inch drain pipe. That would solve all my problems. Alishna says, but how effed up is it that some dude really said with his full chest that he A-logs Destiny's 14-year-old child? Yeah, that was crazy. If y'all wanted to roll into drama slop, we could do that. I just thought that we could push off Valhalla if you wanted to. I would appreciate it if some chatters piped in, if some regulars piped in on what you want. So if we wanted to keep going with like the vet bro, geopol, whatever vibes of the stream that we've currently established halfway through the day, we could do that. I think I'm talking to Ryan Mulally in an hour. Actually, 30 minutes. Nah, we got to do vet bro stuff. All right, we're doing vet bro stuff because we only got a little bit of time. That's fine. Yeah, let's do Valhalla. Valhalla is a funny guy. So... At least Destiny didn't sleep with his BPD chick. Not yet. Not yet. You got to give him time. Got to give him time. He might go up to New York just to hang out with Taylor Lorenz and have an in-person debate, and then they might do the hanky-panky. You know? They might do the smoochy kiss dance. So you got to give it time. Grasher, 742-year-old eldritch creature has an opinion, and she... That's just mean, bro. That's just mean. Hot dog down a hallway. That's not in reference to Taylor Lorenz. That's in reference to my air conditioning drain pipe. Why would you talk to Ryan Mulally? Because it's fun, Alishness. Because it's fun to talk to people who aren't just a liberal left-wing circle jerk, okay? You want me to talk to Pisco again? I can talk to Pisco again. You want me to call Pisco real quick? We can have the 50th argument about why I'm a closet fascist. You know, we could have the 50th argument about, you know, how Pisco has autism. What do you want? You know? Fashion 40 says, Connor, because Taylor is cool with Hassan, the snarkers are using that as an attack vector against Destiny, mainly J-Stock and Queeman. People are on Twitter with coordinated replies and retweets. Oh, I know. I know. When I saw J-Stock sweeping for the Taylor Lorenz conversation, I was like, brah, like, too far, man, too far. The best thing about being a liberal is that it's the only stance whether than the right wing to piss off hardline progressives. True. They do genuinely hate you. Leftists and progressives hate liberals more than they hate conservatives. It's actually wild. Because they view us as opposing their agenda, which can be overcome. They view you as standing in the way of their agenda while being on the same team. So they actually legitimately hate you more than they hate us. It's pretty funny. At least older houses have character. Houses built after the 80s are almost all cookie cutter. True. True. What the convo with Mulally or how you spell his name? No idea. Probably I'm going to press him. I'm going to be like, hey, bro, I heard that you're a Trump conservatarian apologist now. What's up with that? And then he's going to be like, no, I'm not. Here's all the nuances of what I have to say. And I'll be like, no. So I'll fight Pisco when he sweeps for the leftists, and I'll fight Mulally when he sweeps for the dissident right. So we'll see. Alishna says, I clocked his autism the first time I ever listened to him talk. He really does miss the trees for the forest sometimes. Yeah. Patriarch's like, no, please. What Destiny does to some motherfuckers, I know. You got to be careful. Yeah. John Democracy says Mulally doesn't own up to his positions. Well, I mean, I could press him a little bit. I'll be polite, but I'll press. Grassroots says, I will put myself up to being effing adopted by Ryan before I listen to whoever shit stop falls out of Pisco's face. God, man, you guys are mean. You're mean. You're so mean. Ask him who he's voting for. Okay. Bro, Mulally genuinely constantly tells me that no one takes me seriously while not explaining why that is. Tells you that nobody's taking you seriously? Or says nobody takes Mulally seriously? Valhalla TV is filled with populist bullshit. Check it out. Oh, I'm excited. We already watched his breaking arm video, so even though we only have 30 minutes left, I'm actually excited to check this content out. Christian Blair says, start the content. Bruh, you have been so grumpy recently. I've obviously been super grumpy, but you have been so grumpy recently. You're like, shut up. Stop yapping. Get into the content. Blech. It's like, bruh. I heard Pisco finally started moderating. Good. Shapingro says, Connor, I asked him to reach out to you because I think you can build common ground as opposed to just arguing with each other. If you're talking about Ryan, yeah. Ryan North and I created a group chat where we were like, we need to figure out what the Republican Party is going to be after Trump. Now, unfortunately, we haven't used that group chat very much, but North is obviously a good dude. Love North. And then Ryan, let's just say that I think that with a Sitch and Adam conservatarian, group, Ryan Mulally fits in there, but I think he drifts too far into the apologia for the dissident right. Put the content in the bag, old man. Christian Blair says, I'll stop bitching when you read all my chats. Okay, all right. Well, let's at least do one. The false flag one is probably going to be the one that's the most like brain rotted and shitty. So I kind of want to do the Lindsey Graham commits treason is a wild title. So I'm honestly excited for this. So let's do as much of this as we can. So probably not going to be a segment, but I'll go full cam for it anyways. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and I would argue a real Republican, and I got a special brand of brain rot for you today. I got Valhalla TV. He's a vet bro. He's probably done steroids. He's a special forces veteran. He's got a sick beard. He lifts weights. He listens to rock music. He's so cool, man. He is so cool. And he's saying that Lindsey Graham, a neoconservative war hawk who is alleged to be gay, he says Lindsey Graham commits treason. So we're going to take a look. Let's go.
But if Middle Eastern wars aren't your flavor, just like women aren't Lindsey Graham's, maybe you're into Latin America more.
Maduro, everybody talked about him. Well, Donald Trump's got him in jail. Cuba's next. They're going to fall. This communist dictatorship in Cuba, their days are numbered.
Cuba's next. My bad. Didn't realize that we had to go bomb and overthrow the regime in Cuba as well. At least Lindsey's thinking forward.
Sorry for the weird volume bump, but basically I needed to do some volume booster.
Welcome back to the channel.
So hold on. Do music, lifting weights. Somebody said, he's so cool. I wish he was my dad. You do not want this guy as your dad, man. You do not want this guy as your dad. This dude, 100%. It says chat disconnected for some reason. I hope you guys... Oh no. Share your screen, Grandpa. My bad. Classic Connor. Okay. You guys want to do that again? Let's do that again. I totally botched that. I know I botched that. So let's do it again. Let me sit up. Let's try it. Take two. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I got a special taste of brain rot for you today. I got VFT TV, Valhalla TV. He is a vet bro. He loves lifting weights. He loves, snorting nicotine and putting zins in his mouth and beating people up and CrossFit and shooting guns. And he's calling Lindsey Graham a traitor. So we're going to be taking a look at that right now. Let's go.
But if Middle Eastern wars aren't your flavor, just like women aren't Lindsey Graham's, maybe you're into Latin America more.
Maduro, everybody talked about him. Well, Donald Trump's got him in jail. Cuba's next. They're going to fall. This communist dictatorship in Cuba, their days are numbered.
Cuba's next. My bad. Didn't realize that we had to go bomb and overthrow the regime in Cuba as well. At least Lindsey's thinking forward.
Okay, I have a question. I got a question. What's all the heavy metal and the lifting weights and the shooting guns for if it's not to kill communists? What is the point, right? Like, dude, if you're just doing like push-ups and burpees and like, fucking weights and shit, and then you're shooting guns and mag dumping and quick releases and you're training your kids and you're getting ready for the next war and you're listening to doom music. If you're not killing communists, aren't you effectively just LARPing with all that shit? I know this guy's probably like a combat veteran from the War on Terror, but like, wasn't the whole point of becoming a soldier to like kill jihadists? To kill communists? That's what I thought the point of it was. That's just me, though.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. And today we're going to talk about Little American Psycho Lindsey Grinder, Graham, because yes, Lindsey is everywhere in the news media lately during this conflict. I don't know why. And every time you look around, he's attached to the hip of old Trump. It seems like the only person that's got more control over foreign policy in this country is this guy. But what is this little...
Conservative liberalism with the cope. Maybe America isn't a propositional nation based on hating communism. Maybe it's for something and not just against something. Boo. Boo. Take your libertarian nonsense. Take your libertarian nonsense out of here. Get out of here.
Closeted neocon lunatic been up to recently? Well, looks like committing treason, as well as advocating for the bombing of about 47 different countries. Because the only thing that gets Lindsey Graham harder than bombing brown people is the Grinder meetup at CPAC. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, helps the channel. Also, guys, we've revamped Patreon. We're going to be doing a bunch of cool stuff over there. And first 1,000 people to sign up get a free month membership. Now, let's jump into it and see what this disgusting little fucker has been up to. So there has been some reporting that it sounds like about 2 weeks ago, before the war kicked off, Donald Trump sent Lindsey Graham to Saudi Arabia to meet with the Crown Prince, MBS, to try and talk him into supporting the war, because it would make sense. Yes, Saudi Arabia, very important, considering right across the Strait of Hormuz is Iran, and they could be highly affected by this war. And it sounds like Saudi Arabia told Lindsey Graham, absolutely fucking not. So where's the treason come in? Well, it sounds like what Lindsey Graham did was went back to America and Donald Trump and lied and told them, yes, MBS is all on board, which would be literal treason. And then
Conservatism says I'm not pro-communism, just providing or pointing out the obvious, but that's kind of my shtick. Nah, bro, I'm fucking around. The United States, part of the thing about the United States. Maybe I just fell for the propaganda. That's probably what happened. I just fell for the propaganda. Let me read you one of the hardest lines in American military history. Okay, let me read you this real quick. This creed, accredited to Major General William H. Rupertus, USMC deceased, and still taught to Marines undergoing basic training at the recruit depots at San Diego and Paris Island, was first published in San Diego Marine Corps Chevron, March 14, 1942. This is my rifle. There are many like it, but this one is mine. My rifle is my best friend. It is my life. I must master it as I must master my life. My rifle without me is useless. Without my rifle, I am useless. I must fire my rifle true. I must shoot straighter than my enemy who is trying to kill me. I must shoot him before he shoots me. I will. My rifle and myself know that what counts in this war is not the rounds we fire, the noise of our bursts, nor the smoke we make. We know that it is the hits that count. We will hit. My rifle is human, even as I, because it is my life. Thus, I will learn it as a brother. I will learn its weaknesses, its strengths, its parts, its accessories, its sights, and its barrel. I will ever guard it against the ravages of weather and damage, as I will ever guard my legs, my arms, my eyes, and my heart against damage. I will keep my rifle clean and ready. We will become a part of each other. We will. Before God, I swear this creed. My rifle and myself are the defenders of my country. We are the masters of our enemy. We are the saviors of my life. So be it until victory is America's and there is no enemy but peace. Bruh, I have like chills reading that. I think that is so metal. And not just that, just in case you wanted to be snarky about it, I will kill, quote, Peacemaker. Says, I cherish peace with all my heart. I don't care how many men, women, and children I need to kill to get it. like, if you want to be snooty about it, you got Peacemaker. If you want to be, you know, kind of Marine Corps moto about it, you got the Marine Rifleman Creed. But the whole point of it is that, like, what did this guy think the military was? You know, what did you think it was? Did you think it was just like libertarian gun camp? Do you just go work out with your friends and shoot guns? Or did you look at American military history over the past 250 years and realize that we were the world police for international commerce, and you might have to shoot and blow up some people in order to protect international commerce. I get it. Who is it? Smedley Butler. I think it was Smedley Butler who wrote a book called War is a Racket. We've known this for a century.
Administration that Saudi Arabia was all on board. Not only that they were going to enter the conflict alongside us. However, that also turned out to be a fucking lie. This is really what's going on. Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and the UAE are considering dropping U.S. contracts and ending economic ties with the
Breaking. 3 of 4 big Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, and Qatar, are discussing withdrawing from U.S. and other investments as a toll from the war with Iran amounts per who?
Are considering dropping U.S.
Who's FT? Per FT, Gulf states considering ending American contracts. Who's FT? Major Gulf nations, specifically Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, and Qatar, are reviewing and potentially scaling back economic and defense contracts with the U.S. due to financial pressures from the ongoing Iran conflict. These nations are considering using force majeure clauses on existing deals to fund regional security needs. Should we worry about Gulf countries reducing stuff? Okay, source? Source? The Financial Times. Okay, so let's say Financial Times, Gulf countries kicking out U.S. All right, let's take a look at that. Gulf states could review overseas investments to ease financial strains caused by Iran war. Is that the same thing as what he posted? That's not the same thing as what he posted. The title here is Gulf states could review overseas investments to ease financial strains caused by the Iran war. Pressure on the Gulf states' budgets could cause them to review their overseas investments and future commitments as they consider options to ease the financial strain. Whereas this idiot, no offense, VFT TV, would love to debate you, would love to talk to you about your whole geopolitical vibe, but you just posted horse shit to your video.
Contracts and ending economic ties with the United States. And
sources in this economy?
That should be fantastic for gas prices because they're also almost $8 a gallon in LA in the first week of the war. Now, you may be wondering how
that is tough.
Did we get here? Lindsey Graham used to be a massive never Trumper, absolutely hated his guts, and now, I mean, you can't get these two apart. Best friends, of course. Well, let's take a little trip down memory lane and I'll explain to you how we got to where we are now.
What is your reaction to hearing what Donald Trump says?
Disgusted. Well, I want to talk to the Trump supporters for a minute. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you like this guy. I think what you like about him, he appears to be strong when the rest of us are weak. He's a very successful businessman, and he's going to make everything great. He's going to take all the problems of the world and put them in a box and make your life better. That's what he's selling. Here's what you're buying. He's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot. He doesn't represent my party.
A few moments later.
That Donald Trump, in my opinion, is the gold standard for Republicans, maybe any president. And
Wait, what? Donald Trump doesn't represent my party, and then Donald Trump's the gold standard of my party. How could? Well, let me show you what.
Because he doesn't have a soul, bro.
Trump was saying back when Lindsey hated him.
We should have never gone into the Middle East. We should have never gone into the Middle East. Under my leadership, we will turn the page forever on those foolish, stupid days of never-ending wars.
We're rebuilding our military stronger than ever before, and we are not going to deplete it again on stupid, senseless, endless wars.
Oh, well, that's right. That was or anti-neocon Donald Trump when Lindsey Graham hated him. But who's the Trump that we have now? Yes, of course, times have changed. And since nobody has any idea why we're even in this war to begin with, at least Lindsey should be able to explain it to us.
It's a religious war. Who wins it at the end of the day? Do the radical Islamic terrorists who want to kill all the Jews because God told them to? who want to kill me because I'm an infidel.
Oh, it's a religious war. It's a holy war. Because I thought that it was, we were maybe supposed to be stopping their ambitions that they don't even have anymore, so, right? Because they're obliterated. Or, it's the ballistic missiles, or even, like funding terrorist proxies. But no, they just let the cat out of the bag. Just told the truth. It's a religious war. Great. And when Lindsey's...
Does this dipstick think that's mutually exclusive? I swear to God, half of this job is just pointing out things that are actually contradictory and pointing out when things aren't contradictory. Do you understand that it's not necessarily contradictory to have a religious aspect to the war? So, for instance, I like normie Muslims. Normie Muslims are great. Believe in God, the last day, doing good works, and that Muhammad, peace be upon him, is God's messenger, right? If that's what you believe in, and you're a chill guy, then we can be friends, okay? If, however, you think that Islam must reign supreme, Judaism and Christianity must bend the knee as peoples of the book. Oh, my camera just went so crazy. That's funny. That's mad funny. Oh, man, I'm going to be messing with this for a minute. Oh, that's funny. Anyways, but the point is that, like, if people of the book have to be subservient, and if pagans and atheists are abominations deserving of being mass slaughtered, that's a problem. And I'm pretty sure that the Ayatollah Khomeini has taken the hardline stance of, he's not like, hey man, believe in God, the last day, do good works, think that Muhammad is God's messenger, and do the Hajj if you can. That's not what he believes. He believes like, no. Israel must fall. It must be conquered by the Muslims. Jews cannot reign supreme over the territory of Israel. Muslims must rule it, and Jews must be second-class citizens, or else this is upsetting the holy order. And we will support jihadist terrorist proxies to the south and north of Israel to harass them until such a time as the Palestinian people have the military capacity to overthrow the Israeli government and conquer the territory. So it's actually quite frustrating to be like, no, the Iranians are cool guys. They're just chill. Like, dude, shut the fuck up. Connor's doing that thing. He died when he gets annoyed. I do that. I do die when I get annoyed. Yeah. Anyways.
Got some time off of his main hobby and his...
Why are we fighting a war for Israel? Because it's fun. For the fun of it. Because if we overthrew the Iranian regime, then maybe they would become like... They would still be theocratic, but they wouldn't be theocratic authoritarian assholes. And then they would have like a democratic system that might be more friendly to the United States and would be more hostile to Russia and China. And so if we overthrew that regime and then the entirety of the world's energy supply was at America's disposal, that would be dope. Also, we're bored. And our missiles and our, you know what's so funny with the Tomahawks? The Tomahawks have an expiration date. So the Tomahawk missiles that get loaded into our destroyers, they have an expiration date. And you can actually track the expiration date. And oftentimes we will launch a anti-terrorist air campaign immediately before the expiration of our Tomahawks. Anyways.
Main career, which is hanging out at the local men's bathhouse. He also, again, is advocating for bombing literally everyone.
So I'm calling on President Trump today. Join Israel to attack Hezbollah. Avenge the Marines. America never forgets. Those 220 Marines and 18 sailors' families.
What in the past 5 years made Iran more dangerous? Arguably producing a bunch of uranium up to 60% that could easily be converted into weapons-grade material. Also, their complex ballistic missile program effectively makes it so they could deliver tactical nukes to the entire region. So, I would say those things.
Want to go after the infrastructure that killed your loved ones.
We got to bomb Lebanon now. Oh, okay. And you may be a little bit confused when you hear 200 and something dead Marines. I didn't hear an announcement on that. Well, yeah, that's because he's talking about this. So, okay, we're basing our foreign policy off things that happened nearly half a decade ago? Okay.
Half a century, he meant to say. You could have fixed that in post, but that's okay. Keep going, King. I believe in you, VFT.
But if Middle Eastern wars aren't your flavor, just like women aren't Lindsey Graham's, maybe you're into Latin America more.
Maduro, everybody talked about him. Well, Donald Trump's got him in jail. Cuba's next. They're going to fall. This communist dictatorship in Cuba, their days are numbered.
Cuba's next. My bad. Didn't realize that we had to go bomb and overthrow the regime in Cuba as well. At least Lindsey's thinking forward. And let me take it back real quick to Lindsey saying that Donald Trump is the gold standard of Republicans, because again, Lindsey Graham is now the face of.
That happened in the past year, question mark, says Alishness. No, that's happened over the past decade. Happened over the past 2 decades, 3 decades. Discord works for me, King. So you should Google Stuxnet, Alishness. And I'll just pull it up for you real quick. Stuxnet. So Stuxnet was our 2010's attempt to destroy or disable the Iranian nuclear enrichment facilities via a virus. We also assassinated a healthy chunk of their scientists over the past, like nuclear scientists, over the past decade or two. And there was even an operation where dudes on Vespas drove by the Iranian scientists while they were commuting to work, and they killed like half a dozen of them within a day. They threw magnet bombs. They were driving on a Vespa. They threw a magnetic sticky bomb onto the side of the car, drove away, and before the Iranian scientists had an opportunity to do anything, they detonated the bomb and killed the scientists. It's probably Mossad, yeah, for sure. Because Mossad has deeper ties than we do. But the point is, like, this has been a tit-for-tat game for decades that we have been playing with the Iranians. So thinking that we've been like totally peaceful for the past like 30 to 50 years, and then like all of a sudden things are hot. That's not really how it happened. We've had bristling tensions with Iran since 79. Matter of fact, like there was the hostage issue in 79. There was a botched special forces mission in 79 or 80. There was the Obama kidnapping of the sailors. There was a nuclear program. There were strikes in the 80s and 90s. There was the Iran-Iraq war. There was the Iran-Contra affair. This has been like a 50-year-old beef. So, yep. Anyways.
Of MAGA. So yes, this is Senator Graham's conservative review. What this shows is how often a conservative politician, actually votes down conservative lines on bills. As you can see, Liberty score here for old Lindsey, 43% F.
Oh, old school with the dono. Sorry, I almost missed it. $2. Can someone explain whatever Lindsey Graham is? He's a Republican. He's a neoconservative, arguably. Neoconservatives are liberals who love war.
60% of the time, he votes against conservative values. And again, to my point, he is now the face of MAGA. So it actually makes perfect sense now that Lindsey Graham says things like Donald Trump is the gold standard of Republicans, because that's the type of Republican he's talking about. And what else might cause Lindsey to be such a little psycho? Oh, that's right. Lindsey's the GOAT of receiving that sweet, sweet APAC money, baby. And the only person better at it is, of course, his daddy. And what does that money and, well, blackmail, of course, buy you? Well, this.
You look at the last few years since October 7th, many people in this part of the world say what happened in Gaza does not align with Christian values. Killing children, killing mothers,
Well, to be honest
killing
with
families
you,
who are not militants.
Yeah, I don't buy that at all.
Why?
Because what did we do in World War II? Did we think 1 minute about starving the Germans? Did we bomb every city into smithereens? To the world. If you don't understand this is a threat to Israel's
And then they
survival,
flattened.
just flatten it. We flattened Berlin. We flattened Tokyo.
Okay,
That is some socio. You know what? You know what? Can I change teams real quick? Can I? All right, never mind. VFT. Go off. Go off king. You know what? Maybe Lindsey Graham deserves a little bit of criticism. Okay, that was a little sociopathic. All right. My bad. I was unfamiliar with Lindsey Graham's game. So the strategic air campaigns, arguably, we did flatten major cities of our enemies, but arguably we tried to target military areas, and then we just knew that we were going to hit civilian areas, and also we would hit the cap. Like, Tokyo was firebombed, right? We just hit everything in Tokyo. I'm pretty sure in Berlin we hit everything. I'm pretty sure in Dresden we hit everything. There were limits, though. We didn't literally smash every single city. But that was also like a technological limitation. We didn't have smart bombs 100 years ago. We didn't have... Strategic bombing was the way we did things because we didn't have guided missile and guided bomb technology. So if you have the capacity to do guided bomb and guided missile technology, but fail to use it, that is deeply immoral and kind of fucked up. So Lindsey Graham, yeah, that was kind of like a sociopathic take, saying, yeah, we could just carpet bomb Gaza because we did it in World War II. You know what? You know what, VFT? I was making fun of you a little bit earlier, but I think that's a fair call out. I think that's a fair call out.
A total lunatic. And you may be wondering, well, why was Senator Lindsey Graham ever even sent to Saudi Arabia to discuss war plans to begin with? He's not the Secretary of State. He's not an ambassador. He's not the Secretary of Defense. He's just a senator from South Carolina. You'd think he'd...
Subry Keller says, okay, I have to toto to class. Y'all stay safe. You have fun totoing, Subry Keller.
Be more focused on what's going on in his own state because South Carolina is not doing well.
Oh, no, I hate that. 556-583 says Japan invented guided bombs. They were called kamikaze. Woof.
And it turns out that Lindsey says, I come here every 2 weeks. Lindsey Graham on our greatest ally, while South Carolina ranks 42nd nationally in education, healthcare, and child well-being. So really looking after his own people well. Oh, South Carolina, not sure what you're doing. Might want to figure that out. We'll talk about that in a minute. But again, Lindsey Graham trying to bring upon World War III. We've all seen that. And I think there's been some really great takes about if we really wanted to bring in world peace, this is probably how we'd have to do it.
The only way that we will actually achieve lasting world peace is if Lindsey Graham finally comes out. If he finds a husband, gets a small little yappy dog, and lives out...
I hate Brett Cooper. But you know what? This clip is peak. All right.
The rest of his days on a big front porch in Charleston, sipping sweet tea and staying out of our business.
Wow. Brett Cooper based AF, huh? Please, Lindsey, just come out the closet. And honestly, if we could tie these two together, let them retire together in South Carolina, a nice plantation where they can sit on the porch and sip sweet tea together. At least maybe the world wouldn't be in flames. Let's see what...
Is this... Chad, is this pride? Or is this homophobic? I can't even tell if this is homophobic. Is this homophilic or homophobic? I don't even know anymore.
What old Lindsey's own co-workers have to say about him.
You next, ma'am. Go ahead, brother.
Senator Lindsey Graham is now calling for the U.S. to start bombing Lebanon in response to the Hezbollah IDF action.
Lindsey hadn't seen a fist fight he hasn't wanted to turn into a bombing raid, so I just take it with a grain of salt, dude. Yep.
However, we probably should take him.
All right. That dude's based.
Seriously, because again, he is the one that is actually telling Donald Trump what to do with this war. Absolute insanity. And so what can we do about it? Well, South Carolina, it's your time to shine because, yes, Lindsey Graham is up for re-election in 2026. And honestly, I have no idea what South Carolina has been doing for the last 24 years almost at this point because Lindsey entered Congress in 2003, right at the same time we invaded Iraq. And he has again supported every goddamn foreign entanglement and foreign war that we've had since. And again, he's got a 0% track record of success with that. So yes, South Carolina, while you guys are struggling to afford growth.
Aw, that was cute. That was cute. We got a decent Brett Cooper clip where I didn't totally hate everything that came out of her mouth, even though I thought it was very silly. We got this guy being like so homophobic it ends up being homophilic. We got Lindsey Graham wanting to do some sociopathic shit in Gaza. All right, I think it's a mix. It's part of the reason why I wanted to go back to this well, was because I knew that it was going to be a mix, because I think this guy is like populist, anti-war, brain rot, vet bro bullshit is silly, but maybe he has a hit every now and then. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. All right, let me see if Ryan Mulally is available. I'm going to do a video call with him and see if he's available. And if he is, we'll pop him out and he'll entertain you for a few minutes while I use the restroom. So, Larry Hutchinson with the 10. Thank you, King. The most black pill thing is we have a draft dodger who none of his kids ever served telling Americans to fight this battle, and if they die, it's okay because it's war, bro. Yeah, I get that. I'm in the middle of that, though. Like, our leaders are wussies, you know, who to thunk it. I think that's just true, right? We have that. Isn't War Pigs about that? Or Fortunate Son? Fortunate Son, I think, is literally about not being able to get out of the Vietnam War because your daddy isn't the right person. So it's just kind of always been true that elites oftentimes escape the consequences of conflict. And it just is what it is, man. You either believe that we are a nation state that balances... We're getting real close, chat. We're becoming very close friends. You either believe that we are a nation state, where a nation are the people, the state is the government, and you volunteer to serve the nation state at great risk to your health and well-being, and you get a correlated amount of benefits, but you also might die in said conflict. You either believe in that concept or you don't. And unfortunately, I still believe in it.
Hey, Connor, what's going on?
Oh, nothing much, nothing much. I'm going to pop you out in a second, and then would you be willing to entertain my chat for 2 minutes while I use the restroom?
Yeah, but I can't see your chat, so...
That's okay. You literally just have to yap about whatever your favorite thing that's going on right now. You just go, I love Pokemon or baseball or whatever.
So chat, so Connor's chat, I will monologue to you.
Be right back.
You can do nothing about it. You're just stuck with this shit.
My camera again!
Yeah.
All right, I'm having fun with my camera today.
All right, so while Connor's gone, I need to figure out which is the best way to set up the video on this. Is this better? So let's get a little bit of a what do people prefer? Well, first of all, either way, the branding is way too fucking... I'm taking the branding off. That's the brand. You can't even fucking see it. So this is pointless regardless. Hold on. Unless Connor switches his so that our faces are of like more similar size. That would be better. That would be better. Maybe can get Connor to do that on his side, or can I do it on my side? Let me see. Anybody who doesn't suck at Discord want to tell me if I can do that? Oh, holy shit. Look at that. Look at that. I have solved a technical issue. This is, you know, on Connor's chat, this may not seem like the biggest deal to you. I don't know how much of a boomer your streamer is compared to how much of a boomer I am. But setting up Discord and solving a technical problem on the fly in like a short time period, this is not a thing this streamer does. Typically what happens when there's a technical problem is I just live with it for like 4 or 5 weeks, and it just gets worse and worse, and everyone on my side gets really mad about it, and eventually one of my moderators is like, holy shit, you idiot, here's how you solve this very basic technical problem, and they actually send me like it's the equivalent of a children's picture book with step-by-step diagrams and little arrows to be like, idiot, click the button, and then when you idiot click the second button, you solve the problem, idiot. So I think I should be applauded for solving this tech issue so quickly. And I don't know how Connor's chat's reacting because I can't fucking see it, but if they're doing anything less than giving me full-throated support for what an amazing technical streamer I've become, then I'm deeply disappointed. So, you know, Connor, you can let me know.
I'm just getting back in, so I don't know, but my chat's going to have to deal with me at a 3/4 angle right now because if I continue, I can move it right here and I can get a perfect angle. Oh, wait, hold on. Just nobody breathe. Nobody move and it should be fine. Okay, perfect. But anyways, Ryan, so we haven't chatted in a while, and can I kind of vaguely, and we can talk about whatever. So whatever you want to talk about today, we can talk about. But I kind of want to give you an exterior perception of the way I think my chat perceives you and or the liberals perceive you. And then I kind of want you to react to it, and maybe we could use that as a jump-off point, particularly for where you're at right now. So,
yeah. And I think it's an interesting way to start because you and I kind of, I think we had some conversations about aligning on a broader political project, but I think the way we treat the Trump administration has been sufficiently different that it doesn't seem like that's exactly like it seems like our political projects did not actually align in the way that we thought they might have at one point.
Maybe. And that's going to be,
but maybe not. So I'm interested in the criticism because
that's going to be that's also going to be especially relevant in 26 and 28 because effectively I think we can kind of see the writing on the wall where politics are going. Brozufso, never seen you before in my life, and yet you were kind enough to gift 5 Valor Media Network memberships. Thank you, Brozufso. I appreciate you, King.
But anyways, is a king among men. That dude oils my stream constantly. He's he's one of the good ones.
Excellent. So hopefully I can steal him a little bit, or at least borrow him a little bit from you. But
fuck you, Connor. No stealing.
Yeah. So what I would say is, you came on the scene obviously a few months ago. People were kind of, I would say, warm at that time because they were like, oh, another lawyer, another JD, another person who is above average intelligent and therefore can offer insight. And then I think that you and I and North kind of lined up because it seemed like you had been drifting away from the Democratic Party because of some of their extremity. And then it seemed like the Republican Party was going to be more of your new home, hopefully, but also maybe MAGA had gone a little bit crazy and the Trump administration had gone a little bit crazy. So you didn't want to sign on to all their bullshit either. So you kind of wanted to call that, like, you wanted to come over maybe to like a new team, but you also didn't want to sign up for all the crazy shit. Now, I would say the perception since that time, though, which will be interesting to get into, though, is that you've done sufficient apologia for MAGA or for the extremities of the right, that therefore you might as well be a part of the extremity that you once sought to avoid. So how do you feel you are with that exterior assessment from other people? And then how do you still perceive yourself? And then how are you attacking the current political zeitgeist?
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, it's one of those criticisms where when I think about where the criticism comes from, I have a pretty easy time sleeping at night and dismissing it. And the reason is, did you see my conversation with Erudite?
I think I did see the beginning of it, and I did think you might have characterized it as a struggle session. Yeah, and I did feel like she was trying to say like, but Trump's worse, right? But Trump's worse, right? But Trump's worse, right? And that was kind of especially the first 40 minutes, that's what it was.
Yeah, and it didn't get better. It only got worse as I slowly realized, like, oh, we're never going to talk about the topics we agreed to talk about. We're only going to talk about whether I will admit Trump is worse than Harris. And if I don't say that, then I am a political enemy and I will never have a polite conversation. Now, she and I actually buried the hatchet off stream later at the Word War debate because she was there and I was there, and we were hanging out and having drinks. So life moved on. But that conversation is why I don't worry too much about that criticism, because the truth is, if I take any position other than we would have been better off with Harris than Trump, I am shilling for MAGA from their perspective.
Well, And Luton did the same thing to North the other day, and my former editor Taze got super pissed off because basically, like, North was talking to Destiny, and he said, well, if there's a election between a MAGA Republican and a Never Trump Republican or a centrist Republican, I'm voting for the centrist Republican. But then if it's between a Trump sycophant and a moderate Democrat, then I'll vote for a moderate Democrat because I think the MAGA wing, Trump wing needs to get shellacked. But even that wasn't enough. And Mr. Mooten jumped onto the stream to be like, unless you're willing to put D down ticket, then you're my enemy and I don't care what you have to say. And I was just like, God, man, like, can we not be a little bit more nuanced than that? But yeah, that conversation sucked too.
But that's what I mean. Like, when I started talking publicly on the internet, which was kind of a weird thing for me to do because, like, not to be like that guy, but like career-wise, I don't need this income stream. Like, this is a hobby, and it's one that distracts me from things that like make more money. So like, it's I did it because I felt like I had some kind of obligation to try to provide some context to things I cared about, and that I'd like reached a point in my life where I had some ideas that maybe were worth hearing. So it was a thing that I did with some trepidation, but I started doing it, and here's how that went. I had endless conversations with people like Josiah and Destiny, and especially Pisco, who despite being a frenemy, did give me a lot of airtime at the beginning, so I appreciate that. And how those went was like this. Let's spend 2 hours talking about the things that I know you will agree are bad about Trump. So I'll spend 2 hours being like, yeah, I hate this, I hate that, I think this is bad, I didn't vote for him, didn't vote for him 3 times. This is why I didn't vote for him 3 times. Here's all my criticisms, line up all my criticisms. And then at the end I go, hey, but there's some real problems on the Democratic Party that caused me to leave the party and go independent. They go, oh shit, we're out of time. And that was there's like 15 hours of video of basically me being used as a propaganda piece when I reflect back on it, because I wasn't media savvy enough to know what was happening, right? And now I've reached the point where, like, when Erudite, and again, we buried the hatchet, but when she did the same thing to me, I'm like, no. Like, I'm not going to give you infinite airtime to air your grievances in your political project. I don't want you to win. I want you to lose. Now, I am happy to be in a conversation that's good faith and not adversarial, to be open about my criticisms about the president. But if it's going to get to the point where, like, well, you have all these criticisms, so you must be voting Democrat, I'm like, no, you guys appear to be communists. I checked out your stream last night, Destiny/Pisco. You're calling for Nuremberg Truth and Reconciliation hearings and packing the Supreme Court. I obviously don't want your side to win. Your shit is not acceptable right now.
Well,
now, does that mean I'm giving a blank ticket to the right? No, I have my criticisms there too. But I'm not willing to be used as a pawn for advertising for their political projects.
Well, I think that's why the past 6 months have been so rich from a discourse perspective, because I'll admit that, especially in the 24 election cycle, that's effectively the way that a lot of people use me. They're like, Trump bad, right? Trump bad, right? Trump bad, right? And you just got to check in every 30 seconds for Trump bad. But then I think that with the shootings, the Alex Preddy and Renee Good shooting, I think with the them overestimating, they did get a lot of political capital from those shootings, but then wanting to misuse the political capital that they had gained. And then not just that, there being a legitimate fracture in the left between liberals who want to minimize the leftist influence over the Democratic Party, such as Hutch, versus the people who say, well, the leftists are going to vote Democrat, therefore we should pander to them a little bit in order to get them on the same team, which I do view Pisco as doing. Then, that's actually caused like a civil war in the liberals, where the leftists are always fighting the liberals. The liberals are always fighting the leftists. But then there's even a schism within the liberals of the people who want to hang out with the progressives and communists, which I am like virulently opposed to. And then there's the liberals who fucking hate leftists. And I'm like, okay, based.
Well, I mean, like, let's be honest. Like, I had my own political drift, but like the infiltration of the progressive/communists into the broader left has been a primary reason for flight.
Can you hold just 1 second, because I'm gonna nip this shit in the bud. Connor giving a softball interview LA Marker, ask me any question in chat that you want asked of Ryan Mulally. I will ask him your question, and if he's evasive, I'll press him on it. And by the way, okay, Ryan, just straight up, we're gonna do like a where are we at politically, not because I want to struggle session Ryan into being a Democrat, but because I want to figure out what his game plan is for the Republican Party after the fall of Trump, because I think that's what North and I are trying to figure out. I think that's what a lot of Republicans are trying to figure out is, are we an isolationist national conservative? And by the way, didn't you go to a national conservative conference?
Did I?
I thought you did. Maybe I'm making it up. Maybe it's Rob
No,
Moore.
I didn't. I mean, I'm a member of several like conservative leaning organizations like the Federalist Society, but that's not. I'm not like I haven't been to a national conservative like.
It might, maybe
it's
I was thinking
side.
of the Crucible Orbit. Maybe it was the Crucible Orbit that went to a NatCon conference. But either way, it doesn't matter. The point is that like. Let me ask you this as a question, or maybe I'll make a statement and then I'll ask a question. So I think that the fractures and schisms that are happening in the right because of Iran, because of the Epstein files, and between Vance and Rubio are partially happening because we know that Trump was such a cult of personality and he's only going to be in power for another few years, and we don't know what comes next in the Republican Party. So I guess my question is, what do you think is going to happen descriptively? What do you want to happen prescriptively?
Yeah, so it's a great question. And this was actually, I know you and he don't get along, but so I'm not going to make it a thing. But you know, I used to not get along with Rob Noor also. Like he and I had a big blowout. We were yelling at each other all the time. And the eventual olive branch that mended the fences, which I think answers your question, which is why I bring it up, is this. What I said to him was like, look, we've disagreed on a lot of things. In particular, you favor political prosecutions in a way that I just don't. But I think there's a bulldozer and builder dynamic here. Like I've made a little bit of peace with populism, not because I like populism, but because if you want to replace institutions and parts of institutions that have become corrupt or no longer follow their policies, no longer serve the purposes they were supposed to serve, you need a bulldozer that's going to take out the rot. And then you need what I would call the reasonable right, like the kind of like institutionally minded builder type Republicans to show up and replace the things that got bulldozed with better things. And I don't know when that's going to happen. I'm not sure if we're still in the bulldoze cycle or if we're going to be in a building cycle by the time 28 comes around. It seems a little fast, to be honest with me. I think we might still be bulldozing, but that's the dynamic that I'm kind of focused on, which is like in the short term, when there's a need for bulldozing, let's steer the bulldozer to the extent we can. The pendulum's going to swing too far. There's going to be some things that are knocked out that you wish hadn't been knocked out. You're not going to avoid all of it, but the goal is to avoid the avoidable. And then once that's happened, let's start rebuilding the education system. Let's start rebuilding the judicial system. Let's start rebuilding these systems in a way that better align to core American values, because the progressive drift into these systems over the last 100 years has been insane. Like the more I dig, the crazier it gets. And something needs to be done about that. So that's my optimistic.
Let's dig into that a little bit, because I think part of the problem is we also might not be drawing the same lines on rebuilding. And I also think it's like a principled thing where it actually feeds into how you view economics, taxation, and governance in line with like the original framers of our Constitution and society versus the way that we've developed as a society over the past 250 years. So, for instance, I'll bring up a specific example, but I'll try it into this broader philosophical issue. So, PEPFAR and USAID, okay? So, if you... Shit, I might even need to back out a little bit further. Give me some latitude. I'll do my best. So, we agree that we are currently approximately $40 trillion in debt, and that we cannot spend and tax so much that we render our currency useless, because so much of the world economy is backed up by the dollar that if it actually became useless, broad swaths of the international community and the United States would collapse. So we have to partially,
unless China manages to create the yuan as an alternative global currency, which they're trying to do. But yes, at present, yes.
Right. And so in order to avoid this, we probably need to not be constantly funding quails doing cocaine, research, like $300,000 for quails doing cocaine, probably not a good use of federal funds. Trans plays in Colombia that are supposed to, they're put on for like, I don't know, $100,000 for the diplomatic staff in Colombia to put on a pro-trans play to get Colombian government officials to be more sympathetic to the plight of trans sex workers. That's probably not a judicious use of federal funding. And then I'm sure we could come up with other examples. But so I agree with the instinct to cut programs. That way the federal government has a clear defined mission and we're not spending endless cash on endless shit. However, when it comes to the Trump thing, like the PEPFAR USAID cuts were so weird that if we're talking about a bulldozer, effectively what the bulldozer did is it charged the corner of a building and it removed a concrete chip, but that concrete chip is projected to kill 3 to 14 million people. And so that's my frustration, is like, it's not a big cut, and the cut that we did is disastrous. So what the fuck? Right? So, sorry, take it from there, please.
The thing about Doge is, if you look at it from a purely economic perspective, like in terms of like the budget, they clearly did not do anything close to what they promised. By the way, what they promised couldn't be done. If you cut the entire discretionary budget, we're not in the black. Like we're in the red on non-discretionary spending.
Sure.
So, basically
$2 trillion was an overestimate. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like obviously not possible to balance the budget this way. But the best argument for the USAID cuts, for example, is not the economics. That's not the reason to cut USAID. The reason to cut USAID is think about this like from like a businessman perspective. You're appointed the president of a company, right?
Yes.
Now you have new priorities. You have a new vision for the company. Let's do the vision, right? And you're like, this company's huge. There's no way I can handshake every person and audit everything personally. I can't. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a QC. I'm going to do a quality control check. I'm going to sweep and see what they're doing. And you go into a department and you're like, oh, this department seems to be in the business of sending money to competitive NGOs who are currently working to undermine my priorities. And that's what they do. They send money to NGOs that are unaccountable and largely opposed to what I'm doing. Am I going to spend the next 2 years going through the quagmire of auditing each one, blowing all my political capital, Doge expires, Elon's gone, I'm in the midterms, and then nothing ever happens? Because the thing about these bureaucracies is they are professional cockroaches. They are professional survivors. When you get into this mode of like, can we get the bureaucracy to justify its own existence? That's the thing they do best, right? Or do I just axe the whole fucking thing and then rebuild later? And I think that's actually the reason to cut it, is that
the reason I did roll my eyes while you were saying they're professional cockroaches who are capable of justifying their jobs. Okay, so I did see this. I used to work for a unit in California 20 years ago, so I don't think I'm sharing anything secret. But I worked for a unit called MCTISA, and MCTISA was a Marine Corps installation that basically what they did all day is they tried to get software and hardware to talk to each other in a warfighting context. But the truth was that I even sat in on meetings, because I ended up, kind of being connected to the right people, where they were saying, hey, there's 20 companies that do what we do, and they arguably get bigger contracts and do it more than we do. So we have an identity issue of justifying the continued existence of hundreds of jobs that are all six-figure contractors. And truth is, it was kind of like a retirement place. It's like where they put all the dumbasses that like don't want to hack it anywhere else to ride out there until they retire. So probably like 30% of the installation was dead weight. And so, yeah, these people 100% exist, and they should be cut.
Oh, but it's not just that, Connor. Think about an organization that it's actually productive and does good work if you like the work it's doing. Like I've done asylum cases, right? And when I did asylum cases, I often partnered with Catholic legal service organizations because they do a lot of asylum defense. They help people get asylum, right? But if you look at USAID budget, some of the budget was going to NGOs that were paying organizations like these to do asylum defense.
Right. So you're increasing the cost of the federal government by paying NGOs to fight the federal government.
Yeah, and for Trump, he's like, so I ran on mass deportations. Now we have people. I am literally paying the people who are going to hire the lawyers to stop me from doing that. I don't want to do that anymore. Sure. Like that, like that, and that's not even like saying that those services aren't doing a good job. I think they got cut because they were doing a good job in that case. But like that.
But then we get into the moral calculus, though. This is kind of where I think that the soul of the Republican Party truly needs to be defined and codified, because I think the argumentation that you presented to me so far is perfectly in line, especially like I've heard these as fiscal conservative talking points for decades. And by the way, I'm sympathetic to some of them. However, part of what I'm frustrated by with these arguments about the fiscal conservative necessity, but also why would you pay NGOs to fight you on your objectives? I totally understand exactly what you just said. However, part of the argumentation sucks. And so, for instance, with PEPFAR and USAID, because the Trump administration knew that there is distrust of three-letter agencies in the MAGA movement, they vilified the CIA, saying that the CIA was using PEPFAR and USAID as backdoors in order to overthrow foreign governments, which we are tired of doing foreign regime changes that are costly. Therefore, part of our gutting of PEPFAR, not PEPFAR, but USAID, is based in this fact that it's being used as a backdoor for the CIA. But for me, particularly with what's going on in Cuba right now, where apparently we're backing the rebels with soft power, USAID using a social pretext in order to create a social media website that was not under the Cuban government's control. That way, dissidents in Cuba could coordinate an overthrow of the authoritarian communist government. That's the kind of shit that I want my government to do. But it was used to vilify the CIA and then cut the program. So like, where are you on the geopolitical interventionist stage? Are you like a non-interventionist? Are you an isolationist? Are you an internationalist? Are you a neocon? Like, where are you?
This is one of the weird things about the Trump administration for me, is that for all the criticisms I've had of him, in many places, like I'm a hawkish U.S. hegemony guy. Like I think the world is better when the U.S. is in charge of it, and I think that's worth spending money and actually lives on. Like I think that's a noble pursuit. So I would love to have a website that backdoors the fucking communists and makes their lives harder. But you know what I liked even more than that? Decapitating Venezuela and cutting them off oil so that now they actually have no method of being a government anymore. Like, so the weird thing about Trump on geopolitics, for me as somebody who's hawkish, and I'm not one of those like no more wars, isolationist types.
Yeah. Oh, it's the whiplash.
Yeah. So I don't have that whiplash. For me, I was like, oh, neither party is willing to do what it does to combat China on the geopolitical stage. Neither party had the balls. And now I'm like, oh shit, we decapitated Venezuela. That's a piece of China's geopolitical oil puzzle down. We're trying to take out Iran. That's the other piece of their geopolitical oil puzzle going down. Like these are now Cuba has all this pressure. These are moves that like I have wanted someone to do for a long time.
Let me ask you a follow-up question.
I'm delighted that these things are happening, truthfully.
Well, no, me too. But then here's the crux of it though, and this is where Pisco jams me up a bit, and I actually appreciate him jamming me up. Because inside me there are two wolves, okay? There's the wolf that is ecstatic that we did a special forces mission with minimal casualties that took out Maduro, and then now we're not in a regime change war in Venezuela, but apparently the Venezuelan vice president who became the president on the sly is like, well, shit, I don't want to get kidnapped or murdered in the middle of the night. I'm going to start normalizing diplomatic relations with the United States because I basically have like a giant war dog on my doorstep, and if I step outside of it, I'm going to get eaten. I like going after the shadow fleet, the Russian shadow fleet. I think that's totally based. But what I'm worried about with Iran, and I don't know if you share these concerns, is that clearly, when I look at the history of the United States, we have a series of military actions that were not called wars, but they were wars in function, and they didn't have congressional authorization, but that kind of unilateral power being vested in the presidency scares the shit out of me. Because with Iran, we're effectively risking like the end of the species. We're risking World War III, and this was all up to the Trump administration without the consult of Congress, and that's fucking scary.
Pisco's absolutely full of shit. Here's the thing.
I want to listen, but this sounds like it should be a Pisco Ryan Mullally debate. But let's
Yeah.
I want to listen. Go ahead.
Pisco's full of shit. Like here's the deal. The president's constitutional authority as commander-in-chief to engage in offensive military actions absent congressional approval is the grayest of the gray areas within the Constitution. There is absolutely no case law on this. And by the way, the court will not decide this question because they don't want to get in the middle of this fight. This is not a thing where someone's going to say like, oh, it's unconstitutional and therefore the Supreme Court's going to step in. That is simply not what's going to happen. And
for sure.
Because this comes up so often, I've prepared a short list of actions that under Pisco's rubric were unconstitutional. Thomas Jefferson sending ships to the Barbary Pirates prior to getting authorization, though he got it later. 1846, James Polk starting the Mexican-American War. Abraham Lincoln calling the militias to block the harbors in the South. William McKinley sending troops to the Boxer Rebellion in 1900. Truman starting the goddamn Korean War, where we lost 50,000 troops. No declaration of war, no congressional authorization. Nixon invaded Cambodia. Reagan invaded Grenada. Reagan bombed Libya. Bush won, invasion of Panama. Bush won again, intervention in Somalia. Clinton invaded in Haiti. Clinton intervened in Bosnia. Clinton, missile strikes on Sudan and Afghanistan. Clinton, Kosovo air campaign. Obama of Libya again. Trump won Syria. I mean, so like the idea that this is like an unprecedented act for the president, like we went to the fucking Korean War without a declaration. Like this has always been a thing that happens in the United States. There's a tension between Congress with the power to declare war and the power of the purse over the army and the armed services, and the president as commander-in-chief. And there's probably some limit on what he can do as the commander-in-chief, but no one knows what it is, and no one's ever known what it is. So to say that this is like some open and shut case is like ridiculous.
No. Descriptively, these are the things that I have brought up in a conversation with Pisco, with I think a quite astute parallel being the Panamanian conflict. Operation Just Cause, Operation Blue Spoon. We didn't have a declaration of war, and yet the things that are cited to me as reasons why that's different is because Panamanian forces had just gotten into a gunfight and killed like a U.S. Marine. And then also the Panamanian government had declared war on the United States or something like that. But for me, it's like, that doesn't change the calculus in iota, because we
No.
always have people who are threatening our troops or hurting our troops. And then not just that, but the foreign nation declaring open hostilities against us. That also has nothing to do with whether or not Congress has been sought for authorization to engage in armed hostility. The United States military is always authorized to engage in defensive military action. So it would seem like if we had the hard game plan that Pisco is advocating for, then all of the examples that you just cited would be completely different. And yet they're not. So, but here's my question to you.
To add to that, Connor, just before you ask the question.
Sure.
We've had casus belli against Iran every minute of every day since 1979. Like, just to be clear, this has been a hostile nation that funds terrorism and kills our citizens and our allies. They've killed, maimed, and kidnapped thousands of Americans since 1979. Like, this is not a friendly nation. I mean, the UK admitted that they foiled 20 Iranian-funded terrorist attacks in the last calendar year. There was a dude who just got convicted in federal court of trying to coordinate the assassination of President Trump at Iran's behest. Iranian agents pressured him to this is an active adversarial nation. They are not our friends. They have been killing us for years. And quite frankly, even if we don't get into the weeds of the JCPOA, which was a very bad agreement, but even if we don't get into those weeds, we offered them. We came in and we said, we will give you free civilian grade uranium. We'll just give it to you if you give up your enrichment program. You can just have it. It's free. Have as many nuclear reactors as you want. Power your country. And they said, no. Giving up enrichment is a non-starter. Giving up funding terrorists is a non-starter. And FYI, we have enough enriched uranium for 11 nukes at 60%.
Yeah.
Well, holy shit. What the fuck do you think we're going to do at that point?
Well, and obviously the Kyle Kalinskis and the other people say, well, effectively, the reason why we don't attempt regime change in North Korea is because of their nuclear weapons. Therefore, if you were a country that wanted to be outside of the United States' influence, then weapons of mass destruction is clearly the fastest way in order to resist us. And so the Iranians were trying to hybridize that strategy by effectively being on the cusp of weapons of mass destruction without fully developing them. But at the same time, for me, it's like that doesn't change the calculus, because for me, don't know how you see power, but for me, the way that I've seen it consistently is power abhors a vacuum. And there really are 3 or 4 competing ideologies on the world stage for global dominance. Those are fascism, communism, theocratic Islam, and then I would say what I call kleptocratic oligarchy. So I don't think that Russia is a fascist state explicitly. I think that it's basically an oligarchy that steals from its people. So it's wildly powerful people that fleece their own citizens. Then when it comes to Islam, obviously there's plenty of Islamic theocratic nations out there. Then when it comes to communism, I would say that is probably best spiritually carried on by China, and then also Venezuela, and arguably North Korea. And then I would say, what was the last one I did? I forget the last one, as a matter of fact. But the point is that we have 2 options. Either we could have this conception of sovereignty where these rival ideologies compete with us on the world stage, but we never intervene in foreign countries, which would be the pre-World War II strategy. Or we effectively we're in a Cold War with all of these ideologies, and we're competing for economic and political supremacy on the world stage, which was the post-Cold War ideology. And so I'm a post-World War II guy. I'm a Cold War guy. So
yeah, I mean, look, the whole theme of my channel is natural law. The U.S. is the only country founded on the premise that we ought preserve natural rights and natural law, and we ought secure natural rights for our citizens. We're the only one. Now, I am not shy about the fact that I think that is objectively the correct philosophy, and that I'm not a cultural relativist. I think that we are right, they are wrong, and that the world is better off in a situation where we are the ones who are dictating, to the extent we can, how humans ought to live. It's better for us to be in that position. And you know, you brought up Kyle Kalinske. Honestly, dude, that fucking guy is like, he's basically doing Iranian propaganda right now. And I want to be like clear about how fucked up I think that is, because you can think there's a room for disagreement about politics and policy and should we go to war, that sort of thing. But you also need to understand our win condition is military dominance. Their win condition is cockroach survival plus propaganda weakening our will at home. So if you are engaging in Iranian propaganda, you are actually helping them. That you are part of their war effort, not consciously. I'm not saying you're taking money. You're just a useful fucking idiot. So when Kyle says something like, there's a tweet, someone said, if you hate Donald Trump more than you hate the Iranian regime, you're what's wrong with America. And Kyle responded, the Iranians didn't rape kids on Epstein Island and kick 18 million people off of Medicaid. If you can't see the difference between a president that you deeply dislike and Iran, by the way, where they have a stated religious policy that you can fuck 10-year-olds. So if you want to talk about Epstein, shut the fuck up. Like, you know, they literally fuck 10-year-olds as a matter of religious observance, and there can be their first cousins. So that's a whole other story. But like, there's not a moral equivalence there. And if you don't see that there's not a moral equivalence there's a problem. Right? And you can hate Trump all you want while still being like, I hate Trump, but Iran is like way, way worse, and it's not a close call.
Yeah. I think the thing is, though, is that I value our country's capacity to tolerate stupidity as long as it's like freely and earnestly held belief. So for instance, like I actually kind of value living in a society where you can effectively simp for the authoritarian regime that we're currently destroying. And you brought up like you're doing Iranian propaganda for them. One of the funniest pieces of propaganda that I've seen in the past week, where you know, the lefty simps for the Iranian regime were like, oh, America's so stupid. And you know why they're stupid? Because the Iranians painted the silhouettes of helicopters and F-4 fighter jets on the tarmac, and then Americans targeted these silhouettes with $1 million missiles. Ha ha, the United States is a bunch of idiots. And I'm like, hold up. Let's think about this for real quick, okay? The reason why the Iranian regime is genius and the reason why the American military is stupid is because the Iranian regime doesn't have real fighter jets or helicopters to fight with. And they went to Looney Tunes lengths of diversion tactics in order to get the US military to strike their Looney Tunes silhouettes. But then, not only that, we successfully struck those Looney Tunes silhouettes with insane precision. But we're the assholes because we spent too much money to blow up their non-existent shit. Why aren't you laughing at them for being idiots who can't even field real shit? And that was like a propaganda win to lefties on the internet. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw my debate with Wick recently, but you know, at one point,
did that talking point come up? I would have shot myself on screen.
Not that one, but we got into a certain point where I was saying like, our initial strike in Iran showed like a shocking level of technological and intelligence dominance, where we knew exactly where they'd be. We could bypass all their defenses. We killed like the top 100 leaders in the country, and it was a shocking display of power and of intelligence gathering, which for those who are going to Juiceburg, yes, has something to do with Israel. That's one of the reasons we're allies with them. But Wick was saying, oh, well, it's not, you know, how do you know they were surprised? It seems like they weren't surprised. And I was like, if they weren't surprised, if they had 100 leaders in the same place to get annihilated by bombs, and that wasn't a surprise, they are the dumbest motherfuckers that ever lived. It's one of the two. It can't be that you saw it coming and then got killed by the bombs and you're a genius. That doesn't work out. Like it's one of the two things. And I do think that there's like, we have displayed an incredible technological and military acumen in this conflict. Now we're getting to the hard part where we're getting guerrilla resistance. And, you know, Iran has invested in asymmetric deterrence, which is like the swift boats, the drones, the naval mines, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthi pirates. Like their asymmetric deterrence had a lot of money, by the way, which, not that we need to go into it, that's why the JCPOA was such a bad deal. Because we gave them $100 billion and they used it to buy the fucking weapons that we're dealing with now. But
let me ask you a prescriptive thing though. So for me, you're saying descriptively, and I heard you, that we don't know the gray area between the presidency and the legislative branch because they're articulated within the Constitution. But if you look at 250 years of American armed conflict, it's pretty clear that presidents have been able to leap first and ask for permission second. And sometimes they didn't even get permission afterwards. Congress just didn't. For instance, like in Korea, I don't think we ever got an AUMF. I think Congress just kept funding the forces in the region, which allowed us to conduct military operations in Korea. And I think the exact statistic was 36,000 American dead and an estimate of between 500,000 and 1.5 million North Koreans killed in either armed conflict or a strategic air campaign. So if that's not a fucking war, then I don't know what war is. But
and by the way, the joke is people say, yeah, Congress never approved it, but there was a Security Council resolution in favor. And I'm like, well,
what the fuck does the UN have to do with us declaring war? It's a foreign organization.
Yeah, A, 100% correct. B, the ambassador works in the executive branch. So the person who cast the vote in the Security Council cast it because the president told them to. So that's like saying the president approved the president's actions. Who gives it? Like,
that doesn't affect the calculus at all. I think that's more of a moral. Weirdly enough, they say it when this talking point comes up. They say it like it's a legalistic thing, because the Congress didn't declare war, but the United Nations gave us a green light in order to participate in the operation, that legalistically it's more supported. But I don't think it's more legalistically supported. I think it's more arguably morally supported because more of the world approved us for doing it. But when the fuck have we ever cared about what the world, cared about our military operations? But hold on, let me ask you the descriptive question, because otherwise people are going to think that I'm letting you get away with murder. So, in my perspective, I am worried about the balance of power within the Constitutional Republic of the United States. I feel like over the past 250 years, we have let increasing power be consolidated in the executive. And then part of the reason why the Trump administration has been so disastrous from a Democratic perspective is because of the concentrated power. So for me, what I would say is, I wouldn't mind seeing a war powers resolution that actually codified the difference between the executive and the executive and the legislative, and what is a war and when should Congress declare it. Because one of the things that Lactoy brought up that I thought was really interesting was he was saying that we engage in acts of war all the time without the consent of Congress. We engage in limited airstrikes. We engage in sanctions when we take the Shadow Fleet, when we capture Russian maritime commercial vessels. That could be considered an act of war. So the president is engaged in acts of war all the time, but those themselves are not war. Because war is a class of behavior of declared hostilities between nation states. And so, that, I would want to see that codification. So I guess my question to you is, do you like the gray area? Do you want this power to remain in the executive? Do you want a new war powers resolution that clarifies responsibility? Where are you at prescriptively?
Well, we have an existing war powers resolution. And the oddity
which didn't do shit and nobody enforced it.
but no, not even that. Trump complied with it.
Why? Because he told them within 48 hours that he engaged in the military operation, and he has 60 days to operate without the consent of Congress before Congress calls him in.
All it requires is that he brief the Gang of Eight in advance, like some subset of Congress, which he did, and that he give them a report within 48 hours, and then the potentially unconstitutional part of it is that at the end of 60 days, if Congress doesn't approve, he loses authorization. That part might be unconstitutional, so I'm not sure that's going to work. But in terms of what he was required to do, And by the way, no president has ever admitted the War Powers Resolution is constitutional. Every president has always written, when they write the reports, they always sign it like, here's the report. I am doing this. I am like, sorry, what's the language? They say like, this report is consistent with the War Powers Resolution Act, not pursuant to. It's the legal equivalent of saying, I'm doing it because I want to, not because you can make me. Right? Every president has taken that position. Right? Because no president has admitted.
Well, I'm asking this because maybe you know.
Yeah.
So I brought up Libya and Syria as examples because a lot of Democrats are fans of Obama. Like unironically, like Joe Biden and or Obama are some of their favorite recent presidents who they judge Trump to. And so with Obama, the 2001-2002 AUMF effectively articulates that the president can take action against anybody who is affiliated with Al-Qaeda, is affiliated with jihadist terrorism, et cetera, but then also we can do preemptive attacks against people who might be planning terrorist attack or are planning terrorist attacks against the United States. And so that kind of gives you like a broad set of authorities with which to attack insurgent organizations, terrorist organizations worldwide. What it doesn't say, which is really funny, is you are allowed to depose random Middle Eastern and North African dictators as long as you think it's going to end up being advantageous to the United States in the long run. Nowhere in the 2001-2002 AUMF is it stated that. So effectively, trying to depose Bashir al-Assad by supporting the rebels on the ground and by doing limited airstrikes against government forces. And then same thing with Libya, where we were doing airstrikes on government forces and also supporting rebels on the ground. Obama didn't have shit from Congress in reference to that. And so, like, did he write a notification of the War Powers Act effectively saying that this is in compliance but not pursuant to?
I'm not positive. I'd have to look that one up. The reason I'm not positive is because if you take the position that you had the authorization of military force,
then you wouldn't comply with
you wouldn't even need to do the War Powers Resolution bit, right? Because you're already authorized. So I think the Obama administration, this is from memory. So if I get this wrong, please forgive me, chat. From memory, I think they took the position that like the people, because the authorization of military force said those responsible for 9/11, basically.
Right.
They interpreted that very broadly. So that included like every organization that when Al-Qaeda splintered had anything to do
Al-Nusra.
Yeah. So like you were supporting Al-Qaeda, like ISIS didn't
AQI,
exist at the time of 9/11. But then they're like, well, it's splintered, so that counts too. Like, so if it would be weird for them to have done that in a situation where they thought they already had authorization, so they might not have. But I don't know the answer.
No, I'm okay with that. But I think that's part of the thing where, you know, Pisco, the reason why I got frustrated with Pisco, and it seems like you were frustrated along the same lines, is when you tell a liberal audience, this is unprecedented, this has never happened before, this is illegal, you could 25th Amendment Donald Trump off of this, you could impeach him and hold him criminally accountable. I don't think any of those statements are true. Like, you could say that based off of your understanding of the Constitution, that's what you believe should happen. But you can't look at 250 years of American history of armed conflict and say that this is without precedent because it has dozens of precedents.
Well, and here's the thing about, I'll say this about Pisco, and then one thing about Pisco, one thing about the broader left, because it's a thing to watch out for with Pisco. Pisco does this thing where he tries to avoid the question of how the Constitution actually operates in practice, because he wants to talk about, like, he'll ask me, like, is X illegal? And my response is, there is no universe in which the Supreme Court will ever answer that question.
Right.
Like, they will never answer the question. He's like, but is it? And I'm like, well, what does it matter?
Oh, we did that. we did that. Sorry, we did that argumentation. I'm sorry for interrupting, but I actually want to give you the exact line of argumentation that we did that seemed to resolve the dispute. So I said, because these downtown areas exist, they're the city of Mount Dora, Baldwin Park. There's downtown areas where jaywalking is not enforced because it's so walkable that people in the downtown areas buy all the shops. They just cross wherever they want to cross, right? But there are state statutes and municipal statutes that state that you can only cross in a designated crosswalk. And so with this analogy, I effectively said, well, within this downtown area, it's not enforced. Local law enforcement is aware of the jaywalking. They're not enforcing it. The city officials are aware of the jaywalking. They're not enforcing it. The local population is aware that jaywalking is a statute. They don't care. They're not going to comply with the law. So you saying, is it illegal to jaywalk? Obviously, the answer is yes. But if there's no enforcement mechanism with which to affect the law, then in what way is it illegal? And by making a distinction between what was practiced versus what was on paper, we were able to overcome Pisco's autism.
Yeah. Well, and honestly, that's a very good example, but this situation is even worse than that. Like, imagine that, the hypo you just gave, all those details, and then add one more thing. The only court with jurisdiction over it has universally and will always take the position that they lack the authority to decide. So even if in the future you put in a police department that was going to issue tickets, if you go to court and challenge it, the court's going to say, I lack the authority to enforce that ticket. Well, yeah, what the fuck are we talking about at this point? Well,
hold on. So why do you think that is, though? Is it because the federal government benefits so much from the gray area that they wouldn't want to set black and white ruling because that limits their opportunities in the future? Why wouldn't they rule on the limits of the powers of the branches?
So the one time they got close to this, I forgot the name of the case. Sorry, it's just escaping me, but I can send it to you later. It never got to the Supreme Court. It went to the D.C. Circuit, and the question was, can members of Congress sue to enforce the War Powers Resolution? Right? Can a member of Congress actually enforce this? And the court said no, you lack standing. That seems like a weird ruling. But the reason that they're going down there in like, I'm trying not to be like legal autist and go more like broad big picture here, is that there's this idea called political question, where courts will not answer things where they do not think they have a legal basis to do it. And instead, what they'd be wading into is a political dispute between the two other co-equal branches. So like the court's basically taking the position, we just don't have the authority to wade into this. This is like the Constitution gives war.
So who does? Does Congress just say this is how it is through legislation? Does the president
defund him? Defund the war, impeach him, wait till you have a sympathetic president and pass more restrictive laws? Like, this is a fight between the Congress and the president from the court's perspective.
But see, that's another thing that's so funny about this situation, because it does seem to have a host of perverse incentives, because the Congress isn't going to want to limit the power of the presidency, because if they're in the opposition party, they might hold power soon. Then if they're a part of the president's constituency, then they're not going to want to hold him accountable, because that can make him look bad to have rebels within your own party, your own caucus. And then not just that, but effectively, like, you would have to have an extreme situation, which, by the way, I do think this situation is extreme, but you would have to have an extreme situation that the Congress didn't want. And I think that because, and I'm not saying this as an invective, I'm being descriptive, I think Iran has been such a pain in the ass in the United States' side for so long, and there are so many Zionists, and once again, I'm not saying that as an invective, I'm saying that descriptively. There are so many Zionists who think that, like, checking the power of the Iranian regime in the Middle East and North Africa is beneficial probably to the Gulf states in the long term, but also Israel in the long term, that they think it's a good idea. They're just mad that Trump did it without consulting them or a long-term political buildup. That's all they're mad about. They're mad about the fact that he did it unilaterally.
Yeah, and I think that you're right that the tension between the legislative branch and the executive branch is palpable on this, and there are perverse incentives, but the perverse incentives on the other side are worse. Like, imagine the following situation. We are actually being invaded. Like, we're actually being invaded. They're storming the beaches of in Manhattan, right? The president rallies the troops to fight. And some asshole runs to district court seeking an injunction. It's illegal for the president to command the troops in this way.
Yeah, we don't have a declaration of war from Congress yet.
Like, what I'm getting at is, if the court then said, actually, we agree with this dipshit, the president lacks this authority, do you really think any soldiers would say, actually, yes, we agree with you, court, we're not going to follow the commander-in-chief?
Well, right.
Right?
Yeah, then you have a crisis of the entirety of the structure of the republic.
Here's what happens if the court makes that ruling. They say, we order the troops home. And the president says, you, court, have absolutely no constitutional authority to command the troops because I am the commander-in-chief. Get fucked. And you are now in the worst constitutional crisis post-Civil War, maybe worse than the Civil War. Like
because loyalty would be decided by, like, at the unit level, where the units that decided, or the leaders that decided that the president was in the right would side with the president, and then the units that sided with the legislature or the courts would be loyal to the courts, and then boom, you have two factions that are identifiable almost immediately, and then because the factions are identifiable, they're more likely to come into conflict. So yeah, that's obviously a fucking nightmare. I think the chances of it happening, I can feel the liberal impulse in my brain to say, what is more likely to happen? A president at the zenith of American power gets us into a foreign war that is intractable and threatens hundreds of thousands or millions of lives, because that's kind of what's happening now, versus a land invasion of the United States. What's more probable? But I still think that doesn't necessarily address the principle that you brought up. I think the principle that you brought up still stands.
Yeah, and remember with the Kilmar Garcia?
Yes, I do.
A similar
Vividly
situation came up. Yeah, where the lower court ordered that that the administration facilitate his return, right? And the Supreme Court mostly agreed, but they struck the word effectuate, right? They just said facilitate. And why did they strike the word effectuate? Because the power to treat with foreign nations and engage in diplomacy is the president's. The court lacks the authority to order the president to effectuate shit in a conversation with foreign powers. They have no constitutional authority in that regard, and they know it. They are deeply aware of it. It's the same, and that's the same logic why they wouldn't weigh in here. They are aware that their authority is limited and does not extend in all directions in all places. Now, people like Pisco and Justice Jackson, which drives me crazy about her, they believe the court has the right to rule on anything if it's constitutional at any level at any time. But what that does is it makes the court a super branch that has review authority over all the other branches. And that's actually constitutionally worse than a vigorous executive. Like you do not want a super branch.
Weirdly enough, that is kind of how I view them. But I do have a good faith question from chat that I want to answer, even if it seems hostile. So Rob says, then why do soldiers take an oath to the Constitution if you're saying that a reasonable soldier could say that the president is wrong or making an illegal order? So I'm going to read you the actual oath of enlistment real quick, because I'm not sure if we're...
Can you clarify what the question is? Because I didn't say anything like that in this stream. He must be something else.
Sure. Well, I'll read it again, but to be honest, I want an opportunity to answer it as well, because I think I can. So Rob says, why do soldiers take an oath to the Constitution if you're saying that no reasonable soldier could say the president is wrong or making an illegal order? So hold on one second. I'm going to read you the oath of enlistment. So I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States and the orders of the officers appointed over me according to the regulation in the Uniform Code of Military Justice, so help me God. Okay, so what Ryan brought up and what I'm bringing up now is that within this oath is not only in the oath to the Constitution of the United States. The reason why people like me emphasize that is because if a president knowingly, willfully, and maliciously ordered troops against the Constitution of the United States, then they should be refused. Okay? But that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about from Ryan's perspective is that there is a reasonable interpretation between the ruling of the court and the orders of the president. So you effectively have a court saying, you have limited authority in this case, therefore you need to follow what the legislature is saying. And then you have the presidency saying, no, I'm the commander-in-chief. This is an exigent circumstance. Even if the legislature is against me, you need to follow my lawful orders. And therefore, it's a reasonable interpretation to either side with the ruling of the Supreme Court or side with the presidency. And then you start shooting each other because nobody can make up their mind. So
yeah, which is the situation that must be avoided. And I know we've had a lot of dialogue about the duty to follow orders and the capacity of soldiers to refuse unlawful orders in this country recently. But it's worth emphasizing that the presumption is always for a soldier to follow orders. Always to follow orders. Always, 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 always. And while it is true that they can, and in some cases must, refuse an unlawful order, the incentive structure is to make that not happen very often. Because if a soldier follows an order, the order is presumed lawful. And even if the soldier is later to be proven wrong, they aren't going to be court-martialed and sent to prison unless it was manifestly obvious that it was unlawful. And as Connor was saying, here, it could go either way. So it would not be unlawful for them to follow the order. They'd be covered by the presumption of lawfulness. On the flip side, if a soldier declines a direct order, they have to prove the order was illegal, or they get court-martialed and probably go to prison, at the very least lose their livelihood. So while, yes, people made this big deal, like soldiers can refuse unlawful orders. Yes, that's true, but that's not how the system actually works. And while I think that, yes, you could make reasonable arguments on both sides, I would bet 75, 80% of the soldiers side with the president on that one. It's not, this is a bad idea. It's a very bad idea.
So somebody asked us in chat, and I didn't want to get sidetracked on it because I do think we have other stuff to talk about, but I also have limited time. So unfortunately, I think we should probably do this again soon. But let me ask you the question. So the way that I viewed the seditious sixth, okay, the congressman who came out and said, hey, the military must disobey unlawful orders, and because of the tests to our republic right now, there's a chance that unlawful orders could be coming down the pipe. Therefore, you need to remember your oath to the Constitution. Number one, I have no beef with that from a freedom of conscience, freedom of speech perspective. I think actually reminding, like, there's a plaque outside West Point that it might as well have been, they might as well have taken the quote directly from the plaque outside of West Point. Number two, I think that if you're not declaring the, what is it, like the Insurrection Act or something like that, if you're unwilling to declare a state of insurrection and you're ordering federal troops into the mainland, then you should be prepared for people to check your authority in reference to that because of the Posse Comitatus Act. And so for me, having members of Congress state that, in my opinion, is like an act of patriotism. And I think that any illegality that the Trump administration is pursuing right now, it's going to be tough for them to make that case and actually secure a conviction. So how do you feel about the seditious six, and how do you feel about the Trump administration's response to it?
Okay. I'm less charitable towards them than you were, in particular, Kelly, sure. but that's because I feel like they were doing a very obvious wink, wink, nod, nod. Like if there was an illegal order, like the ones you're getting now, wink, wink, nod, nod sort of thing. So, and that I felt was inappropriate, but inappropriate speech does not mean that it's criminal or that the state can act against you.
Can I ask you?
Like just to
keep going, but earlier. Yeah, I want to ask you about the Caribbean strikes too.
Absolutely. I earlier said that Kyle was engaging in Iranian propaganda. I stand by that. I think he is. I don't think that means he goes to jail. I don't think the state can censor him because he's engaging in
That just makes him an asshole.
I just think, I think he's a fucking asshole. And that was my take on the Seditious Six. I don't think they can go to prison. I just think that they're being jerks, and it's a fucking stupid thing to do. But
So
for political gain. One last.
Yeah,
thing.
sorry.
There's a difference between that and the attempts to strip or reduce Kelly's retirement benefits. That falls into a different category where they actually might be able to do that. That's more of a contentious legal issue. But this charge them with sedition was like a non-starter legally. It would never going to work.
Okay. Then sounds like we're like in 70-80% alignment, but I do want to press you on. It sounds like you believe there is broader authority for the military and the president as commander-in-chief of the military than I might be comfortable with, and I would want to amend through a war powers resolution. So the way that I think the Trump administration started drone striking civilian vessels in the Caribbean is they effectively analogized, in a way that I think is bad faith, to the 2001-2002 AUMF, that the people they are targeting are narco-terrorists, that the drug trafficking in the United States, I think the reason why Donald Trump declared fentanyl a weapon of mass destruction is because effectively we do have 100,000 Americans who are wiped out by illegal drugs every single year. So we have been freaking out for the past 26 years about 9/11-2001, where 3,000 Americans were killed by, a terrorist attack, whereas we arguably have something that is by a factor of, what would it be, like 30? Like annually, we have 30 drug overdose deaths. So I think it's partially optical, partially legalistic, but I think the legalistic framing is very tenuous. I think it's a very big stretch to use 2001-2002 AUMF to drone strike boats in the Caribbean. So for me, I think that in good faith, Mark Kelly and the Seditious Six could be thinking, the Trump administration is using the 2001-2002 AUMF in order to justify striking civilian vessels in the Caribbean. That is a war crime and it's illegal. So how do you feel about that?
Here's why I came down the other way on that. Think about the soldiers who heard the message. This is what got me. Let's say you were the drone strike operator. You don't have intelligence briefing. You're sitting in a room. Your commanding officer says, hit the button and blow up the boat. And you say, no, sir, I think this is an illegal order. What happens to you most likely?
Oh, at minimum, you get fired, removed from the unit, maybe get a NJP. You might get an NJP or you might get a court-martial for refusing. Yeah.
Yeah. And then you have to litigate whether the order was illegal, and you probably lose. Now, maybe you win and then you get reinstated. That good for you. But I felt like what they were doing is that they were playing politics with soldiers' lives and livelihoods in order to make a political point, and it felt shitty. Because if you were the way I interpreted that is you're giving essentially de facto legal advice to soldiers about how they should behave, and it's very, very bad advice.
But I wouldn't put that
if I was
on.
Their JAG counsel, I would never give them that advice. Right?
See, and this is why I hate the lack of nuance when it comes to the liberals and progressives in reference to this procedure, because I had, probably not PSCO, but I had PSCO chatters effectively saying, we should incarcerate any enlisted drone pilot who pulled the trigger. And I was like, no, they can
fuck themselves with that. That's bullshit.
But if anybody could or should be held legally accountable, it should be the officers who are making the distinctions on the drone packets, because those are the people who could, in good conscience, appeal to the JAG, basically the legal arm of the military, the UCMJ, and they might still get punished. They're going to lose their career, 100%. They're losing their career. It's already done, right? But a JAG officer has the capacity, because they have whistleblowing, they have whistleblowing stuff for war crimes. They have that since the Vietnam War. You could go to the JAG and say, hey, I'm a captain. I'm in charge of the Caribbean. I've been ordered to do drone strikes. I complied with the lawful order. However, I want to whistleblow and go to Congress or whatever, or I want to run this up the flag for like legal analysis by the state's attorney's office or something. And you could do that. So once again, I would never put the judgment and punishment on the enlisted trigger puller because they're in good faith trusting the judgment of their chain of command. But I would put it on the chain of command in order to verify the legality of these actions.
Yeah, and this is where I totally agree with that assessment. I think like the lower down the chain of command you go, the more morally reprehensible that statement that those Peace Corps chatters were making is. And then at the higher levels, this is where it gets tricky, right? Because like I said earlier, if your argument is that the president lacks constitutional authority to take these actions, I think you are in the grayest of constitutional gray areas. Like there's just no, we don't
Clear
know.
answer.
Like there's no clear answer. And quite frankly, it's hard for me to imagine that the court's ever going to take a flyer on it. Like, for example, if a case goes to the Supreme Court about the War Powers Resolution because of Iran, and it might, I could see them taking that case to say the War Powers Resolution is unconstitutional. I could not see them taking that case to rule in favor of Congress and against the president. I just don't think they would, because
that's so. The reason why it's rubbing me wrong, and I'm not saying that you're descriptively incorrect, but I'll tell you why that's rubbing me wrong, and I think it's probably rubbing a lot of people in chat wrong, regardless of whether or not it's true. It's because it then feels like the president of the United States is effectively capable of executing any conflict that he has even plausible reasoning for doing. And then it is up to the Congress to try to hold him accountable. And then even then, there's no guarantees of it. And so it feels like there's so many perverse incentives built into that structure that there might as well not even be a check on power because of how nebulous the entire thing is.
It's a very, very tricky constitutional struggle. I'm just going to return you to like, what's the alternative? The court issues. Could you imagine, like we said earlier, the court issues orders to the troops?
Well, hold on. I got Larry Hutchinson threatening suicide, and I don't want him to kill himself. So this military part is about to make me run my truck off the road with the BS that's being spouted. Larry, please, number one, don't run your truck off the road. Number two, please tell me what's BS about it. Because so for me, I think that a corporal or lance corporal being ordered to do the drone strikes, I don't see a lance corporal or a corporal saying, hey sir, actually, I don't think this is legal. I'm going to take a step back. That dude's obviously probably getting NJP'd at minimum, non-judicial punishment at minimum, might be getting court-martialed, and they're getting transferred out of the unit, and they're not going to be in their MOS anymore. Like, basically, if they train to be a drone pilot, they're not going to be a drone pilot anymore. They're going to be a bulk fuel transport person. They're going to be sent to a different MOS that doesn't require much training. At least in the Marine Corps, that's exactly how I think that would be handled. But when it comes to a captain or a major who's in charge of that unit, they are kind of, they obviously are drilled into their head that they need to know what they're accountable for when they're pulling the trigger, and they need to know what they're accountable for when their subordinates pull the trigger. So that's where, for me, I don't know what I said that was inaccurate that got you frustrated.
But that said, if the argument is about constitutional authority, I think it would be, on an individual level, it's hard for me to imagine a soldier being willing to risk their career on that argument, because I think they'll lose. And it's like if I said to you, like, hey, do this thing, there's a 99% chance you lose your career and maybe go to prison. You'd be like, wow, that's fucking terrible advice, Ryan. And you'd be right. That's very bad advice. Like, you shouldn't advise people to do something that makes them lose their career and go to prison. It's just kind of a fucking bad way to tell. It's just a bad thing to tell people to do. But anyway,
Larry's saying, I don't have the ability to type, so let's just get off the military, please. Okay, Larry, but when you're not driving, I'm gonna want to hear what your frustrations
Holy
were.
shit! I hope he's just greasing the fuck out of your stream right
now.
No.
I although Grassroots is, and he's done so in the past. He hasn't oiled today, but he has, and he's a value channel member. But real quick, I got 2 super chats from Grassroots. And they're both mean, or at least the first one's very mean.
Sorry, before you read yours, in the
Sure.
interest of time, guys, I'll do my super chats on my side after Connor and I break, because I think we probably have to break in a few minutes based on your schedule,
We do,
right?
unfortunately.
Yeah.
I do have a call in 6 minutes. But dude,
Okay.
I actually really enjoyed this because I feel like it's a decent tete-a-tete without, and we haven't even gotten into really the meat of what I wanted to get into, but we still had a really interesting convo. So, Grassy says there are good and bad reasons to hate Pisco. The best reason is that he's a fucking, and then you say, not the F slur, you make a body comment, which is so mean, dude. I'm like 10 to 20 pounds overweight, and you're calling Pisco a fatty? That is so rude.
Hey, I'm a fatty, and I can acknowledge that Pisco's a round gentleman.
Well,
so you know,
it's the sedentary lifestyle of streaming. Anyways,
Yeah.
okay. So, all right, let's let me just direct us towards the meat of the combo before we wrap it up, I suppose. So I guess my thing is, we should have an entire other conversation about this, because I think we got dragged down into the minutia of what's going on now. But what is your hope for, if you could reshape the Democratic Party into something that you would vote for again, what would you need to see from the Democrats? And if the Republicans were truly going to earn your vote, not you plugging your nose and putting up with flawed candidates and all that kind of stuff, what would the Republican Party be that would earn your vote enthusiastically?
yeah. So it's so funny. That's exactly, I think, the meat of the conversation. When I was doing when I was still on the fence and doing the centrist thing, which that time has passed, my hope was that I came down the mountain from law school and I was like, wait a minute, guys. It turns out originalism is right. This is the only way to defend the Constitution. And I'm going to tell my fellow Democrats about this, and they're going to suddenly realize, like, holy shit, we got this wrong. And I'll be like, wait a minute, guys, the version of progressivism that you guys are spouting is just communism in sheep's clothing. Did you guys know this? And they're going to say, holy shit, there are communists amongst us. We're going to change our ways. And it turns out, I went to Pisco and Destiny and Josiah and I said these things, and they said, yeah, obviously, fuck you, we're doing it on purpose. So it's hard for me to imagine a world where I'm voting for the Democrats, because my read on them is that they are doing it on purpose. What I would
you should watch, I'm sorry for interrupting, but you should watch Hutch, and you should watch DGG and Destiny convos about the far left, because they do make excuses for the Squad and Rashida Tlaib and whatever the New York mayor is and all that kind of stuff. They do make excuses for them, and they view them as necessary in order to have they're so small that they want to ignore them politically, but when the margins are this small, they know that they have to tolerate them to some degree, but they are hostile to leftists. They break bread with them insofar as they do, because they think it's electorally necessary. Whereas I think that Soy Pill, Pisco, and those kinds of liberals and progressives, not only do they break bread with the leftists, the socialists and the communists, but they think it's necessary in order to shift the Overton window leftward in order to achieve some social policy. Yeah. And so I do want to make those distinctions.
Yeah, and Soy Pill, by the way, is the worst faith person on the internet, as far as I can tell.
He said some really psycho shit recently that rubbed me wrong.
He took the unprompted position, not because he was asked to, unprompted. He took the position that if Joe Biden had burst into his home with armed gun thugs and they had taken turns essaying him and his entire family, that would not have made him vote for Trump. And I was like, if that's your perspective, why would I take anything you say seriously ever again? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're basically saying there's nothing that could happen in the universe that would make you change your mind.
Well, I wouldn't personalize it. I would take it from like a policy prescription, but I do understand the extremity of that personal anecdote is kind of.
I'm just saying, if a guy in a fucking propeller beanie hat says that to me, I'm like, well, you're not a serious person, so I'm moving on with my day. Like, what the
sure. The thing that
he
said. The thing that he said that frustrated me was he was saying that because Destiny is prescribing this like radical liberal authoritarianism where they basically just ignore the courts and ignore every check on power as long as it forwards a liberal agenda. And I think that's totally psychotic.
Yeah.
And Soy Pill, in reference to this discourse about effectively radical liberalism, he said, oh yeah, if we ignore the courts and we go through due process and we are unable to incarcerate Trump, well, then maybe we need to kill him. After the fact, after you've exhausted every legalistic possibility of holding Trump accountable, if you still can't hold him accountable after swinging the courts, full lawfare, unapologetic lawfare, then maybe you kill him afterwards because he's just that dangerous. And that's such a psycho thing to say that I don't even want to, like, it pissed me off, to be honest.
No, it's totally insane. But it's part of a rhetorical strategy that I think needs to be debunked, because, like, even Wick, who's much more sane than someone like Soy Pill, will say something like, Trump is like routinely violating X, Y, and Z court orders, right? But then you look at the court orders, and 9 times out of 10, it's some insane left-leaning political screed that then gets reversed either at the appellate level or the Supreme Court level, right? Trump's vindication level on these, like, violating orders things is really high. It's like 90+%, because there's a lot of very bad court orders that are happening right now. But there's a picture that's being painted because Trump is who he is, and he has so many things to criticize, and I'm happy to criticize them. Which is, I guess, what I would say is that what I hope for the Republican Party.
Yeah, that's what I wanted you to cover before we wrap.
All my criticisms about Trump, if I zoom out and I stop looking at the details, best Supreme Court picks in my lifetime, easily the best Supreme Court picks in my lifetime. Best foreign policy in my lifetime, easily best foreign policy in my lifetime, and also has made, for the first time in my life, not just has halted the progressive takeover of our institutions, but has started rolling it back. We've never seen rollback before. Previously, it's always progressivism, Republican, it pauses for a few years, progressivism picks up where it left off. He's actively rolling it back. So my dream scenario is that the next guy is just as effective in those areas, but is less of a constitutional rule bender and is less of a, overtly over the top provocateur, and is less of a is less willing to play games with free speech and other values that I have. So like less willing to do the shit I disagree with, but actually willing to continue these initiatives that have been incredibly successful and important in my mind, because
I might need you as an insight into what I call the contrarian right. And I'm not saying this as an insult to you at all. The contrarian right, in my perspective, they're not solidly rooted in Christian nationalist authoritarianism or ethno-nationalist authoritarianism or dissident right-wing neo-monarchy or something like that. What kind of motivates them, their animus, is the fact that the left wing has done enough egregious things over the past several decades, like you said, like unchecked progressivism, and then republicanism is effectively like a neutral, not a reversion of progressive stuff. But I would need, and we should do this next time. I would want to know where you think it's gone too far and where it needs to be reverted, and then how. Like what are the most critical components of that reversion? Because for me, it's like, from a Burkean perspective, so Edmund Burke or whatever, like this is a whole process where, yes, we will have a leftward shift over time, because the leftwards are the progressives. They are the people who suggest reforms to our society. And it's the job of conservatives to check them in their most insane ideas, and then to throw into the dustbin of history their terrible ideas. That's actually the job. But that's always going to have like a leftward shift over time, because conservatives ideally don't want to progress anywhere near as fast as progressives, but there still might be shit that needs to change. So I would want to pick your brain about that for sure.
Yeah, I can do some content on that, man.
Good.
Just to give you the teaser, like one area, like the Biden administration was the closest I've seen to us enacting the idea that you can be racist to oppressor groups and the government is allowed to be racist to oppressor groups. Like there were active attempts during the Biden administration to make that legally permissible, which I think is like, insane.
Oh,
like
yeah,
that's obviously a bridge too far.
It does feel like the fever's broken in that regard, but I guess from your perspective, if a Harris presidency had been enshrined, there would have been additional attempts along that line.
It broke because people voted for Trump to break it. Like that's how it got broken, right? It didn't break on its own. The Biden administration wasn't stopping that efforts. They were actually promoting like a NASDAQ effort where it was going to be a requirement that to list on NASDAQ, you had to have a diversity quota for your board of directors. So then you would have a legal requirement for race or gender quotas, or I guess maybe sexual orientation, for every Fortune 500 in the country. Like that. That's
all the CEOs.
Like, but like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you can't. Like, the government cannot enforce race quotas. Like, obviously, the government can't enforce race quotas.
I want to quote Nick DiOrio, and that I think we got to wrap just because I do have a call that I have to get done before 3 p.m. and it's 2:35, and it's going to be a longer call. But the Nick DiOrio says, "Isn't it so funny that everybody on Twitch and YouTube politics is bisexual, but they only date women?" And I laughed so hard because like Vosh claims to be pan, only talks about hooking up with women. Destiny obviously is bi. We have video confirmation that he's bi, but 99% of the time he talks about hooking up with women. And so I did think that was like mad funny that it's basically like everybody in politics is bisexual, but they only date women. So the CEOs should do that. They should be like, oh yeah, I'm bi, but they only date women.
Yeah.
And then boom, you fulfill your quota, your federally required quota. Half the board is gay.
We're done here. We did it. Mission accomplished.
Yeah. The entire board's bisexual. But anyway, sorry.
Yeah, all of them. But just to give you a closing thought, because maybe it's food for thought for our next conversation. The lefty leading side of Twitch politics loved me when I was a lawyer and a centrist and politically ineffective. As I started to become more effective, like when I would debate Pisco and stuff, they'd reach out to me, let's talk about it, right? When I smoked Pisco at Word War debate, silence, right? They loved, the fact that they loved me is not because they loved me. The fact that they loved me is because I was a useful set piece for them. I have stopped being a useful set piece for them, so they don't love me anymore. But that's what their love is. So just keep that in mind.
My chat, my chat. Only the conservatarians love you.
Hey,
everybody else is pissed. But
it is what it is. But
let's say that we have a few conservatarians, and they want to check out Ryan Mulally. Where should they go?
Yeah, my branding is on the screen because I'm fucking clever. And, you can find me at Ryan C. Mullally on YouTube and on X. The X channel is Natural Law with Ryan Mullally. It's not all law. It's politics and American philosophy, founding philosophy. So a mix of different things. And in terms of my bio, I am a former public school teacher, current attorney, husband and father, and I've litigated every level of the U.S. legal system up to and including the U.S. Supreme Court. So if you want to hear some fucking base takes instead of the Pisco takes, and by the way, if you want to see the best emotes in show business, swing by the channel. We have a lot of fun.
So basically, they can hate you, but they can't hate you for being stupid.
Yeah. Hey, look, if you want to come to the channel and yell at me, either to get one guide or to throw money at me to force me to read your stupid fucking comments, I will accept that. I can live with that.
All right, beautiful. Well, I already did list the Discord fell runner, so I'll link it again. But anyways, Ryan, thank you. It was fun. I am simultaneously surprised and unsurprised that we didn't get further. But I do want to pick your brain on this because number one, I think the contrarian right, the center right who still dislikes the left for simping for leftists or whatever, I think they're still quite a powerful voice in online media. And I think that their questions and criticisms need to be answered, or else we're going to maintain our current political binary where effectively liberals are stuck in a choice of, do you appeal to neocons, don't want to do that, or do you appeal to leftists in order to win? And then they start appealing to leftists, but then because they appeal to leftists, they turn off the neocons. And then for the right wing, is the Trump right-wing economic populism and protectionism, is that synonymous with isolationist foreign policy, with whiplash militarism? Or can we make something smarter out of the Republican Party once Trump is no longer in power? These are questions that need to be resolved over in the ensuing years. So I appreciate you helping me tease them out.
For sure. But yeah, it's been too long. We should do it again soon.
All right. Sounds great, buddy. You have a beautiful day, and I'll send you a DM shortly.
Cool. Talk soon, buddy. Bye.
All right, bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me go full camera. I do need to handle something, but we did hit 2 goals today, which is beautiful. Thank you guys for helping me hit the 2 goals. I know half of it was grassroots hegemon, but that's okay. Sometimes that happens. So we have Fashion 40 saying he never critiques Trump. This is fallacious in my opinion. He might be, but I still think that digging into the contrarian right-wing sphere, which I think Ryan is articulating well, I didn't hear anything wildly unintelligent as far as that sphere of politics. You might say, oh, he doesn't critique Trump enough, or he doesn't critique the right-wing enough, or whatever, but he's basically saying that he doesn't want to do that anymore for you guys, because then he gets to be the token righty, and then you guys love him. And that's effectively my niche. So I kind of want to hear the arguments from his perspective, because he feels like he broke free of y'all. Now, truth be told, he might have broken free of y'all and jumped out of the frying pan and into the fire, but I think that's something that we need to analyze through inquiry. So, Fashion 40, I want to thank everybody who donated. Fashion 40, Grassroots, Larry Hutchinson, I do want to hear more about your military stuff, and if you want to call in on some day where you're available to kind of explain your frustration with it, I would welcome that. Brazufso, thank you for the 5 gifted, man. This is like one of my first times seeing you in chat, so the fact that you popped in and did 5 gifted is based. Larry Hutchinson with the 10, thank you. Old School, It's Just Abby. Fashion 40, Grassroots, It's Just Abby. Horse God, It's Just Abby. Thank you for the support. It's Just Abby today. Grassroots, Airborne Kite, Grassroots, Vazraka. Grassroots was probably half of the super chats today, but it was still a beautiful day, and we did beat 2 goals, so I do appreciate you guys. And thank you to all my chippers and all my Oilers. I do appreciate it. Christian Valera says, fuck that combo. What's wrong with the combo? Why are you guys so mad? Literally, the guy comes on and he says, Pisco doesn't understand or is failing to reconcile his legalistic perspective with American geopolitical reality. And as a neoconservative hawk, I actually like what, and I'm quoting as if I'm Ryan right now, right? He says, and as a neoconservative hawk, I actually appreciate what the Trump administration is doing internationally. And I think that the legal limitations that we want to restrain the executive with are fraught and therefore unlikely to happen. That was literally 30 to 40 minutes of conversation. I don't know why that would get you pissed off. That feels descriptive. And then the second third or half was what? It was like, I don't want to be the left wing's whipping boy to say the right wing's bad, right wing's bad, right wing's bad. And I believe that there are sincere things that are going wrong with the left right now that turns me off from the left and makes me want to go rightward. And I hope the Republican Party can do what Trump does, but not in an R-slurred way. Right? So what's the beef? What's the beef? Christian Blair says, appeal to leftists by being cordial and never following on to policy. The smart leftists like Mamdani moderate and are demonized by the same leftists. True. Also, the trans thing was a shitpost. Lol. Okay. Need more talks. I don't hate him yet. Okay. Conserve says he said to break free because he never had his feet on solid ground and didn't understand his own belief system. Still doesn't. He cites social media influencers over politicians creating policy. Well, he was citing the NASDAQ thing. which I do think is crazy. I think it would have blown over, but I think it's crazy. Christian Blair says, Ryan Mullally was a liar. You'd have to be specific. Unlike you, Connor, he's never genuine about his views regarding the right versus the left. He described everyone as communists, including Destiny. Well, I think my frustration with Destiny and the liberals, but I've articulated it multiple times, is that they seem to be willing to play footsie with leftists for electoral results. Yeah, I gotta... Well, they close at 3. Oh, snap. I do have to go. Okay, somebody did donate, so I gotta go. Or I do have to go. Unlike Rob Noor, I hate Rob Noor, but he is tired of hiding his power level, unlike Ryan. Okay, well, maybe we'll frustrate Ryan to the point that he doesn't hide his power level. So, I like the convo, but not Ryan. Okay, well, you guys are mean. Fashion 40 says, Connor, I'm not going against your direction, but he's not holding Trump to his administration to task yet to critique the Dems. Okay. Hedonic Samuel says, just caught the end today. Been busy with Patty's prep. Happy Monday. Thank you for the donation, King. Okay. I have 15 minutes to make an important phone call in order to get documentation, so I need to go handle that business now. I really would love to hang out with you guys and hash this out, but please come tomorrow. Larry Hutchinson, Christian Valeris, some of the people who are criticizing Ryan Mullally because they think that for whatever reasons you think that he's not putting his cards on the table. I would appreciate additional information, but I do gotta go. So I parasocially love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. on